Could you please take your seats so that we can start? Presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Conference on Peace and Sustainable Growth, which is co-organized by the Alexis Tsipras Institute and the ZAIF Foundation. In the next 2 days, very distinguished guests from all over the world will discuss about the major challenges of our times, and they will submit proposals on the future of a world that changes rapidly. So I would like to call to the floor Mr. Evangelos Kalpadakis, moderator of the Institute Alexis Tsipras, a person who has been actively involved in many crucial moments of Greek foreign policy, especially during the period when Alexis was Prime Minister, and who is someone always behind the scenes, very discreet but very efficient. Evangelos, you have the floor. On behalf of the Alexis Tsipras Institute for Peace, Justice and Sustainable Growth, I would like to welcome everyone present here today and all those who are online. And of course, our distinguished speakers from all over the world. Today, the Institute is taking its first steps with initiatives, conferences and actions that we hope will contribute to public debate in Greece, but also in Europe and internationally for the major things that are at stake at our times. At a period where counter politics and abstention are reinforced, leaving more space for extreme right, the Alexis Tsipras Institute has the ambition to play an active role in the effort to bring back politics for the citizens and citizens into politics in Greece, in Europe, and everywhere, by putting forward proposals and policies that will aim both at facing the many multiple and complex crises, but also to respond to the expectations and hopes of the citizens for a better future. The need for democratic and especially progressive convergence is higher than ever today, both in Europe and in our area. And the main objective of the Institute is to mobilize personalities and bodies, agencies from politics, diplomacy, the scientific community, and the civil society in order to have the necessary convergence and new political proposals. Our website that has been up for a few days gives the opportunity to all citizens to be friends of the Institute and contribute with their ideas and proposals for peace and justice and sustainable growth. They can contribute their proposals for actions and initiatives for the Institute. We have today the great honor to co-organize the first event, the International Conference for Peace and Sustainable Growth, together with the ZAIF Foundation, A Society for All, 6 years after the Prespa Agreement and its signing. In this context, I would like to welcome the former Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Mr. Zoran Zaev, his colleague, his partner, Mr. Venko Filipce, and his team, and thank them for the excellent collaboration that we have. The message of the Prespa Agreement is the springboard, the inspiration for our international conference. The only way to face the challenges and the crises, the multiple crises of our times, either in relation to peace and diplomacy, or the climate crisis, or the rule of law and rights, or even the economy and injustices, inequalities. And we will have a very interesting discussion with the former Prime Minister and Commissioner for Economy, Mr. Gentiloni, or the migration issue and the refugees issues, are active policies that aim at solving problems and differences on the basis of the rule of international law, with mutual respect, as it was the case for the Prespa Agreement, with a strategy to safeguard the national rights. Yes, yes to all of this, but we have always to have in mind the solutions despite political cost. We don't have the luxury to postpone or to maintain a dangerous stagnation, neither in Europe nor on an international scale. We don't have the luxury to put the blame to others or to postpone decisions to the next generations. In this spirit, we have the award of the first Peace Prize to the UN envoy, Mr. Nimitz. To whom I would like to wish a happy birthday, since it's his birthday as well. The award, the prize, was prepared by the Greek artist Yannis Psychopedis. The sign of this conference is also a work by Mr. Psychopedis, and we thank him very warmly for the messages for culture and art that we need so much in order for us to be inspired and mobilized in our times. I would also like to thank the Delphi Economic Forum and Mr. Tsomokos, his illustrious colleagues, for the excellent collaboration, and our sponsors for their support and promotion, and especially the valuable partners of the Institute who have worked day and night: Michalis Kalogiru, Popi Tsapanidou, Andreas Bousios, Kostas Toubouros, Kostas Gavroglu, Antonis Papagiannidis, Giorgos Chouliarakis, Eleni Stavrakaki, Gianna Pepe, Angeliki Papanikolaou, Fotini Bakadima, Eleni Dimoula, Leonidas Anagностopoulos and the security team, and Adigoni Hadjioannou. On this occasion, I would like to send my love and my thoughts for a rapid recovery to Fofi Bignari and her family, an invaluable colleague from the Prime Minister's office, and an excellent example of a colleague in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who always waged the battle for the international image of the country and the representation of the country. We expect her soon to be with us. Again, welcome all to this conference. And I have the conviction that our discussions, our ideas, and our proposals these 2 days will contribute to this major debate on our common future as to how we can protect, claim, support, and shape our common future. Thank you very much.
Οι φίλοι του τον αποκαλούν Evan, δεν το ξέρα.
I didn't know that his friends call him Evan, so thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Venko Filipce, who is a former Minister of Health in North Macedonia. He is the director of the Zaev Foundation, One Society for All. You have the floor, sir.
Respected Excellencies, honored guests, esteemed colleagues, dear Mr. Tsipras, dear Mr. Zaev. It is an immense privilege to stand in front of you today at this occasion, the opening ceremony of the Conference for Peace and Sustainable Growth. We gather here not only to celebrate the inception of the visionary foundation and institute, but to reaffirm our shared commitment to a world where unity, peace, and sustainable development are not just ideals, but actionable realities. Our motto, One Society for All, holds profound significance in an era where the forces of division often overshadow the common bonds of our humanity. This guiding principle demonstrates our belief that diversity is our strength and inclusivity is the cornerstone of a prosperous future. It is a call to action, a declaration that our collective success relies on our ability to unite, embrace our differences, and work tirelessly towards a society where every individual is valued and empowered. Today's event is particularly important as it embodies the spirit of the Prespa Agreement, a landmark achievement in the pursuit of peace and cooperation. The Prespa Agreement is a vivid demonstration that even the most difficult disputes can be resolved when leaders prioritize the greater good over everything. It has marked a historic moment where conflict was transformed into cooperation through a shared vision of a harmonious future. It reminds us that true leadership is not about holding power, but about fostering trust and building bridges. In this spirit, the Zaya Foundation and the Alexis Tsipras Institute are dedicated to nurturing the values that underpin the Prespa Agreement. Our mission is to promote peace, advance sustainable growth, and foster an environment where every voice is heard. On behalf of Zaya Foundation, I invite each one of you to join us in this noble endeavor. Let us work hand in hand to build one society for all, where peace and sustainable growth are not distant aspirations, but lived realities. Together, we can create a legacy of unity, prosperity, and enduring peace, a legacy of which we can all be proud of. Thank you, and may our collective effort illuminate the path to a better future for all. Благодарам на вниманието. Харисто Пали.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Λοιπόν, ξεκινάμε με την πρώτη θεματική ενότητα. Έχουμε 8 θεματικές ενότητες.
Let us start with the first session, and since we have many of those, I would like to ask the members and the coordinators to keep with their times. So, first of all, I should like to ask my dear friend, colleague, and lawyer, Antonis Papagiannidis, to moderate the first panel. So, for quite a long time, we will be listening to these distinguished speakers, panelists. As you can see, I managed to issues are economy and politics, but nobody cares about that. But for me, this is a very interesting subject regarding the economy, the challenges of growth and social growth. In this way, we are able to bring together the optimism of political will with the different attitude of democratic behavior. You will see from this panel how those two can be combined.
First and foremost, Paolo Gentiloni, who is the Commissioner for the Economy of the European Commission. Mr. Gentiloni has also served inter alia as Prime Minister of Italy. In Italy, it's not a rare, but it's also a very difficult task. Mr. Gentiloni, would you please? Και στη συνέχεια, τον Γιώργο Χουλιαράκη.
I will then call on George Chouliarakis, currently the financial advisor to the Bank of Greece, but during difficult years, he was Deputy Minister of the Economy for the period 2015 to 2019. I should also like to ask Nikos Vetas, who is the Director General of the Institute of Economic and Industrial Research, IOVE, and also a professor at the Athens University of Economy and Science. And this used to be this school had a different name. Ms. Faye Makandasi, who is the research director of the Diagnosis organization, both Diagnosis and Faye monitor or follow what we call the public opinion, the people who participate. And last but not least, Evgenia Fotoniata, who is the coordinator of the cycle of economic and social analysis of ENA, the Institute of Alternative Policies, who has also started working during the memoranda period. We have all committed to having a first round of statements which we touch what we think is very important, and then we will start a discussion. Mr. Gentiloni.
Would you integrate in your thoughts a journalistic question? Has Europe learned something out of this successive crisis? And what exactly is the contribution of these crises to our joint, we hope so, joint future?
Yes, well, I hope so, that we learn from the lessons, and personally I'm convinced we have. But let me start switching my phone.
By killing the phone, yeah.
Let me start, first of all, thanking you, because I'm very happy to be in this first event of the Alexis Tsipras Foundation, in cooperation with the Zoan Foundation, and in stressing the importance that the Prespa agreement had. And I want to give you this first message. Of course, this agreement, which we pay tribute to, was an example of vision and leadership. It was not easy to take this decision, and the European Commission considered this decision as a binding decision that should be kept in the coming months and years. And it is crystal clear from our point of view that from there we start, and we cannot avoid to start from this historical agreement. Lesson learned. I think overall the European institutions reacted to these two black swans that we had, first the pandemic and then the Russian invasion, overall in an appropriate way. I think if we compare the reaction that we had to these two crises to the one that we had previously to the great financial crisis, there is a different attitude inspired, in my view, by a stronger sense of unity, solidarity, and common interest. It's not only solidarity because we are good fellows. It is the idea that together we can react better. This was, I think, the basis for quick reactions. You may remember March 18th, 2020, when for the first time we used this general escape clause, suspending our fiscal rules. And then a few weeks after, the decision to introduce a mechanism that we call the SURE mechanism to support jobs all over Europe. This mechanism saved 41 million jobs in the European Union. You know that the European Commission is always giving numbers and figures, but this is, I think, an impressive one. And then we decided this unprecedented thing of the common emission of Eurobonds to support the Next Generation EU program. In parallel, you know very well, we were able to address the health crisis together, the vaccines, the QR code, etc. So this, I think, was a very important reaction, and also the reaction to the Ukrainian crisis was quite strong and united. Not easy. I was the Italian foreign minister after the annexation of Crimea, and I remember very well how difficult it was to reach agreements at EU level on very limited package of sanctions. We were only individual listing, and it was very, very difficult. In this case, I think the Russian aggression was more dangerous and serious, and the reaction was very strong. So what now? Because if I have to summarize what happened, I would say the European institution, and proudly I'm telling this as a European Commissioner, reacted quite well, made a lot of progress, different approach from the one to the great financial crisis, but the reality moved faster.
And the question is around us, has the flexibility shown survived? Is there any flexibility around?
We moved fast. The reality moved faster. So the problem now is what happens now? You know, some of the pillars of our European models in the last 20, 25 years were first, we were counting on the extension of trade with China. We were differently from country to country, but we were hoping to have a highway in trade with China. Second, we were counting on cheap energy and cheap gas from Russia. And third, we were sure of the fact that our American friends would continue to be very strong in ensuring our security.
And all the three are not valid anymore?
All these three pillars, some of the three, cheap gas from Russia, forget it. So the impact of geopolitics in economy is very clear. China, of course, we are against what is called decoupling, but for sure we see how difficult it is to imagine a rose future for trade with China. And what about common defense, etc. So my last point is very simple. Yes, I think we addressed these two crises quite well in a more united approach than in previous situation, but at the same time, what comes next is now crucial. This evening we will have a first meeting of the European Council to discuss what in Brussels we call the top jobs of the European institutions. Let's hope that decisions will come soon. But the new cycle of European institutions needs to be as ambitious as the previous 5 years. What next in common after Next Generation EU? What about enlargement? What happens for the Green Deal? What is the common approach for common defense? I mention only these 4 challenges to explain that Europe is again called to a great effort. Why? Because the world has changed and we cannot be the only herbivore in a world of carnivores.
Thank you, Mr. Gentiloni.
Thank you.
I think that you have been impressively to the point by starting with integrating in our agenda of this panel the overall theme of the Prespa agreement and the possibility for the Western Balkans, North Macedonia, but the Western Balkans, to have a progress towards Europe. I would like to have you in the second round of our discussion, in the honest way in which you have put things on our table, some kind of tentative reply to why these years afterwards, Europe, of course Europe is not a unified entity, but still Europe has not welcomed and has not helped the Western Balkans and North Macedonia to go along. It's not exactly on your portfolio, but you are a European statesman, you could not avoid the question. Και τώρα θα παρακαλούσα τον Γιώργο Χουλιαράκη να ακολουθήσει στην κατεύθυνση αυτή.
Now I would like to ask Mr. Chouliarakis to go on and reply to a question. I'm sure he has heard it before, even by me, to ask the following question. Greece. Greece is not a monobloc. It is a series of political parties and trends amongst public opinion. But what is left after the crisis that he handled and the multiple crises that followed? Where do we stand today?
Greek is, if not, of course, you have your automatic translator on. So, θα μιλήσω λοιπόν στα ελληνικά.
So I will speak in Greek. I thank Mr. Papagiannidis, and I have to say that it is also my great pleasure, and I'm deeply moved to be here in the first event organized by the Alexis Tsipras Institute amongst so many old friends and familiar faces.
The Greek economy has achieved a lot over the past 10 years. A few years ago, the Greek economy managed to strike a new balance and fight the huge inequalities that had led to the previous decade's crisis, and it became reliable. There was trust and confidence on the part of international and global markets, and in the Eurozone there's a new sense of trust. Back in 2015, I guess not many would have wagered that we would manage to make it, and we did it. To a great extent, we managed to keep the society going. It's still standing. Social cohesion was protected to the extent that it was possible back then, not to the extent that many would have liked, of course. And nonetheless, we managed to avoid big adventures that would have involved Nazist tendencies and extreme right-wing parties that were gaining ground. This is uncomfortable for me because my feelings and sentiments are mixed. It's difficult for me to accept that Wolfgang Schäuble, a posteriori, actually acknowledges and pays tribute to the Tsipras administration. He, in his memoirs, apparently praised the Tsipras government and recognized that this was the administration that paved the way for what followed after 2019. And indeed, as of the year 2019, we have to agree that indeed in Greece we have positive growth rates despite the big 2020 crisis. Despite the fact that inequalities are on the rise, still things are looking up, and solvency-wise, Greece is more or less where most peripheral EU countries are. Of course, we're doing definitely better compared to the Italian bonds. But this should not make us lose sight of the big picture. when it comes to the Greek economy and where it stands today, following an almost 10-year-long economic and financial crisis, I will share with you 3 figures which I believe are quite telling. And of course, some amongst the audience, some of you know about these figures. First, the Greek government itself does not think we'll ever go back to the GDP we used to have in 2007, 1 year before the crisis. That's on the last year before we had the big economic and financial crisis that happened in the States. Just to make a comparison, at that point in time, or rather in 1929, during the Great Depression, the US managed, despite that, to achieve a recovery within the span of 7 years. Here, we have been faced with a crisis and we have not recovered even after 20 years, or we will have recovered 20 years later. That's one thing, GDP-wise. Now, when it comes to the second thing, which is the EU average and the way it evolved over the past 15 years, a year before the crisis, that is in the year 2007, we were exceptionally well. We were doing okay. We were at 75% of the average EU. We are at 60, and that's a 17 basis points loss. This is huge. And a third figure, this is something that I did the math on over the past few days. If we suppose that the country back in 2007 still kept growing as it used to, after the restoration of the Republic, 1974, 1977, and that was 1.2, 1.3. If we had got that, then each Greek today would have been richer by 17,000 euros each. 7,000 euros. It's a lot of money. I'm talking about directly or indirectly receiving this money in the sense of allowances or benefits or education or health. So in essence, we are getting out of this long crisis. We are standing on our 2 feet yet again, but we are wounded. I mean, the Greek economy, and we are faced with at least 2 challenges. The first of which is this: we need to escape or avoid the trap of a chronic delay. So we have to keep to still stay where we are today by comparison to the rest of the EU on average. And the second big challenge is about achieving real convergence. I'm still talking about converging towards the EU average. Of course, the fact that we managed to stay in Europe is good, but now we have to be Europe, to be European. Now, this challenge, numerically wise, signifies that if we have a long-term growth of our economy by 1% every year, 1% is not little. If we get going this way for another 18 years, after 2040, we will have gotten back to where we used to be prior to the crisis. These are the 2 big challenges that Greece is up against, and we will be facing these 2 challenges over the next few years. So we have to, Greece has to look closely at those preconditions and prerequisites that will help us achieve real convergence. I know that I'm pressed for time, so let me insist on 2 basic things. Unquestionably, the most important thing in the international literature is the quality of governance institutions. This is a very important precondition. There's also protection of independent authorities and organizations, and also the smooth operation and function of justice and effective and efficient public administration. All of these are prerequisites. And of course, we're talking about a public administration that will be smaller, but it will be paying more to its capable people in order for it to be appealing and attractive to people who are talented and are equipped. So there's a lot to do there. That's one of the preconditions. There's another cluster of preconditions which is unheard of. After World War II for Greece, we have to go through an economic transformation. The economic and financial crisis left us with 300,000 fewer Greeks. The youth left the country, so we don't have enough human capital. Moreover, natural capital and infrastructure has been destroyed as well. So as a result thereof, we have to look at how we could possibly make up for these losses against the background of this new environment that we're living in. This new environment has new features and characteristics because we are now living in a Europe that is bet on strategic autonomy. It wants to be independent, not just in defense and security-wise, but also energy-wise. Moreover, there's also green growth. So we have to converse and discuss with the social partners. That is the most productive elements of our society in order for us to come up with ways for Greece to be yet again back on the wave and the peak of economic avant-gardism in Europe. These are very important. I have many examples that we could discuss, but unfortunately we don't have enough time, I know. So this ambitious plan for an economic transformation can never be complete unless it is coupled with an important diminution of social inequalities and also parallel improvement of social protection. This is big, but it's also the only way for us to combat the rise of populism that we can't help but notice gain ground in Europe, especially in big European countries. So we have to beef up the social and welfare state and also the redistribution mechanisms. We have to have a new economic system, strike a new balance in terms of direct and indirect taxes, and we also have to have economies of scale and make sure that those who have not been taxed on so far have to pay taxes too. It's interesting to note that the Institute is in touch with the Observatory for the Taxation of the European Union, which is funded and financed by the European Commission, and we are having these discussions in order for us to find the right policies and showcase them and also promote them. One last thing, it's the fourth, and this is the last thing I'm going to touch on at this point. Cross-generational justice is also important, meaning that we have to protect the generations to come and save them the trouble of what we've been through. So over the past 10 years or so, we were faced with various troubles, and we have to save the youth and protect them from a heavier burdening of the public and sovereign debts. It's critical to keep potential growth rates high enough for them to be around 2%. If the European Commission does not change its tack, then it's possible, but this is as much as we can go, and that can create a positive momentum for the economy as such. I believe this is overall a discussion that has to proceed in order for it to come up with conclusions, and I'm very happy that the Alexis Tsipras Institute has been pitching into this discussion to have an inclusive society, a fair society that will be resilient in the face of future crises and sustainable in the future. Thank you very much. Giorgos Chouliarakis was brave enough to touch on various notions and words. He used words like reforms, and we know that in Greece the connotation is not really pleasant if it's not repugnant. And he also talked about independent authorities. That's another notion which here in Athens we are using in 2024, emphasizing the independent from the independent authorities. And this is making people smile. But then again, Giorgos Chouliarakis also mentioned, and I hope that you will come to realize this is very true, he mentioned one of the choices that the Alexis Tsipras Institute has made, meaning that the Institute is not coming up with solutions, but it's certainly forging directions, and it's moving towards directions that can produce solutions. And even the best criticism can be precious, but after all, it's not producing results unless there are no other alternatives. And maybe people will decide between and amongst them. So it's important to have alternatives. That's life after all. And people decide on the basis of what works for them or what's interesting for them. Let me now give the floor to Nikos Vetas. I've already denounced him that he on occasion helps journalists and reporters draw conclusions on the basis of the voluminous data and insights he shares. He often makes statements, for instance, at the economist conferences, so he's always helpful the way he shares information. So I'm going to ask him about something that's a concern for many. There's this whole discussion about changing the productive paradigm of Greece. This is a discussion that began back in the 1950s to begin with, and the Pisaridis Vetas report also touched on the shift of paradigm, productive paradigm, but between you and me, I don't see this happening. There's this discussion, but in reality, it's not happening, is it? So would you, Mr. Vetas, like to elaborate on that? Yes, the productive paradigm whole notion is philosophical, so let's discuss it later. Let me first kick off by expressing my thanks for the invitation. For a second alone, allow me to also welcome the Commissioner.
Just for a second, it is really, it should be underlined, all the important measures that the Commission during the last successive crisis indeed managed to take. All these crises get accumulated, however, and at the end of the day, if we measure in terms of growth rate and employment, how we as Europeans are doing relative to other parts of the world, I think the honest thing to state is that we are not doing that well. And I think it is also fair to say that marginal adjustments in how we design and execute policies will not do. We have to put the bar of ambition higher if we are to achieve growth rates that are comparable with what is happening in Asia and the United States, which is a precondition for two things. One is also for the political stability of Europe, and second, so that we can pull our weight in the global division of labor. Να γυρίσω στα ελληνικά, θα μου επιτρέψετε, καθότι είμαστε...
Allow me to revert to Greek yet again, since apparently the majority is Greek. And let me pick up from where Yorgos Chouliarakis left off. He insisted on a word, which is a key word. He insisted on convergence, and he shared some figures, and he measured somehow how close we can be to the European average. A big question that begs itself, therefore, is the following. How close can we be, after all, or how close can we get to the average? That's one thing. And secondly, what is it exactly we're getting close to? Since we have to remember that mostly Europe is slamming on the brakes instead of accelerating. Plus, we are faced with various crises in Ukraine and also in the Middle East, and this will continue to happen more than anyone else the world over. And last but not least, we have to look at what could possibly generate incomes. But in order to redistribute incomes, first you have to create them. So innovation of the part of enterprises and businesses is important, how much we invest in human capital. This is all what we're lagging behind in. And part of these delays may be normal or should be expected. The EU, when it was first built, was built as a political mechanism for defense, to make sure that Europe would never be faced with another world war, which Europe had begun. And eventually Europe benefited from the creation of the communities, and for a number of years it tried to incorporate and integrate the former Eastern economies. Europe benefited also from the fact that we have stronger institutions, stronger democratic institutions compared to their peers elsewhere, but we shouldn't shut our eyes to the fact or turn a blind eye to the fact that this is also pertinent to how much innovation we have after all. And this is anything but theoretical. When a business, an enterprise is planning and designing what they're going to do, when the working person is thinking about what they're going to do next, it's all about ambition too. And unfortunately, compared to the rest of the globe, we are crushed because we are not producing services or goods that are high value here in Europe. That's one takeaway. The other is also pertinent to the fact that, mostly for reasons of defense, we do grasp how important it is for us to create mechanisms that will bring us closer together, and we're not in the year 2008 or 2010 or 2012. And we're not faced with that sovereign crisis or how it was managed. Coming closer to Greece, Mr. Chouliarakis also referred to that. Greece ought to This is an abstract statement. Greece ought to, well, Greece has many things, but the Greek economy, to be specific, if it fails to have growth rates, to have GDP, that growth rates that are considerably higher compared to the ones we had in the past pretty soon, and I can't specify this pretty soon, maybe it's in 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years from now, unless it achieves positive growth rates that's sustainable, eventually we will be faced with another, with more trouble. So we have to look at what went wrong in the past, recently or a long time ago. It's true that during the crisis, the institutions withstood the test of time. It's also true that we stayed on the Eurozone. This is very important from now on. It's true also that eventually, especially in the past few years, the Greek economy is growing at rates which are indeed considerably higher compared to the EU average or the rest of Europe. But then again, we should never forget about the fact that Greece signed off to memoranda or programs that went on for 8 straight years. Greece had no investment grade for 13 straight years. There's one still who's not giving us the investment grade. And then again, the one thing that we have after this adventure is huge, and it's still negative because you see there was this negative migration that led to a drop in the Greek population, which from 11 million became 10.5 million. So it turns out that we are injured and wounded as a result of the ways in which we tackled the crisis. If the rest of Europe and ourselves had dealt with it in a different manner, the duration and the cost of the crisis could possibly have been half of what it is today. Of course, similarly, one could use a similar set of arguments if we discuss the few years, not just the Eurozone, when we got the twin deficits to grow. But I'm talking about, and I'm responding to what Andonis asked me about. We're talking about the productive paradigm. Indeed, the public sector in Greece for years was not just gigantic, but it was primarily inefficient. And this was a dual-pronged equation that also reflected on, or rather had repercussions on the public and the private sector. You see, the businesses were shaping and forging the features of the public sector, and the public sector was also impacting on the businesses as such, and thus if you still recall the 1980s or 1980, the year when we first joined the EC back then, for 4 straight decades, our revenues were growing, but they were growing less than the respective revenues of each and every one of our EU peers. So apparently we were doing something that was wrong. Something was not working. And Mr. Papagiannidis, this is not just about the production as such. Production is not just about having an enterprise or going to the factory, the industrial plan, or showing up at the office. It's about what you're doing when you show up. And our production has to be turned towards things that the global market wants. So if our aspiration and ambition is to just slash unemployment rates and make sure that it's where it was prior to the crisis, that is 9%, and what about the investments? Do we want them to still be introverted investments as they used to be prior to the year 2008? Because if we aim at that and we give incentives to that end, then indeed for the next 4 years, the growth rate of the Greek economy and the real average income will still be growing for the next 4 years, but eventually we will have doubts about ourselves, the foreigners will have doubts about ourselves, and that will be a vicious cycle. Now, what's the significance or the potential impact of that? And let me come up to a final point here. And why is it that I seem, or you hear me, be a bit worried? Europe doing well, us doing well inside of Europe. This is not just about us, or this is not meaningful just about us and the rest of Europe. This is important within the wider context of a global economy where we have new forces develop. And as I see things, these new forces and powers have nothing to do with what we call democracy. If we lose this game, and if Europe subsides, and it eventually has to agree on compromises, as concerns the rest of the global economy, then this will signify a very bad vicious cycle for not us, but the rest of Europe. I'm not going to touch or use words such as populism or extreme politics and policies. I'm not going to discuss taxation or education policies. Let's not embark on that discussion. But in a nutshell, this is a small country, and this small country can also be a hub, and this can be beneficial for the wider neighborhood. It can be a win-win situation for the Balkans, Turkey, North Africa. This should be part and parcel of our aspirations, which is why we have to be very specific and have a degree of freedom, which is lacking now. We have a fiscal policy which over the past few years has kept changing on and on very frequently, and this has stood in the way of people staying on, and that was the hindrance why people didn't invest in the human capital and thus didn't benefit from that. So unfortunately, people are still worried about whether the rules of the game will keep changing. This is not just a problem or an issue that is faced exclusively by this government, the current government in power. This is pertinent to any administration. It's important to create a set of rules that will allow a degree of freedom, and they will be thus rewarding those who are playing by the rules of the game instead of breaking the rules. Maybe that would allow us to take advantage of the untapped benefits or capabilities that we have as a country. And one last thing, it's math. Let me share the figures. The average growth rate for our economy prior to the crisis was a bit over 1%, and we still had more people. In order for us to get to a bit more than 2% now that there's fewer of us, we will need to overhaul the way in which our enterprises move and also change absolutely the ways in which the people move. And of course, this is not too melodramatic, but this should be a national cause for all of us and a national goal. Thank you very much.
Well, my idea was to say that I'm very glad that Mr. Vetas openly said that Europe is not doing that well. That's useful, and we should not forget it. But having a more or less technocratic view that's not very agreeable, he did say something optimistic. Well, with us, for instance, my wife who's here, 1/3 of our children, we have 3, one child is established abroad. These are things that we should be looking at, both both politicians and the citizens who shape the political class and their appeal. And now I'd like to give the floor to Faye Makandasi, who is aware of how the public, who once every few years become voters, understand things. And she looks not during the culmination stage, but the maturation stage. I'm very sorry. I'm turning my back to some of you. I'm trying to turn my seat, but it is not moving. First of all, allow me to thank you for inviting me here on behalf of the Dianeosis organization. And let me wish also, because of the yesterday's digital kicking off of the Institute with a poem. Let me move on to music. A few days ago, I was in Barcelona at the Primavera Festival, and a very talented British Barbadian artist, Sabaka, presented his new piece titled Would It Need to Be Replenished? And when he presented it, he said that we need a new music that will help us deal with the new problems. So I wish to the Institute to contribute with its proposals and its activities, this to provide the new inspiration which we all need in order to deal with the new challenges that we heard about at the national and European level. So I would like to tell you, Adonis, that both you and your wife, who is sitting up there, you have contributed greatly to this country just by having 3 children, because the demographics is a problem. Still, let me give you a few insights about what Greeks believe. Diagnosis has been monitoring that right since our inception, and we have a wealth of data which allows us to look at how beliefs have evolved as years go by. What Greeks say that they believe regarding the cost of life. This is an extensive survey. It's which is open to all, free, and you can look at them. And it is very helpful to us because we conduct we have conducted more than 100 surveys for the past 10 years, which lead to reform proposals, and we want to see what do we say that we do. So we heard about many things about Greece. I will take some of the data we have in order to come to some conclusions. 4 things. One refers to feelings. Why feelings? How we feel, that is. We Greeks feel. I chose that because this is a form of the people's beliefs that affect our behavior, ideological, political, and social. All the feelings create what we call a sentimental culture, or a culture of feelings. A survey which we did at the beginning of 2024, the feelings, the emotions are negative. It is insecurity and anger. All this, of course, depends on the demographics, but because of these emotional feeling that they have, we should see to emotional pessimism. We should like to see what they respond about democracy. 37% are somewhere in the middle, saying it's neither strong or weak. 35% say that it is weak, and only 25 plus say that it is a strong democracy. 35% who say that we have a weak democracy, looking from it at the demographics. 4 out of 10 Greeks between 25 and 39 believe that our democracy is weak. This pessimism and this lack of satisfaction as regards democracy and the other forms of the other events that happen in this country is a bit lower when it comes to the criticism of the European Union. It is little better vis-à-vis the European Union. 65% believe that our participation in the EU is positive. 36% say that the EU will continue to exist as it is today in the coming years. 37% believe that we will break up. There are some extreme positions. People say that 10% say that it is going to be dissolved, and I'm sure that the next speaker, Evgenia Fotoniada, is going to refer to that. For instance, 35.4%, or rather, only 35% state that they are aware of what the recovery fund is. So these resources that flow into our economy is unknown to 6 out of 10 citizens. They don't know what the RRF is. Also, they would like to see common European policies in the following sectors: health, the environment, and defense. Moving on to the economy, before I conclude, there's an excellent question in this survey about what Greeks believe. Which is the greatest threat to the future of Greeks? Let me combine this to the financial indicators that previous panelists have presented to us. The idea is that the financial indicators are more or less doing better. The deficit is shrinking a little bit. The same people consider the financial situation of this country is doing well, with the exception of the Moody's. Nikos mentioned the rating agency. But as number one threat for the future is the economic situation of the country. Greeks do not seem to perceive this improvement of the economic climate. This has not registered in their everyday life, and this has gone up compared to 2022. Only 22.4% stated that the number one threat to the future of Greece is its economic situation, but now we have more than double this number, 49%. So if I were to sum up everything in a nutshell, what do Greeks believe? If you ask me, I would say that we see socially Greeks are more liberal, looking at rights and vis-à-vis migration. As regards their finances, they are being more careful. They are suspicious as regards the politics and social matters, and from the point of view of labor, they are more open. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, this cloud of data, which can direct our thought, is very useful, because when we discuss shaping policies towards direction, we need this data. Shaping a policy on the basis of fear or anger is not a good thing. And Europe, which we discussed at the beginning and to which we will return, has been moving during the past years, has been hovering between two directions. One is the feeling of fear and threat, the Europe qui protège, the Europe that promises to protect its citizens, which means possibly closing the borders in a violent manner. And on the other hand is the direction of expectations regarding prosperity, some form of social cohesion. So this data is valuable. And one of those, and I'm looking at Evgenia Fotoniata, 35% of people have no idea what the RRF is. Evgenia has carried the burden of the structural funds and all of the means of the tools that will try to help with the abrupt adjustment of the MOUs, and I'm sure that she looks at the Greek side. So what does she have to say? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Every time that a new institute or a new think tank is set up, I believe that this can only contribute to a better debate and to what is happening. All of us here around this, this panel, we have worked together before. We have agreed in a creative way, and I'm looking at Faye. Now, the RRF, although unknown to 35%, is still the most critical factor for the Greek economy as regards the recovery and the future, for two reasons. The quantitative aspect, which is obvious, you must have read it in the papers very, very often, that Greece is going to receive the highest share, more than, or rather 36 billion, which is 16.2% of its GDP. The other issue is what Mr. Vetas has pointed out. Right from its first introduction, this plan sets a very ambitious objective, which is to bring about a paradigm shift of the economy towards a more open, green model. Looking at my notes, I realized that in June 2021, that is 3 years ago, the 17th of June, we got the okay from the European Commission, and that proposal, that acceptance rather, was also marked by the visit of the Commissioner. So now I believe that it is a critical point in time for us to look and assess this plan and regarding the recovery and the transformation of the production model. During the past 2 years, as we heard, the growth rate is high, 1.5 to 2% higher than the EU average. But what we see is that the effect of this growth is actually non-significant, because this recovery was instigated or was brought about because of the catch-up effect, but also the big package of public expenditure during the COVID era. The subsidies that were paid, so 2% of the growth was contributed to by 0.6% by the RRF. And why do we hear that 44% of our citizens do not enjoy the benefits? They don't see the benefits because they don't enjoy it, because we need to look at the development of the income classes, the income segments. What has happened? This growth was not distributed in a socially fair manner, and we have a redistribution of the domestic income in favor of profits, and this is 4.4%. So we have an expansion which has a very given a very small impetus by the RRF, which, moreover, has not been fairly and distributed. Now, going to the second objective, the productive transformation. Much to be said, because the starting point is common, and it is very difficult in many cases to find a common starting point. What is this? Our productive model is problematic. Why? Because it is fully dependent on tourism and construction, because it does not generate knowledge or domestic value added. So by going back to the main objective, one would expect that this 36 billion would be used to provide a knowledge-intensive model to stop our dependence on tourism and construction, and to increase the domestically generated value added. Have we done this? We since from the first day when the fund was activated, we have been following its qualitative and quantitative data, and we insist on the qualitative data because we do believe that this will condition its result, and I'll avoid going into the obvious or easy discussion about the absorption rate, which has been extensively discussed. I'm more interested in the qualitative characteristics, and I will give you examples which show that the qualitative aspects of the current model not only move us away from the transformation of the production model, but moreover, after also listening to Panagiotis Chouliarakis, these are this is a deviation from the objective. And what can my benchmark be in order for me to be able to show this deviation? Mario Draghi last year gave us the access of the report on the competitiveness of the European economy. Let me remind you, he had been assigned with the preparation of a plan to increase the competitiveness of the European economy. Let me look at the two poles which have been created with the idea that this report will be a compass for the European economy. Please tell me if I have exceeded my time limit. Yes, I'm sorry, I always do it. So Europe is planning, or rather will attempt to increase its competitiveness on the basis of a strategy and of a plan. By looking at the document, there were innumerable references to strategy and plan. Greece, on the other hand, is attempting its productive transformation without a plan. The best example being the loan dimension of the RRF, because this fund provides us with grants and loans. After the plan was reviewed, we have 17.7 billion, which is 49 approximately % of the portfolio will be loans. But since we are talking about productive transformation, one would expect that the loans would be aligned or follow the general dimensions, the general directions of a strategic plan, which would tell us what the status is, what is the current situation, and tell us where we want to go. And in the course of that, we should be looking at the needs to invest on human resources, on whether this growth will lead to shrinking of the regional inequalities, which is a scourge for this country. And if it's possible, we should also look at the possibility to integrate all the tools in our disposal, which, for instance, innovation. What can help us with innovation? The universities, human resources, and research. But the loans are mostly granted without plan and through the systemic banks. We are talking about decentralized and independent business decisions. In my view, this is very risky. The most important one being of falling into the trap of regenerating the irrational or productive model. So let's say companies which are in the building sector have received and this is can receive loans because they are healthy. This is a trap, because looking at the different investments and the investment mix, the level of increase in investment is low. Still, let me not talk quantity, but quality. Since 2023, what do we see? Investment in construction and in new homes. So, after 3.5 years of an RRF, without a plan, we have not reached the goal, and we have not been given the impetus that we were expecting. So there are deviations as regards innovation. Draghi tells us that we need to create a new security system with specific provisions in order to introduce innovation to the market. Here we have put it on one side because innovation entails a risk, and the market cannot take the risk. Only state actors can do that. What is this factor in Greece? The Hellenic Development Bank, which has only received 500 million as a loan. So I believe that we are building a plan which risks at reproducing the problems of the past and to use the RRF as a mechanism that will consolidate this deviation. I hope I'm wrong.
Δεν ήταν η προσπάθεια
Well, I did not attempt to stop you from telling us unpleasant things, because what you said lead us to directions of readjustment. Readjustment, of course, is not done because it's like Moses' tablets. When we talk about the RRF, it is engraved on stone and it cannot change. But this is not completely true, but you have to be able to see it and want to see it, what to do differently in order to start discussing what to change. A major discussion, very interesting, but...
The Commissioner, I am confident he has been following the whole of our discussion, and he can pick and choose the items he feels more interesting to his second, let's say, participation to our discussion. But I would like to, one, bring back my initial question to him, regional cooperation and the role of Europe to that. Is there something like, should I say, co-development of importance? And the other side is that in the last topic brought by Evgenia Fotoniata, does the Commission feel that the NGEU, which has been an interesting instrument, has to become adaptable, especially so if, as many think, hope or fear, it becomes a fixture of the EU?
Well, first of all, I participate to an enormous number of discussion on Next Generation EU in the European Parliament, in several countries, and I perfectly understand the discussion, criticism of some overall aspects. Mm-hmm. One of the problems was, for example, that we didn't have any part of this enormous amount of funding destined to common goals. Mm-hmm. So it was everything was allocated to single member states. Now it is easy to say, well, you could have taken, I don't know, 20 billion out of this 800 billion to fund some common projects. But at the time, it was not so easy to make something like this.
You mean politically easy?
Politically, yes. No. So, of course, I think many of these criticisms, including what Eugenia was saying, are there. I'm not able to enter in each and every of these aspects, but overall, let me repeat that this was a miracle. And the point is, will the European Union be able to repeat such a miracle, mm-hmm. or this miracle will remain in our archives? Because this is the discussion that we will have in the next couple of years. So I'm not saying that we should not discuss how is the plan going in Italy or in Greece or overall, but the miracle, which is, to put it concretely, the fact that the European Commission was raising in the financial market in 2019 400 million euros. Mm-hmm. 400 million euros. And in 2021, 124 billion. So from 400 million to 124 billion, meaning that you have one of the 3 or 4 main global raiser of euro-based funding and of green-based funding. This extraordinary thing created stability in financial market. We didn't have any major trouble in financial market. It created, in my view, the fact, or contributed to the fact that the level of public investment after the pandemic didn't go down. If you remember the great financial crisis, public investment went down and down and down, each and every year, for 6, 7, 8 years. After the COVID pandemic, and still now, public investment in the EU are going up. And this has something to do with Next Generation EU. Third things, you may remember, and I remember it as an Italian, this acronym that was very used a few years ago, the PIGS, the countries that were those spending too much and growing too little. Well, now the pigs are stronger than the frugals in the European economy in terms of growth. I'm not saying that growth is everything.
The growth is there.
I know perfectly that inequalities are not cancelled by growth. I know that they could not last for long, but this is the reality, that these pigs are going much better than Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, and other countries. So,
Mr. Gentiloni, may I just a moment interrupt you?
Yes.
What if the next NGEU
Yeah.
is an armaments NGEU?
So this is the problem. The problem is not, in my view, it's to implement, to discuss. It is not graved in stone, not at all. We are changing plans every week, and we can continue to change plans. But the discussion should be what next? Because when we were able, and as you can imagine, it was a fight to reach this Next Generation EU, well, the Hamiltonian moment, the Rubiconian moment, the Copernican moment, everything.
Moment.
Now, was this a moment, or we will be able again to establish common funding for common goals? You were referring to the Draghi report, but of course, if we have priority for the European competitiveness, how will we address these challenges? Broadly, you have two ways. First, you are counting only on national funding, which means that you have to loosen state aid rules and leave each and every country to support its own technology, industry, etc. This would kill the single market, full stop. When we loosened the state aid rules for the pandemic, 55% of the authorization of this new scheme loosened of state aid was asked from one country. 55%. The two main countries asked for 78%. So if we choose this way, we support our competitiveness through national funding. We are out as European Union. On the other side, we have the problem, we can't wait the end of 26 when Next Generation EU will expire. This is a discussion for this autumn, for the coming months. What next? I'm not saying we should make Next Generation EU permanent. I'm saying that we have plenty. One is, for example, defense. Others are edging technologies in innovation or in the green transition, where European scale and European funding are needed if we want to compete.
Which direction would you put a bet? Would you put a bet? Would it be rearmament? Would it be technology? Would it be a follow-up?
Well, if I look at this politically, the easiest domain now would be defense. Why? Because part of what we call in our, sorry about that, in our classification, part of the so-called frugal countries, so meaning those that are against common funding for common purposes, are making an exception. We are against, but not for defense. So this could be an example. Of course, you know that betting on common defense doesn't mean automatically increasing expenditure in defense. It means having common European projects, because we discovered that 80% of the defense system in the European Union are provided outside the European Union. So we buy American, we buy in other countries. Why? Don't we have a European industry? We have a European industry, but we don't have incentives to build a European. But I'm sure that the same concept is valid for some edging sectors of green technologies and of innovation. You know how enormous is the debate on the artificial intelligence. And of course, artificial intelligence is based on unicorns, but also based on the strength of supercomputing and the strength of level of data. Do we have data in Europe? Yes, we have. Do we have supercomputing capacity? Yes.
More or less.
Moderately, we have. Are we competing?
And you have 1 minute and a half.
Okay. So I think this, in my view, this debate on what next would be one of the main debate in the next months. I'm not surprised of the fact that, okay, but concern for the economy, dissatisfaction for the decision taken, also not awareness of these European initiatives and proposals. It's not only a matter of information, it's the reality of the fact that the consequence of the Ukrainian war, of the Russian aggression, was inflation, and inflation has been, in the last couple of years, changing the framework of how our citizens are living and experiencing economy. So I think the level of prices, the cost of living, became dominant issue in mostly all European countries. We are continuously saying, oh yes, but the American economy is so strong, so competitive. Okay, look to the surveys in the US, how they consider how citizens consider the internal economic situation. They consider it very negatively. Why? Because of the level of prices, mainly. Also because of polarization between Republicans and Democrats. But the level of inflation, and this brings me to the last point, where did inflation come from? Of course, from partially, but not so much in Europe, more in the US, from the expansion after the pandemic. Okay. In Europe, it came mostly because of energy and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this is showing us how geopolitics are influencing the economy. So we are having a panel on economy, but never forget the fact that if we are not strong in proposing our European model, if we don't hear the voice of the dozens of millions of new Europeans wanting to enter in the EU from 10 different countries, if we don't answer to this request, we will have also economic troubles. The fact that you look for protection, it means you become a nationalist, is one of the main dangers of the political situation that you have. You look for protection, you have to cooperate with your neighbors and in Europe. And the experience of enlargement of the European Union showed that overall it is a good deal. If you look to the 10 countries that entered in 2004, after 20 years, we celebrated the 20th anniversary a few weeks ago, they were 41% of the previous 12 members of the EU. After 20 years, they are 72%, I mean the average income of the previous 12 member states. This means that convergence is not yet there, and it is not there in Greece. It is not there in Italy. Look to southern Italy in relation to the average of the European Union, but it is not concluded, but it is working, and we have to defend convergence also in the coming months and years, because we will have a discussion also on the new use of common funding for convergence. So I think the idea of the strength of Europe, which we see in the square of Tbilisi and in many other places, is an idea extraordinarily important, not only for peace, but also for economic prosperity. So this is a strong message that we should give, in my view.
Let's keep it to that. And now my mathematics tell me that all further participants will have to keep to 2.5 minutes. Γιώργος Χουλιαράκης.
Χωρίς ερώτηση.
Χωρίς ερώτηση, γιατί νομίζω ότι πλέουμε σε ένα...
Without a question, because I think that we have a lot of topics. I will make a remark on the previous points raised. There is a common denominator. I think a major risk for the Greek economy is complacency. That is, to interpret the positive performance of the last 3 years as a new dynamics, as a new normality, if you wish. Unfortunately, we have a positive rate, and not only that, but the income policy is becoming stricter, and also the European economy is slowing down. But this is accompanied by an enlargement of inequalities. Evgenia mentioned that. And at the same time, these are supported by sectors that seem to reach their limit. That is saturation in the Greek islands, saturation as it is recorded in the islands' infrastructures, in the environment, and in Athens as well. We see the limits of the existing tourism paradigm. The same for real estate. The foreign direct investments in the previous years were by 40% investments for acquisition of real estate, which will have a dynamics for some years, but they cannot support the main macroeconomic model on which the future of Greek economy will be judged, its productive capacity, its productive dynamics. So one more comment, maybe the last one. I have the impression that quite often we tend to confuse as what we all described as a holistic plan for economic transformation of the country, similar to what the Commissioner insinuated for the countries that acceded to the EU in 2004, that is a major breadth plan for transformation, and this is confused by all parties. This is confused with tax reliefs and tax exemptions, as if the possibility to plan the future is exhausted in the tax policy by investing in an outdated approach that reducing taxes can create a dynamics in order to support long-term growth. I will stop at this point. Yes, Mr. Gentiloni has already informed me that he has to leave. So, Mr. Vetas, would you like to fish something from what was mentioned to put your own twist. I also have to stress that as a Greek panel, we're doing excellently well. Well, if Gentiloni is going to have the new RRF, I think we can go on for more. 2 or 3 thoughts. I will try to be useful. The issue of the RRF, from the viewpoint of the commissioner, or as Evgenia Fotoniata said, is crucial. We need to realize some things. First of all, on a European level, the RRF is lending, common lending. We put all the eggs in one basket, but no one grew just by borrowing. So it is important to see what we do with the money that we are borrowing, because at some point this has to be paid back. These are new loans. Let's not do in Europe what we did here in 2008. Second, a big part of the benefit, and I will disagree here slightly with Evgenia, we have benefited from this indirectly. If we didn't have the RRF, if the ECB did not say during the pandemic that the Greek bonds are of high ranking, a country with our debt would be in trouble. How we can maximize the reforming effect of the RRF, because this is crucial. What the fund is money and reforms. So we need to go and be very fast in the next 2 or 3 years. I also want to comment on something that might be useful or pleasant or unpleasant. Our country had problems before 2008 and 2008, and our economy exited the crisis mostly hurt before going into new crises such as the energy crisis. It is not easy to expect that our real income horizontally for everyone or for most will go fast if some additional things do not happen. What do I mean by that? When only last year new investments covered the amortization of capital in the country, this means that our country did not add productive capacity. And this means inevitably that the income had a trend for decreasing and not increasing. It is an increasing trend that they have from now on. When 500,000 of people have left, people in productive ages, it is very difficult to see how we are going to have a greater production. When just a few months ago someone said, your solvency is not it's not to throw at the garbage. I mean, this is important. This is not junk. In most people's pockets, we need to have this, but this does not cancel the fact that it will be gradual. Again, here it is very useful not to cancel any improvement in some people's pockets, because they are not very, very few. They are not all, but they are not very few. For instance, the upper part of the labor market, that is qualified work, they get double the money they got some years ago. The same for unqualified people. You cannot find people to work in the field, in tourism, or in constructions. So where does the problem lie? The problem lies mainly, and I will end with a thought on inequality. The problem lies in the medium part of the employees who, while studying or while specializing, have not managed to do something that will add value beyond their personal work. And I'm saying this because looking forward, if we are interested in having growth for all, and of course we're interested in having growth for all, there is one crucial factor that should not be neglected, and this is the educational system. The educational system in most European countries is the #1 mechanism that, beyond every government and economic cycle, is a mechanism for social mobility, and it is a mechanism that allows to those who do not come from wealthy families or from jobs inherited to have income. A systematic boosting of the educational system and is the only reasonable way to reduce inequalities in the coming decades. Because otherwise, if the interventions take place through the taxation system, already our taxation system, which has some ways, I mean, it has margin for improvement, but it gets revenues from very, very few. So what we can do is to see how important it is to consolidate this stability climate, but hand in hand with a mechanism to change the famous productive paradigm, two directions that we have discussed. I will ask Fema Kadashi to discuss how Greeks would see this future. Just one word. I will be very brief, and those who take the floor for ad eternum, ad perpetuum say, but I will stick to two things regarding social cohesion and growth. Social cohesion is a multifaceted notion, and one aspect is trust, social solidarity, social justice, and inequalities, the feeling of belonging, inclusion, etc. These are the main dimensions. Let me stress that the issue of trust is important, and how this trust can be built and whether it can be built. Why? Because, first of all, we don't trust our neighbor. 13% only say that most people are worthy of trust. 88% say that we need to be very suspicious and cautious in our transactions with others. And as you all know, trust towards the institutions and the state institutions is very low. 18% Adonis is trust to independent authorities, 16% for the parliament, 14% for justice. I will not give you other data. You know that family is the only institution that we trust. And this is not a motion, this is not an accusation, but within this enclosed family circle, conditions are created for things that we see. For instance, nepotism, lack of meritocracy, and lack of meritocracy is the #1 cause that the Greeks in the diaspora gave. We did this with a St. Anthony's College. When they were asked, why don't you go back to Greece, they said that there is no meritocracy. So it is not for sure how we will be able to approach those 427,000 Greeks who left abroad. They produced a product of 50 billion. They paid taxes of 13 billion, whereas the Greek state paid 8 billion for their education. So that's my concluding point. Evgenia Fotoniata, 1 minute, minus half a minute. Okay. Since there were mentions in the initial point, I come back to the RRF because listening to the Commissioner and Mr. Vettas, I want to clarify two things. Harsh criticism is exercised, but it is not exercised due to the fact that it is an instrument. For all progressive forces in Europe who required the mutualization of the debt in order to face problems, this is a vindication that within this very strict technically and fiscally environment of Europe, this can be done. So it is a very positive development. The criticism pertains to the management done within the country. And I will agree with Mr. Vettas that no one would expect and should not expect, if they know how the economy goes, no one would expect the RRF to have satisfied these ambitious goals during these 3.5 years. My problem is, and this is why I am critical, against it is that the RRF has been trapped in a communication bubble, if I may say so, which enlarges the ambitions and the results. And this bubble must be shown and must be brought to the ground. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your compliance. We have taken just 3 minutes. We are happy with what we heard, and we are eager to listen to the following. Thank you.
Kind as you take. Please be so kind as to take your seats. We will be starting immediately.
One is enough. He doesn't need one, I asked.
Μπορώ παρακαλώ πολύ.
If you don't want to sit down, or rather if you're not staying on to listen to what we had to say, then please leave this room as fast as possible. Be so kind in order for us to start.
Our panel will be conducted in English, okay? I would like to thank the organizers and in particular the former Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras and Vangelis Karpadakis, a good friend, for the invitation to what is a very important conference, especially in light of the current global situation. I may sound, or it may sound like a cliché, but I think it is self-evident that today, perhaps more than at any other time since the Second World War, that we need a productive dialogue and vibrant debate that seeks convergence, overcoming disagreements, so that we can shape a front in favor of peace. Individual instances of competition between states are clearly not going to go away, but it is also clear that the existing structures and mechanisms need reorganization and restructuring because they are obviously incapable of meeting the enormous and multi-factor complex challenges being faced by the international community. The world order, as we knew it following the Second World War, has been badly shaken. International rule of law is clearly besieged, and the model of global governance has gone missing. A few days before the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel and everything that has happened since, with the humanitarian tragedy in the Gaza Strip now in its ninth month, the US President's National Security Advisor wrote in Foreign Affairs that the situation in the Middle East was calmer than it had been in decades. He was obviously wrong. And based on this, I wonder whether the West, as a whole, has lost touch or, to be fair, is no longer in a position to accurately read developments in regions vital to its interests, like Southeast Europe and the wider Middle East. In my opinion, there are many reasons that explain how we got to this point, and I believe that our conversation will be substantial if we avoid wishful thinking, and beyond making observations, we make actual recommendations as to how we can extricate ourselves from the current quagmire and not end up in the cases of Ukraine and Gaza, where 2/3 of post-World War II conflicts have ended up. No negotiated settlements and frozen conflicts with essentially no prospects of revolution. So with no further ado, I'd like to welcome our speakers, and I will follow the order of the program, taking into consideration, of course, that Mr. Plotner has to leave in 40 minutes from now. But I will start with Angelina Eichhorst, the Managing Director of the European External Action Service. And the first question I'm going to pose, I'm going to address specific questions to each one of you, and then we can have a second round and another round of discussion, and of course you can interact with each other, is the following. The EU is being widely criticized for having no say in developments, for not intervening or not being in a position to intervene, especially in conflicts that are taking place in its immediate neighborhood, like the one in Ukraine and, of course, the other one in Gaza. As gnomic as that sounds, I would like your view, particularly on why this is not the case. So the floor is yours.
Thank you to be challenged like this. A good afternoon to all, and I want to say specifically a good afternoon to those who negotiated and signed off on the Prespa agreement. Foreign Minister, Mr. Nimitz, I'm very glad you are still here. We saw the Prime Ministers. This was about two Prime Ministers, two Foreign Ministers, and the UN representative being very, very diligently, consciously, courageously, consistently working on, preferring diplomacy and negotiations to conflict in the real out of the world. And I think it's of the word, and I think it's very timely. We have this today. We didn't talk a lot about it in the first panel, and now a bit more, I hope, and certainly we will all stay for the ceremony afterwards. But the EU was also in that process left, right, and center sometimes, not always, but I do want to pay tribute to Commissioner Hahn. He will address the audience later, and also to High Representative Mogherini, who I had the honor to work with on this file for a long, long time with a lot of pleasure. And I believe having such a group of dedicated negotiators was absolutely crucial. And that shows us that Prespa did just that. At times when crisis disputes have to be resolved, you have the courage to sit at the table. It was said many times, but it is exactly what is needed, and also to show afterwards that these agreements, they have a real impact on people's lives, right? We see that in Brussels every day, that decisions are being taken in Brussels, and then people on the continent don't really feel what that actually all means. And I think a big lesson is, I listened to your colleague who was sitting here, what people really feel and think. I think we all, at least us in the service where we are very, not just concerned with that, but we want to act on that. And the other part I want to quickly make is, this is about pacta sunt servanda. It was said before by Commissioner Gentiloni, but it is more important than ever, I think, now that we do bring international law, the UN Charter, bring that forward as much as possible, and also underline the friendship of nations and countries. Deputy Foreign Minister Papadopoulou was in North Macedonia a few days ago. She alluded to the very genuine friendship of Greece to North Macedonia, a sincere friend, and I think that is important, what we need to continue to underline in our work. We hear a lot about international law, and I hear you what you say when you talk about the European Union. We heard it now at the Peace Conference in Switzerland, the G7, also the BRICS countries refer to the UN Charter. So let us then at least try to bring all those words together. And that is where I come to your point. That is what the European Union is exactly about, to bring all those different elements together in what really, really needs to be done. My last point on this round would be, and I'm not sure it is the right moment in French politics to quote Napoleon, but Napoleon said, geography is destiny. So I just did quote Napoleon. But it's very important to see how regions, the different political, economic, cultural even advantages of regions count, of countries count, in all the parts of the world. And we have to have a far better understanding of this. And we do that. Now, in our institutional work, since the war, the Russian aggression on Ukraine, the very deep war now we are in, since the situation also in the Middle East, in our global engagement, reaching out as much as possible, and there the role of the European Union is absolutely crucial, is to get that understanding, that better understanding, what does it mean for the continent, what does it mean for the European Union, what does it mean for our member state when we are at war and when we are fighting for the key principles of democracy and freedom. No other entity, no other regional setup in the world does this. This is the European Union, so that's straight my answer to your question.
Thank you. I will turn to Jens Plotner, Foreign Security Policy Advisor of the Chancellor of Germany. You attended Ukraine's Peace Summit in Switzerland, so I would like to have your take on the conference, on the results, and whether we should be expecting something concrete or not.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Given the title, I must be honest, I didn't expect that question, but allow me, since probably I will only be able to intervene once before I get to your question, take a step back and think about the region we are in at the moment and about the European dimension and what that means for the future. We are convinced that the Russian war against Ukraine was this watershed moment, and nothing is the same after it was as it was before. And at the same time, while this is a very disruptive event, I think we have since one and a half decades a very constant development which leads away from an American moment, a unipolar American moment. I think that is over. I don't think the world will be bipolar. We cannot simply put China at the place of Russia and say now the world will be bipolar. Actually, I don't think the world will consist of poles anymore. I think it will consist of centers of gravity. And we will have several centers of gravity. And the question we as Europeans need to ask ourselves, will we be able to be such a center of gravity? And if we look at different centers of gravity, so you have the United States, you certainly have China, you certainly have India. I think you have in a growing way, Barack will agree, I think, the Arab Peninsula, which is a center of gravity. And then you look at these centers and you say, how strong are they? And I think it's quite easy to measure their strength because strength consists of several parameters. You have geographical strength. If you are coherent, like the United States, it's a continent on its own, that's a geographical strength. Then you have demographic strength. That's not the only strength, but it certainly is an impressive strength of India. Then you have military strength. Then you have economic strength. And I hope another parameter is diplomatic strength. And so now if we look at Europe and we go through these criteria, geographically, more or less, I think we need to get our act together and become geographically more coherent, and that's where enlargement comes in, to be such a strong pole. Diplomatically, a lot of work to be done. We're on our way. Economically, that certainly is, I think, our strongest criteria as Europeans. Militarily, a lot of work still to be done. Diplomatically, I already said. So you see where our strengths and our weaknesses are as Europe. So now if I go down to the level of this region here, and I would also like to join Angelina, and honestly speaking, that was the motivation to come here for me, was to pay tribute to both of the prime ministers here for having the courage to make this historic step, and also to add address of Prime Minister of North Macedonia that we have a very bad conscience in the EU, that you lived up to your part of the deal, and unfortunately the European Union as such and as a whole was not able to fulfill the promise yet for your country. We all know the complex reasons, but you should know that that is a big stone in our shoe, which we acknowledge, and we hope that North Macedonia will follow this courageous path, which is linked to both of your historic achievement. And we need more of that. I think we need more of that, and what is happening today between Greece and Turkey, for example, that is very encouraging. And it just shows that if we want to be this European pole, and for me the European pole has obviously the EU at its center, but it is not limited to the EU, then we need more of the precipice kind of diplomacy. And we need to strengthen ourselves militarily, and that's where I get to your question about the weekend in Switzerland. I think it was a good success. I do not want to hide a certain degree of disappointment that many of our partners who were along with us in the road to the Swiss summit and contributed very constructively have not yet been able to sign up to the declaration. But in any case, I think this is not the end of a process, it's more or less the beginning of a process. And what we need to do now is to build on that, to broaden the countries who will join us, and to consolidate this framework, which then, hopefully someday, will be able to be something which will be on the table when Russia joins, and where Russia will have to then acknowledge that we are living in a world which certainly is complicated and in a big mess, but some things hold true. Charter of the United Nations, that holds true. And Russia, as a permanent member, should feel more bound to this than anybody other. And so if the framework for a peace is adherence to the principles of the United Nations, it should be obvious that Russia needs to live up to that when it sits down at the negotiation table with Ukraine, and it cannot be on the basis of these kind of quite fantasist proposals made by President Putin in the last week. Any reasonable thinking international actor cannot envisage that that is a peace where, that's kind of Russian peacekeeping troops, I take a piece and I keep it. That's not what peacekeeping is about. So that cannot be the basis. But to answer your question once again, Switzerland was the beginning, but a lot of work ahead.
Okay, so before you leave and other speakers follow, I have another question for you. You spoke about cohesion. And I'm wondering whether we have to abolish the veto if we want to develop a more cohesive foreign and defense policy. And what else do we need to do in that direction?
You mean in the European Union?
Yep, in the European Union.
So, as some might know, my government is in favor of more qualified majority voting. I understand that for some of our friends in the EU, that is a very sensitive subject. But I think if we look at the last years, we cannot go on like this. We cannot go on having one country block systematically our decisions, because then, returning to my pictures of a multi-centered world, we will be losing out on several criteria of what makes the European pole strong. We will be losing out on diplomacy, we will be losing out on the criteria of defense, and those are two important criteria, maybe growingly important. So we need to find a solution to that, and as much as we want to have enlargement, we feel that you cannot pick and choose. You cannot say we're in favor of enlargement, but all the procedures can stay the way they are. Because they don't work today, what makes us believe that if we are plus 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries, they would work tomorrow? We would be heading for an even bigger stalemate. So I understand the sensitivities. We take them very seriously. But at the end of the day, I think form must consider function.
Great. Thank you very much for your participation in our conference. So you can join us for...
I'll hang around a bit if I may.
Okay, absolutely. So I am going to turn to Mustafa Aydin, a good friend, president of the International Relations Council of Turkey, and an academic at Kadir Has University. And Mustafa, I would like to know what is Turkey's outlook on the two crises, the one in Ukraine and the other one in Gaza, plaguing our region. We saw Ankara intervene effectively on the grain issue. So can it play an additional mediation role? And mainly, can it be one of the guarantor powers if there is even just partial settlement, as Ukraine and Hamas have requested?
Okay, thank you very much, Konstantinos. Again, this is very nice to be back to Athens, even if it is in the heat wave, but nevertheless, thank you for the invitation. To talk about the Turkey's positions and role in these two crises, we need to step back, look to the, at least set the stage. First of all, I agree that the world orders are changing. If we paraphrase Anthony Gramsci, the old order has died and the new one hasn't been born yet. And under these circumstances, most of the countries are trying to muddle through. The rules of engagement and rules of international system are being questioned, and both wars and both crises in two different or distinct regions of the world are actually doing exactly the same thing. They are undermining international system through various countries and actors and the positions that they are taking. Also, let me emphasize here, under the changing circumstances, a new, I would say from a geopolitical perspective, a new and meta region has been born. Angelina quoted Napoleon, and actually Napoleon himself was quoting 14th century Tunisian and Muslim philosopher Ibn Khaldun. So he's quite attractive in Turkey in these matters. So when you look at the geopolitics of both regions, and actually you might see that they are one region, one bigger meta region. Now, the Black Sea, the Caucasus, the Southeastern Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean and the Levant region are now interconnected to each other. I'll give you a couple of examples to show what I mean. The Russia invaded and annexed later on Crimea and based its Black Sea fleet in Crimea. its policies, and it makes it doubly difficult for a country neighboring both regions. If we look at Turkey's policies in both arenas or theaters of operation, you would see a kind of a difference between rhetoric and practices. The rhetoric is usually fiery. The rhetoric is usually talks to domestic politics. But if you look at the practice is usually understandable from a country that feels itself in the middle of turmoil. In that situation, you can only fall back to your experiences, and Turkey has a long experience being in the middle of this kind of conflicts. In the Ukrainian case, Turkey has chosen a road which was criticized by many of its allies, but as far as I can see and I can understand from my interlocutors, the Ukrainians as well as Russians are appreciating what Turkey is doing, which is not very easy. Eventually, it seems that even Turkey's Western partners have now, or allies have now agreed the chosen position of Turkey, aligning itself with Ukraine without announcing it, supporting Ukrainian independence and supporting Ukrainian fight for independence, but at the same time avoiding alienating Russia and avoiding joining sanctions against Russia, trying to create a middle ground is a way forward. Because Russia cannot allow to win this war, but Russia is too big and too powerful to lose this war. It might be unacceptable for many people at the moment, but eventually we are going to have a negotiated settlement of the conflict. Unless one side is totally lose the war, which I don't see that any possibility that is going to happen. So any kind of a negotiating solution, any kind of a negotiating end for a conflict requires countries like Turkey taking the middle ground. Similar attitudes could be argued for the Middle Eastern war as well, because there too, Turkey tried, despite the frequent fiery rhetoric by the government, in practice, Turkey tried a number of ways to reach out to both sides of the conflict and try to find alternative solutions. However, so far there is no possibility, and even the United States have recently failed for alternative solutions. So for Turkish case, I would argue that it had made best possible outcome from the worst possible geopolitical situation.
I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. There are some disruptions. Okay, now it's clear. Sotiris Roussos, another good friend, professor of international relations in the Middle East and the Mediterranean at the University of Peloponnese. Sotiris has a lot of experience with the Middle East issue, and in the past he has negotiated on behalf of the Greek government with both the Palestinians and the Israelis. So I imagine, Sotiris, that some years ago you were more of a romantic and more optimistic, and now more of a realist. So what is the realistic solution for settling the Palestinian issue, and to what extent is such a settlement seen as a prerequisite for restoring the regional order?
Right, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to be here with you. This is the $1 million question, you know, they all discussed it in the Middle East. First of all, we are heading towards a one-state reality. Not one-state solution, but one-state reality, which is, I'll explain it later. First of all, we have to think about what is the situation in Israel and the Palestinians. In Israel, before October 23, we have a hegemonic perception. This hegemonic perception was that Israel possessed the overwhelming superiority, both in technology and the military strength, that could either deter or timely neutralize any threat from the Palestinians, but also any threat in the region. So this is the premise where the Israeli policy for the Mediterranean, for the Palestinians was built on. When you start from this premise, it's very difficult to accept any negotiation or any kind of meaningful negotiation, because there is nothing to fear, nothing to lose. Second, there was the widespread perception in the Middle East that there is no Palestinian issue. The Palestinian issue was, at the best, a frozen conflict, and at the worst, for the Palestinians, worst, a conflict that no one is interested in. People said that, for example, in the Arab Spring, no demonstration even referred to the Palestinian issue, so it was out of the horizon. So also, the Israel, in that sense, they tried, particularly the Netanyahu government, tried to do what they call mowing the grass. Let's say, whenever they have an attack by Hamas, what they do, they make an operation by aircraft, sometimes also with all the military strength, and they try to lower seriously the capacity of Hamas. But on the other hand, they allow Qatar to finance Hamas, in a way to give strength to Hamas, because they wanted the Palestinian political leadership to be divided. Because with this argument, with this situation, they have the argument of saying, well, they are divided. With whom to negotiate with? I have no partner. Now, another issue also is the delegitimization of the Palestinian leadership, particularly of the Palestinian Authority. And there you have a rapid delegitimization and also an incapability of this leadership to produce a strategy in order to confront both the Israeli right and the Israeli government and the Islamist parties in the Palestinian territories. Now, with all this, after October 7, what we have? We have the triumph of the argument of the Israeli right, particularly the religious right. What they say is that there's no way of having peace with the Palestinians. There's no way of having any kind of negotiation, because the Israeli right, particularly the religious right, have a very solid perception of what should happen. What should happen is to expel most of the Palestinians from the West Bank, even Gaza, and make settlements there. We have seen that, particularly in the last 3 years, what is happening in West Bank, with the new settlements, violence against the Palestinians by settlers, and so on and so forth. So they said there's no reason to negotiate. What to negotiate for? We find the right moment, what they call it the geopolitical moment, in order to pursue the policy of expelling the Palestinians and creating settlements in the region. At the same time, there is no reasonable, let's say, there's no, not reasonable actually, there's no solid American role in persuading both parties. The Americans have failed to persuade the Israelis even to reach a ceasefire, not to say a peace deal which will give a Palestinian state, a viable Palestinian state in the region. So we have a problem in the United States persuading or trying to persuading the Israelis in conducting meaningful negotiations. Also, we have a very fluid situation in the Middle East. We have new non-state players. If you see what is happening now around the Middle East, you see that what are the main protagonists? The main protagonists are non-state actors, are actors that are not states, but they actually work as a state, like state-like actors. Hezbollah, it's an organization. The Hamas, for example. The Houthis in Yemen. The Kurds in Rojava. You can see the whole thing is by non-state actors who are state-like. So we have a very fluid situation in the region. That's why I'm saying that the only, it's not solution, the only, let's say, horizon that we can see is the one-state reality. What does it mean? This, unfortunately, means a way to apartheid. This means creation of Badistan-like enclaves of Palestinians in an Israeli sea, as they call it, a Palestinian archipelago in the Palestinian Sea, and of course with less rights and less capabilities as citizens. That's what we can see now, and there's no. I hope I will be wrong, and something happened, but I cannot see that.
Okay, good. So you are not even a realist. You are very pessimistic in your analysis, I would say. But in the next round, I'm going to ask you about the Global South. Now we will turn to our next panelist, Barak Ravid, whom I would like to thank for his patience, for being with us online. He's a journalist at CNN, political and foreign policy analyst as well. So my first question, can you hear me, Barak?
Yes, loud and clear, thank you.
Okay, great. So my first question is whether you think that Israel has lost its moral high ground with everything that has happened in Gaza over the past 8+ months. And right now, within the Israeli political elite, is there a strong enough force that truly believes in a solution with the Palestinians and that can promote such a solution?
Well, first, I would love to change the trend of the conversation and sound more optimistic than the previous speaker. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be the case, so hold on tight. It's, currently in Israel, you have the most radical right-wing government in the history of the country. When you look at the people who are there, some of them are people who were convicted by Israeli courts of supporting terrorist organizations. When you look at what they want to do, you see that Benjamin Netanyahu right now is the most, quote-unquote, moderate player in this coalition, in this government. And when you look at the results, we see that the results are horrendous. The most right-wing government in Israel's history brought the most disastrous war against Israel since its foundation, and the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Benjamin Netanyahu, for years, presented himself as the protector of Israel. This is what he wanted his legacy to be. I think it is clear to everybody, both in Israel, when you look at the polls, and around the world, that his legacy is not going to be the protector of Israel. So when you see this and what this government has done since it came into office in late 2021, 2020 in late last year, instead of Benjamin Netanyahu has put forward 3 goals. First was the economy, second was the Iranian threat, and third was regional peace with Saudi Arabia. And then instead of dealing with those goals, the government went on a rampage, domestic rampage, to conduct a constitutional coup that in the next 9 months ripped the country apart and weakened it economically, socially, militarily, diplomatically, internationally, whatever you can think of. And in many, many ways, this rampage, this constitutional coup, is what brought us to October 7th. Because Benjamin Netanyahu got 4 written warnings from his intelligence services that told him that Israel's enemies are looking at what is going on inside Israel and how the society is being ripped apart, and see it as a sign that now they have a chance to attack Israel. And this is exactly what happened. And when you look at the strategy, if you can call it a strategy, I'm not sure, of the current government, this is most likely a perpetual war. There is no policy or strategy inside that talks about the day after the war. There is no talk about diplomacy at all. The only strategy is in the slogan that Benjamin Netanyahu has put forward. He calls it the total victory. I think if we all look at the reality, we see that it's not close and it's not getting closer. And right now, it seems that what this war serves is the political survival of the current coalition. And when you put all of this together, the future looks very, very grim.
Thank you very much. A follow-up question. Netanyahu this morning dissolved the war cabinet after a couple of resignations. Are we heading towards elections in Israel? Or let me put it another way, are we going to have elections at last within 2024 in Israel?
I'm not sure. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu still has a majority in the Knesset. He has 64-member majority out of 120. As long as this is the case, nobody can move him. The biggest question is, like we saw in the case of the constitutional coup, what blocked most of the constitutional coup was mass, or the most unprecedented massive popular protest in the streets of Israel. This is what blocked the constitutional coup. Right now, we don't see the same kind of protest. The reason is because, people still have their sons and fathers and brothers and sisters fighting both in Gaza and on the border with Lebanon. People say, when this is the case, how can we go out and protest? Nevertheless, over the last weekend, you saw, let's say, a bit bigger protest than before. That's, to me, the main question. The only way that an early election might be called is if the protests in the streets will get much, much wider, bigger, stronger. At the moment, it's not the case, but you can't predict the future. Politically, Netanyahu still has 64 member of Knesset majority, and I do not see how this changes in the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me turn to Ms. Eichhorst and to Ukraine. And I'm wondering, why have there been no effective economic sanctions against Russia? We have taken 13 rounds of sanctions. I think that we have been effective on the technological sphere, but not as much effective on the economic. So should we be seeking, as Europeans, a more effective policy mix, maybe another model in tackling challenges or in dealing with countries with an assertive agenda like that of Russia?
Thanks. Does it work? I'm not sure it works. Yeah, it does, actually. Sorry. It's good. Let me just react quickly to Barak, and thank you for bringing in, of course, as you refer to a perpetual war, this is disastrous. There's no need to think about it twice. because already the impact, not just of the 2 years war now Ukraine is experiencing through Russian aggression, war in the Middle East is as much hurting everybody in this room, around our tables, and everywhere globally. It's therefore a huge responsibility to try to, and I bring it back always where we are here for Prespa, to having the courage to say, now we are going to really try to work this out in some way for the Middle East. And I thank you, Barak, for coming in on this. But it really, we have to realize what that really would mean in the future. On Ukraine and on sanctions, we are, as you know, probably many of you know, we are, the EU member states are negotiating the 14th round of sanctions. Hopefully soon to be agreed and adopted by the European leaders the end of this week. That's a lot, that's a lot. And to just say these sanctions don't work, I'm sorry, I disagree. I disagree a bit with you on this panel, but that's good. I think normally we have...
I said they're not as effective, not that they don't work. They're not as effective as we want them to be.
Correct. You said they're not as effective. Well, you know, we can discuss effectiveness here, but we have all elements to tell us how the Russian economy has weakened at different levels and in different stages. And that's certainly where we are today. You can say that the Russian economy is absolutely not in a good state. And that is not only because European Union sanctions. But for now, the tool we are having and what we use most is sanctions. Let's be honest, sanctions is actually not there to end the conflict. It's there, usually it's being used to avoid that a conflict would happen or a war would happen. And we see, I come back to you, it's important to have the right policy mix. There's the right elements to put on the table. I have never seen such a vast and very coherent support as we have given to Ukraine, the European Union, at all levels. And that's exactly part of the strategy. That's exactly part of the work we will continue to do very united. But the European Union is heading for a number of challenges, like we are all in the room seeing here around us. We will have for the next many years definitely security on our agenda, security and defense. Also the questions of migration, competitiveness, but as was mentioned, enlargement and our global outreach. President of the European Council put a strategic agenda forward. Also this, we hope it will be agreed by the European leaders the end of this week. It should be fine. But what is in there is really about how can you address all these challenges we have, and how can you do that very consistently and very diligently. One of it is also addressing, of course, foreign influence, manipulation of information, which is crucial at this point in time on the European Union, where you're fighting for freedom and democracy and trying to get the agenda right. I know I always have to mention democracy while I'm in Athens, and I do it all the time, but it's truly European, it's truly international. Now, why do I say security? Because we look at the Middle East, we look at Ukraine, but we have to look at the full circle around the EU. It's very important to keep in mind that all the work we have to do to invest on a stronger security partnership, probably with the United Kingdom in the future, as we have done now with Iceland. We just had security defense agreement with Iceland, discussing, sorry, not agreed. We had it agreed with Norway. We have the Arctic. The Arctic can easily become an arena of geopolitical competition of unprecedented. On the east side, on the south flank, everywhere we try to get the fundamentals right, but this is something that will keep the European Union very busy for the next few years. And this is an effect of the Russian aggression on Ukraine. We cannot deny this. And there is the need to stay very resilient and very strong to back that off. These are difficult times. These are difficult times across the continent. But the price will be higher to pay if we don't stay united with one voice on the reason why we want this war to end in a just and in a fair and in a sustainable peace. It's not just about agreeing on a peace formula like this. It has to be sustainable and it has to stay. So all to say that we will have all these These issues are on our table on a daily basis. I'm not here without hope that the European Union cannot do this together with the member states, but I think it's important to realize how much is there out there at work and how much, again, I come back to negotiations. Negotiations needed. Serbia, Kosovo, on the Cyprus issue, it was mentioned before, on the Caucasus, on those immediate conflicts in our immediate part. Cyprus issue is Cyprus issue. I'm always cautious with the word conflict, but it's all there. And we have to, therefore, where we can get negotiations going, we have to work on that as much as possible.
Great, thank you. Mustafa, Greece and Turkey. The subject we both love to analyze. There is a period of détente for over a year. It's more than welcome. There is a focus on the so-called positive agenda, with many agreements that have already been signed and others that are undergoing. But there is also a strategic decision by the two leaders that we should hide under the carpet the difficult issues for the time being. So I'm wondering how far away we are from, let's say, a PRESPA agreement in Greece-Turkey, in Greek-Turkish relations, and what we need to do. I mean, what are the steps? Do we need a roadmap? For the coming months, what are the steps that should be taken by both sides in order to change the current status of our bilateral ties from détente to, let's say, restoration, and then maybe start negotiating on the serious issues, the ones that we know that divide us?
Thank you, Konstantinos. Of course, this is a déjà vu moment for Greek-Turkish relations. We've been here a number of times. Now nobody talks about rapprochement, even the governments don't mention it. They call it normalization. It is an acknowledgement that relationship was not normal a few years back. It was even in the context of Greek-Turkish relations, it was even worse than normal. And the tensions were real. Now, we are in a situation where we are lucky, in a sense, if you are looking wider geography that we've been talking, this is the only good news, actually. Greeks and Turks, when everybody else around themselves were conflicting and having issues, we are trying to normalize our relations. So this is the good news so far. And another good news is what you mentioned, of course. The leaders on both sides have decided to leave the thorny issues behind. This is a good news because it allows time for the two sides to come up with solutions, to come up with ideas, and to encourage their respective societies to talk to each other, to understand each other. However, it's also problematic because unless and until we tackle the real problems, the real issues, real conflicting of interests, there is no solution. Normalization is not a solution of the problems. We have tried this a number of times in the past and have failed. As we all know, we have come very close for a solution, a couple of times at least, but failed to sign the agreements. One of the reasons why we failed to sign, and I think that reason still exists today, is that the governments on both sides did not prepare their publics for solution. And when I say solution, it's a solution, compromise solution. It's not any solution, it's a compromise solution. And I said this number of times in Greece and in Turkey, the compromise is an ugly word in Turkish and in Greek. There are negative connotations. We don't like compromises, both in Greece and in Turkey. However, any long-term solution, any solution that could be sustainable or should be sustainable, has to a compromise. Now, this is the first order of business for the governments. They have to prepare their public that any solution between Greece and Turkey will not be the best solution for them. If you go and talk to the people on the Greek side and on the Turkish side, or if you look at various polls, there are groups that they are expecting the maximums. Sometimes governments even reflect these maximums when they are talking to each other. However, we know that maximums will not lead to peace. So that's, I think, the first obstacle. Second obstacle is possibility of naysayers on both sides to come up with their own alternative problems if the process continues too long. And I'm afraid now we are moving, at the end of the first year, we are already moving to a stage where naysayers are going to get more opportunities to disrupt this process. Thirdly, in the past, we have seen a plethora of connections in the last rapprochement period between Greece and Turkey. We have seen so many movements between civil societies, business communities to talk to each other, to cooperate with each other, but yet it was not enough to prevent a next round of heightening tension. So obviously, the liberal solution for peace is not working here in these two countries, which are quite, I would call, patriarchal countries. Here, the liberal solution doesn't really work. So we have to find a realist solution, a realist solution which is based on common interest, common negotiation and joint compromises, then to support it with the liberal idea of increasing economic cooperation, interdependence, and et cetera, et cetera. And finally, one potential area of disruption is, Angelina said it's an issue, the Cyprus issue. The two leaders on both sides decided to put Cyprus issue also on halt as being one of the crisis aspects. But Cyprus have a tendency of disappointing people. It comes back with its own agenda into this. So if we continue to neglect Cyprus for so long or any longer, it might come back with a revenge and to disrupt the bilateral relations. So we have to also look into this issue slowly, maybe, slowly because the international environment and also the political environment on the island is not conducive to restart unplanned type of negotiations at the moment. But nevertheless, we have to gradually move into that difficult subject as well.
Great. So as I was listening to your analysis, with which I fully subscribe, I started wondering, actually realizing that there are lessons learned from the Prespa agreement. I mean, you spoke about the public vision, I would add courage, and I think that, yeah, we are in this state of affairs for now. That is not, you know, very positive, but still, sometimes it seems to me that politicians are taking advantage of the situation that the public opinion is not prepared or is not mature enough to accept, as what you said, a compromise, which definitely has negative connotation in Greece and Turkey. We both know that. But at the end of the day, we need leadership, and we need courage, and we need vision. Sotiris.
May I add one more?
Of course.
Maybe we should trust bigger part of our public opinions instead of following minorities on both sides, which are very vocal. Because if you ask Greek public and if you ask Turkish public, which we did, I did part of it, and other academics did, 75 to 80% of the populations on both sides do not want to have conflict. And if you ask them how to solve the problems between Greece and Turkey, they say they prefer diplomatic solutions. There are only small minorities which are very vocal, who emphasizes on the conflicting aspect, who emphasizes on the nationalist aspect. And sometimes politicians choose expediently to follow their lead because they are too loud. Maybe we have to be representing more loudly the majority of the population on both sides.
I agree, and we should respect minorities when it comes to their rights, That's what democracy is all about, but not necessarily when it comes to maximalist positions. Sotiris, I wanted to ask you about the impact that the war in Gaza has on the so-called global south, and particularly on our relations, the EU's and the West relations with the global south.
Right. Thank you. First of all, we have to say that up until more or less the first decade of the 21st century, if you are the undisputed paradigm of the international order was the Western norm, the Western canon, if we say so. But this has started to get weakened throughout the last decade. And now we have new countries, we have countries actually, who actually questioned both the ability and the right of the West to consider what is important in international affairs. This was actually something that was said by the Indian foreign minister, that I do not recognize the European Union and the West to the right or the capability to say what is important in international affairs. So this is one thing. Second, China, for a decade now, has questioned also Western standards, saying that there's no only one norm in international affairs, there are multiple norms in international affairs, and the only thing that we have to protect and is the sovereignty, the state sovereignty of each and every state. Now, with Gaza, and particularly with the move of South Africa to go to the International Court of Justice, to bring actually the to International Court of Justice Israel for with the accusation of genocide, we have a further step of actually a test for whether there's a Western hypocrisy, and whether the Western standards are true to everybody or not. And this is also something that, in a way, creates a new pole in the international system. We call them Global South. It's nothing to do, at least to my view, nothing to do with what we call the non-aligned movement in the 1960s and 70s, because they don't have the same ideological or political perspective or orientation, but they have this. And also, we have to bear in mind that we have very certain regional countries, I call them regional hegemons or regional hegemons to be, that would like to play a very important role in their regions. And how they would like to play this important role? By presenting their own way of constructing, of building the international order. We can see that in many places. We have 100 countries that are not observing the Western sanctions against Russia, the UN sanction actually against Russia, either directly or indirectly. They say, okay, but in reality they don't do that. We had now countries like, very diverse countries like China, Thailand, the United Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, India, that didn't sign the G7 declaration. So why? Do they have something in common? No, ideologically they don't have anything in common, or politically they don't have. Some of them are very close allies to the US, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Indonesia, even India now has very good relations with the United States. So this is the problem. And I think that Gaza also created new impetus for this kind of crystallizations in the world system. Now, there are two ways of thinking about it. One is to question the European, let's say, standard European values altogether. And say, well, we cannot have the European values on a universal level. Saying that, but if we say so, then what will replace them? Do we have something to replace them? Do we have something better to replace them? We said that about democracy. Democracy is a very bad system, but it's the best of all others. It's better than all others. So do we have something to replace it? And if we replace it...
Democracy is not an ideal system, not a very bad system.
It's not ideal.
Huh? It's not an ideal system.
Some say they're very bad, but it's better than the others.
I mean, okay.
Anyway, but it is also that if we have this replacement, let's say, is it going to be a better world with all these autocratic regimes? We can see them in many places. I don't want to name them now. Russia is one of them, others as well. So if these autocratic regimes take the lead, would it be a better world? To my view, no. So, but we have the questioning. It's there. Now, what I would say is that Western values should be implemented if we want them to survive. If we want them to survive, we have to go for international justice. We have to go for a ceasefire in Gaza, for example. We have to protect Ukraine from Russian invasion. We have to do something about what is happening now in Africa, particularly in Western Africa, and something much more than sending troops in order to neutralize the jihadists. So if we want these ideas, if we want this system to survive, then we have to implement it. If we stay and starting saying, okay, these are autocrats, but these are our autocrats, then the system is not going to survive.
Thank you. Now, to Barak Ravid. The goal of the Israeli government and Netanyahu, you said it before, and Sotiris as well, is to wipe out Hamas. And what I see in opinion polls is that that is the dominant view among Israelis, so that they can feel secure again. But I'm wondering, how do we define this? What might the end of operations in Gaza look like, and mainly the day after?
Thank you for this question. Just if I can just add like a comment about the previous discussion very shortly. I always feel that, and I'm not disregarding anything, but I usually feel that we talk about this vague concept of the global South, mainly in conferences in the global North or West, or how do you want to call it, when there's not really a global South. Can you say that India or Brazil or South Africa agree on everything? I don't think that's the case. And therefore, I just feel that sometimes it's some sort of an artificial discussions that we are holding in the global North, quote unquote, for reasons that, at least to me, are a bit strange. But that was just a short comment. About your question, I think if you look at Israeli public opinion right now, I do not feel that the top priority for Israelis is wiping out Hamas. I think it's completely the opposite. When you ask Israelis today what their top priority is, they say that it is bringing back the hostages from Gaza, which is something that wasn't mentioned here until now. There are still 120 hostages, Israeli and international hostages in Gaza were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. One of the speakers here talked about China and how they think that the value of sovereignty is very important. October 7th was a violation of Israeli sovereignty. Those hostages were not taken from an occupied territory, they were taken from Israel's recognized borders. And when you ask Israelis what their #1 priority is, they say the release of the hostages. Just a public opinion poll just a few days ago in Israel's #1 television channel showed that 56% of Israelis support President Biden's speech, during which he detailed the Israeli proposal for a ceasefire, not the U.S. proposal. He detailed an Israeli proposal for a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Gaza. And the majority of Israelis support it. Only 24% of Israelis said that they oppose it. And when you ask Israelis whether they think that Netanyahu's promise for a total victory over Hamas is realistic, more than 60% say they think it is not. So I think that Israeli public opinion shifted since the beginning of the war. I think that at the beginning of the war, what you said was very accurate. By the way, there was an interesting trend in the beginning of the war in the first few months where you saw between 70 to 80% of Israelis saying that the #1 priority is to destroy Hamas, and the #2 priority right after. The same amount of Israelis, between 70 and 80%, said that the second priority is for Netanyahu to go home and for an early election to take place. I think that today, what Israelis want more than everything is a deal to release the hostages, and they are willing. The majority of Israelis say that they are willing to give up on this goal of destroying Hamas. They're willing to stop the war, and in order to bring back the hostages home.
Good. Thank you. So we have something like 15 minutes, and I have one common question to address to all of you, but I will start from, okay, it's 20 minutes, but okay, we can make it 15. We definitely need a break, especially our audience, and thank you for your patience, by the way. So my question that I would like to address to all of you, but starting in a reverse order, is the following. It is extremely risky to forecast the situation over the next year, let alone the next month. But I would like to ask you for your assessment, if nothing else, and the scenarios you think are most likely, so more than one, for the day after in Ukraine and Gaza, and the extent to which developments might be impacted by the results of the upcoming US elections. So let me start with Barak.
Well, I'll give you a few scenarios. I think the most realistic scenario at the moment, as long as Hamas does not agree to the proposal for a hostage deal, is that we will see this sort of this ongoing fighting in Gaza that could continue until the U.S. election. It's not something that will just die down. It can continue until the U.S. election. That's, I think, and it will be this sort of, not a frozen war, but a war that, not much is happening, but there's no ceasefire and there's no development for a day after. Another scenario is if Hamas accepts the ceasefire and hostage deal proposal, and then you are looking at a situation where you go into phase one, which is 42 days of ceasefire, in return for the release of some hostages. I do not see a situation where the Israeli government can go back to fighting in Gaza after 42 days, unless obviously Hamas violates the deal, and that's a different story. But as long as this deal is implemented, you are looking at between 2 to 4 months of calm in Gaza, and then it opens up the way for a day after scenario. Unfortunately, at least at the moment, it doesn't seem that this is the case. But there's another scenario, and this is a scenario of deterioration. And this scenario could take place if, again, you don't have a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Gaza. Because, let me remind you, there's also fighting between Israel and Hezbollah on the border between Israel and Lebanon. And this is a slowly but ongoing escalation every day, more and more fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. And this could lead to an opening of an all-out war between Israel and Lebanon, which could be extremely dangerous and would make the Gaza war look like a walk in the park. And I think that this scenario is possible, and it's very dangerous, and everybody who wants to avoid a regional war must do everything he can to prevent this from happening.
Great, thank you. Sotiris?
Well, I more or less agree what previous speaker said. What I would say is that even if we have the ceasefire, which is the best scenario we could at this point, it's very difficult to think about the day after. It's very difficult to think about the day after because we don't know, and nobody knows, and there's no actual plan of who is taking charge of Gaza. And now there are 2 or 3 scenarios about that. The first scenario is to leave Gaza in a chaos. Then there would be no reconstruction effort because, or Hamas would take the power again in order to stop the chaotic situation. The second is to have a kind of effort of the Palestinian Authority as it is to go and rule Gaza, which is also very difficult because they lack legitimization. The third scenario, which will be the best scenario, is to have a democratic process of legitimizing the Palestinian Authority, and if there is also will from Israel to free the Marwan Barghouti and other political activists in order to take part in the political process. And then we might have a Palestinian Authority and PLO with 2 capabilities. First, to govern Gaza and the West Bank. Second, to be able to conduct negotiations for a solution. I wouldn't say 2 states, 1 state, I wouldn't say so. For a solution, for a negotiated solution. And this is amazing. Now I'm also afraid, very much afraid, of an escalation in the north, in the front between Israel and Hezbollah. There are think tanks who are in the who are very close to the right in Israel that say this is a very good moment to do so, because then we are getting rid of both our problems, both Hamas and Hezbollah.
Both proxies of Iran.
Sorry?
Both proxies of Iran.
Yes, you can say so, and this will be a nightmare because Hezbollah, Iran and the bond between Iran and Hezbollah, it's much different, much more important. It's a key bond for the Middle East for both parties, much different than the bond between Hamas and Iran. This will be a nightmare. So.
Good, not for the nightmare. For your answer. which was very comprehensive. Mustafa, I would like you to add the front in Ukraine, not only Gaza, in your answer.
Well, the most likely scenario is the continuation of the war for foreseeable future. The better scenario would be the war turning into a frozen conflict. The worst scenario would be the collapse of Ukraine. And I think most likely scenario will prevail for some time for the foreseeable future. This is not only my opinion, but I think if I read correctly, various European governments are thinking along this line because they have been bumping up their defense spendings. They are thinking that the war in Ukraine might be spilling over into European continent or Central Europe, let's say. If you look at UK, they have introduced £75 billion new spending on armaments, on military, and trying to reach like £87 billion in 2030. Similarly, if you look at Germany, which introduced the biggest peacetime armament fund, and already number of politicians talking about reintroducing conscription, and various other examples from Europe. So the European countries are preparing for war without maybe openly saying so, right? I'll draw your attention to one of the Chekhov's plays. If you see a gun in the first act, it will surely be used in the second act. So more weapons means that they are expecting war, so I'll expect the same thing. Regarding the Gaza, I don't...
Mustafa, before you proceed, frozen conflict with or without negotiations?
It doesn't matter. I mean, you know, in the wider Black Sea region, including the Caucasus, we are used to this. Sometimes negotiations, sometimes conflict, actual military clashes, or sometimes tensions and etc. It's been going on since 1991. And Ukraine is fast becoming, will be becoming one of those unless there is a bump in the support to Ukraine from the West in general. I don't see that easily happening, and especially there is a huge question mark there regarding the United States. Trump, I think it was yesterday, he remarked that these Ukrainians, they all want more money and more guns, and I'm going to put a stop to it even during the transition period when I won the election. So this is Trump. One of two candidates, he might win. So there is a huge question mark there. And secondly, again, looking into the capabilities, even though Russian economy is weakening on some aspects, they have turned into a war economy, and they have started to producing better equipment and more equipment than the West in general have been able to provide to Ukraine. We haven't given airplane yet. They've been being trained for months and months, no airplane yet. So Russia keeps the air superiority. And what's more important, Russia is a huge country with ability to bring new forces onto the front. So they are banking on long-term conflict, while Ukraine is being decimated. Right? The most experienced part of the Ukrainian army have been decimated. Now the younger generations are being put to the forward to fight. So how long they can continue with this? This is another question mark. And so I would say no solution, more conflict in that. And the Middle East is the same. Ending the current conflict or current war does not mean peace for the Middle East. I don't see a peace for the Middle East. Unfortunately, what happened in a recent trend now, various conflicts around the world, or more correctly, around this neighborhood, have been finishing. No war situations emerge with ceasefires, but no signing of peace deals. We have seen this recently in the Caucasus between Armenia and Azerbaijan also. They have been negotiating for now a couple of years already, but no solution there. No solution in Georgia. I was just there before coming here, and they reminded me, one of the Caucasians saying that the Rus is very close here and the God is too far away. And the Rus is there meddling the affairs of Georgia, for example, at the moment, trying to change the country back to its fold. So these kind of momentums keep feeding into the conflicting momentum, conflicting areas. So in short, I see more conflict, I see more war, unfortunately, and I see more uncertainties in this neighborhood, coming from political developments in a number of countries, including the United States, but also including European Union, what happened in the elections, I mean, what will happen in the French elections, for example. These are all question marks impacting on the developments on the front. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Angelina, are you concerned that there might be a spillover effect of the current war in Ukraine, maybe in Transnistria, for instance, or in other places around Europe? And second, is a re-election of Trump, if he comes into office, together with Putin's assertive agenda, two factors that might drive us, I mean, as the Europeans, into a more cohesive and united stance and front towards or against them?
A few points. First, the European Union support for Ukraine is steadfast. This is very solid within the 27 member states, and you also saw it now with the European Parliament elections, that the majority in the European Parliament are parliamentarians who are full behind Ukraine, and that is because it's not only aggression on Ukraine, it's aggression on the full European continent, and it's aggression on democracy, sovereignty, territorial integrity. It's using violence to grab territory, and this is absolutely a no-go where we are, everywhere across the continent. And we also want to get that out globally as much as possible. I have to make a remark also on Global South, as Barak did. It's an unfortunate term. It's being used officially, even by officials like us. But I fully agree with Barak. There is nothing called really one Global South. There's a huge diversity. And we are reaching out to each and every one at each and every level very consistently, not to actually tell others what we expect to do, not at all. It is to listen, it's to understand better the interest, to have a better offer on the table, to work together exactly to protect the UN Charter and international law. And that brings me also to the UN when it comes to me, there's nothing called Western values. We don't use that even. It's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which all the countries which today use it as a pretext, they all signed up to. So let us be very clear on that. This is not a negotiation you can start, whether it's Western, Eastern, Southern, Northern, etc. This is universal. I'll come to your question in a second, but I also want to come back to my friend Mustafa from Turkey, who has rightly, the way you put your analysis, I fully agree, but also your sort of a positive is a big word, but at least a hopeful outlook on the Greece-Turkey negotiations, because that has to be sustained, it has to be consolidated further. It is one of those, it's even a process now, because there is the regularity that's coming in. We're all very cautious, we all have experience in these areas, but it is really, and I hope, as you rightly said, Mustafa, this will also be carried by the people in Greece, by the people in Turkey, to actually show that perhaps there is a possible that you build that trust back again, because that is the big part. And that brings me back to the need to to anchor Turkey also in all the work and everything that we are discussing here. And that was the purpose also, I think, of the panel, to make sure that Turkey also feels part of the solution and not part of the problem or part of the issue. That anchoring is very important. The East Mediterranean region has so much to offer. And that brings me back also to Israel and Palestine, but to Lebanon, to Egypt, to Turkey, Greece, Cyprus. That is a region that, and many of us have been sitting on many panels and in many rooms saying, turn this region from a region of conflict into cooperation and look at all the potential that is there. We have to do it for the East Med. We are working now for the Black Sea to do it. The Baltic Sea will be another challenge. But that's exactly where we need to work. Now, to your point, we rather do that with the United States, right? Our current relation, European Union, with the Biden administration is very strong, it's solid, it's unprecedented in the current setting. It's a strong relationship. We rather continue to have a strong relationship with the United States exactly to face all these challenges. So that is the work that needs to be done together.
But accidents happen in life. Accidents happen in life.
A lot of accidents happen. We fall, we get up, we don't stand still because then we fall again. And we are there. We have hiccups, we have a lot of issues, but then we also deal with them. And I think that's exactly the work we have to take very seriously and very responsibly.
Okay, thank you for being very diplomatic, but also strict in your answer. Before we conclude, or actually in concluding, let me switch into Greek, because we are referring to a Greek audience. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much for today's panel discussion. We will swiftly move to a break. And if I were to come to a conclusion after this discussion, that would be that uncertainties prevail over certainties. My friend Maria is here with her Damocles sword, but uncertainties prevail over certainties, as I said, in the international affairs. There is also a common denominator that we should move towards a paradigm shift, or that we are led towards a paradigm shift and towards a different model in order to be more effective in dealing with crises, with challenges, the current and more specifically the future ones.
For a very vivid discussion that we had, very constructive as well and fruitful for the audience. And πηγαίνουμε τώρα σε ένα διάλειμμα.
Let us break now, and Ms. Nicole Chu has the floor 10 seconds early. Fantastic, fantastic.
Λοιπόν, όντως, πάμε σε διάλειμμα.
So we're moving to the break. 40 minutes. We will return at 5:30 with the award ceremony and many other issues to be debated. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon and welcome once more. We have new arrivals. So we go on to the award ceremony as it has been announced. The first Prespa Peace Award is handed to Mr. Matthew Nimitz. As we have seen on the video, Mr. Nimitz has been the UN Special Envoy for the name issue from 1994 until 2019. And of course, we would say that he's one of the most successful UN Special Envoys since he contributed to the peaceful resolution of such an important international dispute. In this context, it is really a great honor to listen to the message of Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, on Mr. Nimitz.
6 years ago, the people of Greece and North Macedonia, led by then Prime Ministers Alexis, Tsipras and Zoran Zaev, came together to help remove a long-standing obstacle to a future of peace and sustainable development. The Prespa Agreement is a testament to the power of diplomacy, dialogue and compromise. I wish to acknowledge the dedicated facilitation of my personal envoy at the time, Matthew Nimitz. The agreement not only settled the name dispute, but opened the potential for new opportunities for growth, cultural exchange, and regional partnerships. As we mark this milestone, we must find ways to recommit to the principles that drove this vital achievement, by fostering an environment of trust and mutual understanding, by promoting cross-border cooperation for sustainable investments, social inclusion, and environmental protection, and by standing united in the pursuit of a brighter future for the region and the world. Thank you.
So at this point, I would like to call upon the former Prime Ministers, Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Zaev, to come here to bestow the award. Not yet, Mr. Nimitz, Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Zaev are called upon.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful prize. Not easy to pack into my bag for the airplane. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say a few words of thanks. First of all, I'm very honored to receive this award, and I'd like to say a few words about Prespa, but also about all the people who actually made it possible. First, I want to pay special tribute to two prime ministers, Prime Minister Tsipras, Prime Minister Zaev, and the two foreign ministers who really made this possible. It was their effort, their vision, and their very smart negotiating work that made it possible. Special thanks to 3 Secretaries General that I worked under, Kofi Annan, Ban Ki-moon, and Antonio Guterres. These 3 Secretaries General, they gave me a lot of support whenever I needed it, and the professional staff of the United Nations. Over the 20 years I served at the United Nations were extremely professional and extremely helpful. There are many other people who helped. I can point to the leadership in the European Union and efforts by many American ambassadors who helped on the side and made this possible. Most important, the people of Greece and North Macedonia, through their parliaments, ratified the agreements, and they were the ultimate decision makers. As for the mediator, as for me, I think my greatest contribution was just staying there for 20 years and working on the problem. I will say that for a mediator, the first 18 years, I just listened to the parties. Maybe in the last year or so, I made a contribution or 2. But I think the most important thing about PRESPA was the process. And we had a process authorized by the Security Council of the United Nations, established by the Secretary General, and that had legitimacy in both countries and in the international community, and therefore was honored by the governments and by the people over a long period of time. The fact that we had continuity, we had only 2 special representatives over 25 years, Secretary Cyrus Vance and then myself, made it possible to have continuity. And as I said, I think the main role I played was listening to the parties, trying to maintain their trust, trying to internalize their concerns, and helping them explore solutions. The philosopher Wittgenstein, I studied his works when I was studying philosophy. He once wrote that the job of a philosopher is to help the fly get out of the bottle. You know, sometimes there's a bottle and the fly is buzzing around inside and the top is open, but the fly just doesn't know enough to get out. And the philosopher's job is to get the fly out. Well, I think a mediator, that's the same thing, you know. There was a solution there buzzing around, and it took a long time to get it done, but ultimately we did. I just want to say something going forward about PRESPA. It's a very serious agreement, very important for the 2 countries, very important for this region, and even beyond the region. And it's a compromise. And as one of the speakers spoke earlier today, compromises are difficult to arrive at. And once you arrive at a compromise, it's easy for people on both sides to say, if I were there, I would have done a better job. The compromise is too much leaning to the other side. But let's face it, all agreements that are important tend to be compromises. Our American Constitution is a big compromise, and after 200+ years, we're still trying to figure it out. The Versailles Treaty was a compromise. The Lausanne Agreement that affects this region is a compromise. The United Nations Charter, the European Union structure, the Dayton Accords, they're all compromises. And therefore, because they're compromises, they're imperfect. And people can always poke holes in these agreements. But think what life would be like without all those agreements. These agreements are the framework of our civilization. And if we don't follow them, if we don't respect them, we run into serious trouble. So I make a plea today to everyone on all sides not to undercut these agreements, and especially not to undercut the Prespa agreement. We live in a dangerous period. We live in the real world. And in the real world, we have agreements that are there. So people who are in authority ought to follow those agreements. We can't live in a fantasy world. We can't live in the metaverse. I don't know if you ever tried it, but my son got me one of those headsets, and I went into the metaverse. And the metaverse is wonderful. You can be anyone you want. You could be Alexander the Great, you could be Napoleon, but eventually you have to take off the headset and be back in the real world. And the real world is full of danger, and this region has special dangers. So I urge everyone to follow the Prespa Agreement and work hard to implement it. And if there are any things in the agreement that need work, then sit down together and figure them out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and congratulations for one more time. Λοιπόν, τώρα θα οργανωθούμε.
Now we are going to organize ourselves. The production will get the prize, the award, in order to proceed to the next session, session number 3. So we can we go on? So we go on with the third session. Very interesting moment during which we have this discussion. Allow me to speak in English so that I can be understood more immediately by my interlocutors.
Just start by thanking the foundations of Alexis Tsipras and of Zoran Zaev for organizing this conference at this very crucial moment for the Prespas Agreement, but if I may, for the whole Balkan Peninsula. On the 18th of June 2018, two visionary leaders, Alexis Tsipras and Zoran Zaev, signed an agreement that put an end to a long-standing conflict between the two neighboring countries, Greece and North Macedonia, on the name issue. This was important for the countries, but it was also important for the whole region. Most importantly, it is the only agreement that was not imposed by the international community or the EU, as was the case for the Dayton Peace Agreement or the Ohrid Agreement, but was negotiated directly by the two parties under the mediation of Ambassador and Special Representative of the UN. Unfortunately, the implementation of the treaty is today under great risk, due, on the one hand, to the rhetoric both of the newly elected Prime Minister and the President of North Macedonia, but also to the attitude of the Greek government under Kyriakos Mitsotakis. The positive agenda for cooperation that could have unleashed all the potential of the treaty was never implemented. No high intergovernmental council took place, the implementing protocols never came to Parliament, and the two committees on history books and product designation of origin that would contribute to good neighborly relations between the countries never functioned properly. When Mitsotakis' government came to power, they said, "We do not like the agreement, but we respect it." But this is absolutely not enough. In fact, it was a very bad start for implementing an international treaty. Prespas offered peace and stability and prospect in a region where nationalism and ethnic strife threatened to reopen the Pandora box of violence. We all know what currently happens in northern Kosovo, and we know what the risks are in Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Could Prespas be a model of conflict resolution? Each region has its own particularities, but for the Balkans, the answer is absolutely yes. History, tradition, common past could make the Balkans an area of peace and cooperation if national egoisms are put aside. And of course, if there are brave and visionary leaders that are not afraid of the political cost, as was the case in the Prespas Agreement. Is the Prespas model exportable? This is another question for our speakers. What is sure that we need today political courage more than ever to support this agreement and then maybe discuss if there are lessons to be learned. So today I have the great honor and pleasure to chair this panel with the two architects of the Prespas Agreement, Nikola Dimitrov, Foreign Minister of North Macedonia, Nikos Kodzias, Foreign Minister of Greece, and of course, the persistent negotiator, the UN Ambassador, Matthew Nimitz. Commissioner Johannes Hahn, the Commissioner on Enlargement at the time, who was invited to this panel, unfortunately could not make it. He has sent his warmest greetings, noting that he's very sorry he cannot be with us tonight, and that he wishes all the best for the conference. So, without further ado, I'll give the floor to the protagonist, and I think we should start with the ambassador to give us his prospects for the future and how this agreement can really flourish and really be implemented. Please, Ambassador.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not as pessimistic as you are about the agreement. If you say that in the first 6 years the implementation was not very good, there may be reasons for that, political reasons for that. If you think that an agreement like this might be part of the architecture for 100 years, and then you say, well, we made a good start, and let's see how we move forward. I want to start by saying that I think this PRESPA agreement is a good model for small countries, especially in the region, to reach bilateral agreements. But it's difficult. And of course, the substance of this agreement is unique. So the substance of the agreement is not very useful for other countries. But the process is very important. And as you said, this is one of the few agreements that was bilaterally negotiated by the two parties. Yes, there was a mediator, but the mediator didn't have any power. If you look at decisions for this region in history, it usually came from outside. Someone from Constantinople came and gave an answer. Someone from London came and gave an answer. Someone from Paris came. And if you look at all the agreements, Treaty of London, Treaty of Berlin, Treaty of Versailles, Dayton Accord, all the agreements about this region were all negotiated by other great powers outside of the region. They didn't even come to the region. This was one of the few that was done by the people in the region. And it should be an example to other countries, especially smaller countries. I'll make a major point. The major point is that the world is getting much more difficult for smaller countries, and especially for smaller countries in this region. The post-World War II situation, when you had U.S.-Soviet lock, people knew where they stood. And then you had a period where the United States was dominant, and we had a Western-oriented world where we had globalism, more and more trade, more and more open investment, and a security system that sort of worked to protect smaller countries. A lot of that has gone away. We don't have the same security architecture in the world. We're moving to a multipolar world. We're moving to greater militarism, unfortunately. And economically, we've moving to a deglobalized world. What does that mean for smaller countries? In that sort of world, the larger countries have a greater advantage. They're not restricted as much, and they assert themselves more. And smaller countries have to be very, very cautious. You know, here we are in Athens, and I always reread Thucydides. Greeks here in the audience, you probably know it. The Milos and Athens, the Melian dialogue, where the basic word of Thucydides is the powerful do what they can, and the weak do what they must. You know, and sad story. But the world is moving more in that direction. So leaders of smaller countries have to be very, very cautious now in how they maneuver. So the first thing they have to do, I have to give 4 things that smaller countries have to do. The first thing is clean up their act internally. And countries in this region particularly, you all know what needs to get done. We had some panels earlier today that talked about it. Dealing with corruption, dealing with education, dealing with social cohesion and democratic structures. The United Nations puts out a happiness report every year, which is, some people laugh at it, but they do a survey in every country of how happy people are, how satisfied they are. And if you look at that survey, there are many, many small countries that do very, very well, but none in this region are in the top 20 in terms of satisfaction of the people. If you look at immigration levels, we talked about that earlier. A good test of a country is whether people are trying to come in or people are trying to go out. the effort should be made in this region to keep your young people here. And how do you do that? You have to make it attractive for them. They have other alternatives. So there's a lot to be done here in terms of building the internal structures of these countries. Second, solving local problems. The small countries in this region, you can't solve the Middle East problem. You can't solve the US-China issues. You can't solve Ukraine. But you can solve problems here and help your neighbors solve problems here. We talked about a few of those: Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina issues, and other issues involving countries in this region. Bilateral, using mediation, but there should be more and more emphasis, and that's where PRESPA is a good example of two countries in this region with a tough problem, and a leadership that had the will to get it done, and made compromises, but ultimately reached, I think, a very, very sound conclusion. The last part, I'd say, for smaller countries in this region is obviously a European dimension. I talked about that earlier. Quite a few countries in this region are in the EU. Quite a few countries in this region are not in the EU. And it just seems logical from a historical point of view that the enlargement process continues. We all know the issues in the EU. This is not an easy thing right now, and there are good times and there are bad times. Leaders have to seize the opportunity. I think if you look at Greek history, and my first, when I was in the State Department, my first official meeting in Greece was 1977 with Konstantin Karamanlis was prime minister, Pitzios was prime minister, Verov was defense minister, and I dealt with the issues in the Aegean, I dealt with issues in Cyprus. Those things have not been solved, but I remember it well. Greece made some very good decisions. Right after the war, they worked with the United States under the Truman Doctrine, and aligned themselves with the West. I think that was the right decision. Konstantin Karamanlis, he brought Greece into the EU. It was a little premature. He was very skillful in getting that done. It was a great step forward. And Greece had joined NATO by then. Greece made some early decisions to align itself with the West and then the EU, and I think that was the right decision. They still have a lot. You still have a lot of issues here, but that was the right decision. The PRESPA agreement was the right decision. Could we have reached it sooner? Was something we can talk about earlier. Open to debate, but you have to seize the opportunity. I think leaders in this region need to have imagination and willpower to seize opportunities to move forward constructively. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to turn to the two foreign ministers and start by saying that the big success of this agreement is that the two parties took a difference on narratives and symbol and managed to turn it to something that was negotiable and something where you could find practical solutions that were win-win. So, Nikola Dimitrov, what are the lessons learned from the negotiations and from the agreement?
Thank you, Marilena. Kalispera to everyone here, dear friends. Very grateful to the two prime ministers for this invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be in Athens, but this one it's really something because of the date, because of the context, and so many friendly faces. Timing is good, not only because we mark the 6th anniversary of our, I think, historic achievement, but also it takes place at a time where we see some challenges. So maybe we can also touch upon those as well. I learned a lot. Half of my professional life has been about the name issue. I picked up the issue in 2003. I was a very young ambassador to Washington, D.C. This is when I met Matt, and we've become close friends since. At that time, it was, the Greek negotiator was Vasilakis. We have also become friends, etc. I was an agent in the Netherlands, in the International Court of Justice, in a related case, co-agent. And then finally, as foreign minister, with this guy here, also Nikos, but we never had a problem between Nikola and Nikos. Even though the etymology, of course, is Greek, Nikos and Laos. And finally, we did it. It took us about 1 year of negotiations, but I think I grew up for 10 years in that 1 year. It started on 15th of June 2017. I was 2 weeks in my office, and I asked then Zoran, do you think I would like to go to Greece first, because this is where our biggest problem is. He agreed, and this is when we met. Initially, it was not, we didn't really trust each other. There was hope, but we were touching, exploring. Is this serious? Is this genuine? And this was the first phase of the relationship. But then in the press point after the meeting, the messages we sent was that if you want to have a friend to your north, on your border, now is the time to do it. Let's try to solve this problem. It's been too long. The initial phase was building trust and also learning to think in the shoes of the other. So to solve a problem, it's not only the constituency at home. You have to think about the constituency in the public opinion of the other side, the whole context, their concerns, their problems. One lesson that we learned was it helps if there are several elements of the problem. The adjective, the name, the scope of use. For us, the key was a right of self-determination. In 21st century Europe, we say who we are. No other country can have a say in that, or international organization. So for us, the key was who we are and what language do we speak. For Greece, Nikos will probably be more suitable to say what was key and priority, but it was the distinction. And for this distinction to be applicable everywhere. So I think having several elements of an issue helps to make a combination where the key concerns on both sides are met. Another, I think, ingredient for a successful conclusion of negotiations is one has to reconcile that, at least in the short run, political capital will be spent. It's not possible to have a return on this spent political capital immediately or in the short run, especially on an issue that has been exploited for political reasons for decades on both sides of the border. I know many names of Greek politicians, I won't tell them now, but many have built a career on the name issue. Same on our side. It was also emotionally and psychologically not easy, because I remember days when on the same day I would be called, "Go rot in hell, you traitor," and even threats to my family. And another person would say, "You're our hero, do it. Solve this so that we move on," etc. You know, so you have to be, I think, quite dedicated, committed, and consistent, and strong also, to simply continue to. And I think this strength comes from the belief, when you look yourself in the mirror, whether this was my test. I look myself in the mirror, do I feel okay with me? I feel okay with me, then I know I'm on the right path, and I move on. I think, obviously, without the leadership, the support, this is not possible, but it's also important. I said my first speech in Greece was in Delphi. I think this was the speech of my life. It was right after the Prespa agreement. Usually the problem with foreign ministers, or maybe all ministers, is when you do something right, the prime ministers get the credit. When you go wrong, you get the blame. But I think we learned that early, and we're fine with it. So that's also, you know, the dynamic. And I was born in 1972. I'm not happy and satisfied to live in a region that is known in Europe, on our continent, and in the world as a region of problems, the Balkans. So many problems, not enough solutions. Lisi. And I think it's important to show the rest of our fellow Europeans that we can solve problems, that we can do this, also to show our people. And as I told Alexis then in Delphi, he made Greece, Elliniki Demokratia, a greater state. Boundaries didn't change. The territory is the same. But how you treat a neighbor that is smaller, not in the EU, not in NATO, is telling about yourself and the nation that you lead. So I think in this region, it is really high time to start solving our problems. Look at the world. It's very shaky. It's really unpredictable. There is almost nothing that we can take for granted. How will the European Union look like 10 years from now? What will happen with the North Atlantic Alliance 20 years from now? Every election that is coming to us, we are biting nails. Even the United States, the American elections, what will happen? So I think we, in this century, in our region, have a responsibility to face reality and start solving our problems. And today, I think when there is a challenge with implementation, in your introduction, you talked about it, and it's not always the blame of one side. We now, for the first time, have two political forces who do not have ownership with the Prespa agreement, the incoming one in Skopje and the current government in this city, in this great city of Athens. So both, as political elites, have criticized the agreement. I think the incoming government in my country, North Macedonia, will at least initially do wise to follow the example, to say they can blame us, me and Nikos. They can say, you know, we could have done a better job, But now this is the agreement, and we have to respect it because we are responsible leaders and we think about the country and the people and the citizens, you know? But I think in the long run, and at the moment, the most pressing challenge is we need to avoid the blame game. Because it's so easy to go and to say, aha, so he said Macedonia and not North Macedonia. And then someone else can say, but the governor of Central Macedonia put a new sign, Fyrom, there, south of Bitola. And Fyrom is a breach of the Prespa agreement. And then, you know, so blame game will not be positive. What we need to do is to say, the agreement is done. Both sides are not fully happy, which is a sign that this is probably a good compromise, and use it to develop something that we so rarely do in this region, which is build friendship. And it's not only about money and investment and trade. It's also about culture, it's about education, it's about, I think we need to take a step and see this in a bigger context. We need to invest a bit of ourselves in this relationship. Greece can be a champion of this region. The Greek voice and the voting in the European Union, imagine if all of these candidate countries, North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, we join the European Union. We have extremely close and friendly relations with Greece, and Greece has an issue in Brussels, and it's also our issue because we share our region, we share our interest. The only countries that will be more, we will win the most, of course, in this successful accession. But next to us is going to be our neighbors. This will be a huge opportunity for the Greek economy. If there are these underdeveloped new member states in the vicinity, what can we do with this region? The easiest thing to do, I promise you this, as a politician, is to go around and offend your neighbors and to say they're good for nothing. They're, you know, look at us, how beautiful and tall we stand. And look how short they are. The easiest thing to do, but this is how we make our nation small and petty. It's really time for our region to stand up and say, it's enough. We're going to become like the, what, are the Scandinavians smarter than us? Or somehow they're inherently more able to compromise and to develop friendships and to do things? No. We can do this. And we can, as voters, as politicians, and as public voices, we can push for everyone to be more responsible. Now is not the time when it's so difficult to build something. Now some politicians will come and they will try to, you know, they don't want to destroy it. It's more of a game. But this is fragile. They have to be careful. So I think we have an opportunity, and I think, and this is my last point, when there is a dispute between a weaker and a stronger side, and usually those asymmetrical disputes are such when you have a member state and a candidate country. In an organization, when there is a veto right, this gives leverage to the member state. But if this leverage is used to the maximum, the issue cannot be solved. Because even if you find a leader who will sign it, if the people feel they have lost and they have lost everything, they will punish the leader and the problem will stay. Solving in a substantial long-term way problems between two neighbors, it has to be a win-win. It cannot be a win-loss. That's how antagonism stays, it grows, it will come again tomorrow. I think the Prespa agreement is a win-win for Greece, for North Macedonia, for the Balkans, and for Europe, and for the next generation. And this is not because I was part of it and I am involved. I really think so. Otherwise, I would not have done it. So I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you, Matt, for having to listen to us, sometimes all over, 100 times, in the arguments. And I want to thank you, Philemu, dear Nikos, for staying on it and doing it. And you were also difficult at times, but I will skip that point. Thank you. Ευχαριστούμε.
So, thank you very much, Nicola. You raised many issues, but what I keep as the core message is that we have to build trust in the region, and we have to build trust especially now in this period, during this period between the two countries in order to keep the agreement alive. So last but not least, Nikos Kodias, Foreign Minister of Greece. Nikos always speaks Greek when he's in Greece, so please take your headphones.
I insist on using the Greek language, even when I teach at the university in Greece, because shortly we will abolish the Greek language. I should like to thank both prime ministers, my prime minister, for whom I was the foreign minister, Alexis Tsipras, that is, and the Prime Minister Zoran Zaev, Prime Minister of the neighboring and friendly country. I met him when he was in opposition. But the first thing he told me, and I hope you remember, Zoran, when I become a prime minister, I will be a prime minister, and I will come to an agreement. The agreement, let me say, needed lots of courage. Yes, lots and lots of courage needed us to be brave. We had to make an agreement that was at least 130 years old on the issue that was for the previous 25 years. Many negotiations had taken place, in our view, not always the right ones, and it was very difficult to move away from the influence of those who favored inertia, those who did not want a solution. Thankfully, I would say, Nicolas and I, thankfully, we received lots of attacks. We were attacked so many times that very soon we realized that the differences between those who wish for a solution, both in North Macedonia and in Greece, were so great, greater than our common wish for a solution, and this has brought us together. The life dialectics, let me say, were such that the fascists and the junta proponents brought us together. So what happened ever since the moment when we realized that the difference was not between North Macedonian and Greek, but between those who wanted a solution and those who did not? Well, trust started being built, and this trust simplifies complicated issues. The greater the trust, the easier the path towards a solution. And we had friendship grew between us. We very often had a dinner at the opera in Vienna. Do you remember? And we would also discuss our own private affairs, our difficulties, who was ill in our family, and this created trust between us. Well, my experience tells me that without personal trust and connection, the solutions we wish for will not exist. It was a difficult solution, but let me say the Prespa agreement was not adequately defended throughout these years. And in my view, Prespa is like a baby, very tender, very cute. People look at the baby and think that, we may lose out because of this baby. Some others feel jealous because they would have liked the baby to be theirs, etc., etc. So I'm telling everyone, even to ourselves, a baby needs care, needs to be cared for. Okay, the agreement is very good, but we need to care for it as much as we can. The New Democracy government has dealt with the agreement in words by saying that they are in favor of making some so-called kolotumbas, but in actual practice, they showed guilt and they were careless. What has happened in the past? What was missing those 5 years? The Prespa positive agenda. The Prespa did not only come to solve a problem that had come a long way. No, it was opening the way for the relations between countries with the area. You can see the friendship between Nicholas, myself, and other people. And Nicholas, you have sea in your country, but you have so many people named after the saint of the sea, Nicholas. Anyway, Mitsotakis, for the past 5 years, has not set foot in Skopje. He has visited London frequently. Even cooperation between universities did not happen. Prespa was agreed by 2 left-wing parties. We have social awareness, so they provided for many aspects, trade unions, associations, but the new government, the Nea Demokratia government, did not use that, did not take advantage of that. They discussed their own positive agenda, but they did not do anything concerning the provisions of Prespa, which means instead of consolidating a friendship, they let it go. And even more, there were committees provided in the agreement that would be working for 3 or 4 years. They left, they were allowed to remain just a dead letter. In April 2019, the agreement about the books of history and who knew the Macedonian language, they changed the scientists and none of them would speak the languages of North Macedonia. But these are people who cannot even read the books to be reviewed. How can they do it? Why didn't they just sign what was already made to end the problem? Because they did not want. They dissolved the committee. The chair, Spiros Pethas, died. He had very good knowledge of all the Balkan languages, and in the past 5 years, nothing has happened. And I specifically want to refer to this committee and the excellent professors, and I should like to thank Nimitz, who will come to our island, and Nicholas, but I should also like to thank the diplomats who carried out the very difficult daily work. Some of them are still here, and I should like to thank them. These are the people who did the hard everyday work, and all those who are here today and who worked very hard. What happened with the other committee? The committee on the trademarks never set up, because they didn't want to see products circulating called Macedonian. We had made an agreement on the basis of European law to which we all abide. But the conclusion, unfortunately, is that Greece was different in 2018 when it was emerging from the mud, and this Greece of 2024 is different. It is deteriorating. What else did we do with this agreement? We hit irredentism, not only with Article 7, but with the history, etc., and especially with the erga omnes part of the agreement, that this is going to be called North Macedonia in 3 cases. Whatever is the institution of the state, whatever is being funded by the state, and for whatever has been become legitimate on the basis of a government act, with a government gazette. Why do you care about that? Well, it is interesting. The first time I said it to Ivanov, to the president of North Macedonia. He said, I will call my country Macedonia. There is no North Macedonia. He was difficult at the time. And he was difficult, Nicholas. And I said, go and talk the way you like with your friends. It's your right. It is his right to go about talking what you want, say what you want. An international agreement cannot forbid you. But if you are one of the 3 and the president of a country is all 3, he's an institution, he has been funded by the state, and he has been appointed by a government act, then he needs to call the country North Macedonia. And I'm saying this addressing the new president of the country. They have a personal right, but as an institution, they have obligations. If they don't like the agreement, then they can complain to their friends. We never said the opposite, but this is the smallest of our problems, because they were allowed to do it. And why were they allowed to do it? Because the EU did not do what they had to do. They did not treat the state as they should have. We started with the French vetoes in order to oblige Germany to review the EU institutions, as if that was the problem of North Macedonia. And now we have ended with Bulgaria, who had already signed a friendship treaty with this country. And then they thought this is not as good as the PRESPA, and we need to review it. So I said it publicly. The solution is very simple. The Greek government needs to tell the Bulgarian government that we are never going to vote for your accession into the Schengen zone, which was imminent, if you don't lift your veto. Well, that's a good proposal, Nicholas. Huh? But why should I interfere? We should not create problems because of a PRESPA agreement. But this is not an agreement just between Greece and North Macedonia. The PRESPA agreement says something, and specifically and I respect them for that, on behalf of the then and hopefully future leadership of North Macedonia. They say, we trust Greece that they will promote the positive agenda if we make the serious concession to change my name. And this is not easy. I will make the compromise if you ensure that for me a path towards Europe. Where is the path towards Europe? It's closed. What does the EU tell North Macedonia to the North leadership? What did they tell you, Zoran and Nicholas? You shouldn't have trusted me. There is somebody who will always, they will always do something to do away with with your trust to us. And do we care, Mr. Kotsias, about this North Macedonia? Is it a huge problem? Yes, it is a huge problem. We live in a part of the world with two wars, Ukraine and the Middle East, and with lots of problems in the area. The Serbs of Bosnia may be right, maybe, I don't know. The Americans are not in a position to interfere in the Balkans as they did so many years ago. Why don't we leave the Dayton agreements and go towards Serbia? Who makes them think about that? It's the West by being inconsistent, by not honoring the agreements, and by not implementing in North Macedonia the constitution, the constituent states of the country. Let's say that we need to recognize a very painful thing, that Kosovo is not part of Serbia, or that to do something about the Union of Municipalities of Northern Kosovo. Why don't we do it now? The incentive was the path towards Europe, but now they say no, because we see what's happening in North Macedonia, and we cannot trust that any compromise Kosovars and Bosnians, or Bosnian Serbs and Bosnian Croats do not allow to do not change the character of Bosnia, and because of European path. No, there is no problem if there are Albanians here and Kosovars there. We will all find ourselves in the United Europe. Don't people understand that by blocking the way to North Macedonia, they do not allow the confidence to grow. They create suspicion. We are in a condition whereby nobody believes that the European Union will do as promised, will honor their promises. We promised that the North Macedonia should become a member. They belong to the Western culture of peace, of democratic dialogue, of dialogue in general. So we need to honor our promises. People are looking at us. People are watching us and are judging us. And those who are watching us and judging us are peoples who live in areas under tension, Serbia, Bosnia, Kosovo. So if we open the way of North Macedonia to Europe, this is a way of peace, security, and prosperity. And a great thing, and I will conclude, of the Prespa agreement, a great thing that was achieved was that the citizens and their rights were at the very center. Hello, George. Somebody who has fought for peace and stability in the Balkans. George. So people have received a promise, have been given a promise, and I will conclude, Marilena. If the Prespa agreement breaks up, which cannot happen because we have tied it up properly, Articles 19 and 20. But if the Ohrid agreement were to break, and I'm sure that people think about it, then with this attitude, we would be leading North Macedonia to instability. And I wonder, does the instability of North Macedonia, the tensions in Bosnia and between Serbia and Kosovo, during a period of war in the Middle East and in Ukraine, does all that show that we have leadership in the EU, in some other countries in the area and in Athens, people who really understand the situation or in our part of the world? We should be serene, we should be wise, and we should have a plan. This is what we did with the Prespa agreement, and this is what should be done. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Νίκο.
Thank you, Nikos.
Turn to the ambassador. As Nikos Kodia said, the region is encircled by war in Ukraine, in the Middle East. So it's a very fragile region. If Russia wants to divert attention from Ukraine, there are some spots in the Balkans which are really fragile. What are your views on that?
Well, I think the region, as I said in my opening remarks, is very vulnerable and getting more vulnerable. If you look in the neighborhood, as you've said and other speakers have said, so I won't repeat it, that the EU has some challenges, serious challenges. The Middle East is in flames. My own country, the United States, is going through significant change, and enough attitudes in our country make it less likely that we'll be as reliable and active a supporter of world issues that we used to be. And if you look at North Africa, you have failed states and states that are almost failed. So you're right in the middle. And then you have Russia, and Russia is militarized, and Russia's on the march. And whenever Russia is on the march, it's always marching this way, right? It doesn't march in other directions. It marches in this direction. So it's a very vulnerable period. And you have overriding global issues that are affecting the area negatively. One is migration out, really a serious problem. Demographic change. Second, climate change. And third, deglobalization. And deglobalization is going to affect this region. Smaller countries will have a tougher time. Tariffs are going up. Restrictions on investment, restrictions on technology transfer. All of that affects smaller countries, but this region in particular. So it's obvious what ought to be done. I mentioned it earlier. One is getting your own act together, and there's no reason why people outside the region should worry so much about people in the region if the people in the region don't take responsibility themselves for getting things done. One thing I learned as a mediator, I think this is a good lesson for some people in the world today. The mediator should not be more interested in solving the problem than the participants. The problem is the problem for the participants. The mediator is there to help them. But if the people don't want to solve the problem, then why is a mediator work? Sometimes I would say at home to my wife, I say, why am I getting so worked up about this, this name issue? Because the two parties, for different reasons, at different times, were not interested in solving the problem. Now, political leaders have priorities, and this was not a priority in Greece at certain periods, it was not a priority in North Macedonia at certain times. But so I decided that a mediator should not be more active. You see this in the Middle East now, where sometimes the mediator, even a very high elected official in my country, it seems to be spending more time on the issue, and the two parties, the protagonists, have very little interest in solving the problem. Yes, they want to solve it if they get 100% their way, but a realistic solution, not necessarily. Ukraine, similarly, you know, it's a question whether Putin wants to solve this, and it's a question whether the Ukrainian leadership wants to solve it in a realistic way right now. Everyone else wants to solve it, but the two protagonists don't. You have issues like Kosovo and Serbian issues and Bosnian issues, and you have in North Macedonia not only the present government saying that they'll write out North Macedonia, but they won't say North Macedonia. So what if they have to read it? You know, they write North Macedonia, but then they have to read it. But how do they read it? You know, question. Difficulties with Bulgaria. So the primary responsibility should be here in this region. The people here in this region should do what Zaev and Tsipras did, and Dimitrov and Kotsias, just get at it and try to solve it. Sometimes you can't. I understand that. Sometimes you can't. But you need to make the effort. So from an outside point of view, there are many problems in the world. People are not going to worry about the problems in this region unless the people in this region are committed to trying to solve it. You know?
Thank you. Nicola, you know, the Balkans have been for many years the soft underbelly of Europe. We all know that the potential of violence is still there, and we have many signs on this. After you left office, you go around Europe trying to raise awareness about the need for the European perspective of your country, but also for the Western Balkans in general, because you know exactly what the risks is. Can you give us some insight, please?
The region is not in a good shape. There are problems. We are far, far, far from an outcome, a solution of the Kosovo-Serbia issue, or the officially called the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Bosnia and Herzegovina, every week there is a statement or a move that essentially undermines the statehood and the integrity of the country as a country. So we are not doing good. This is a region that is geographically within the European Union. All around, you know, for Germany or for the French, when they think the Balkans, they think somewhere on the periphery, but actually we are surrounded by member states. So it's like a gray hole in the blue-yellow flag of Europe. And these 6 countries were promised a European perspective that one day they will join the family in Thessaloniki in 2003. But it's been 21 years. 21 years. Vetoes, the name issue was one reason. Many other reasons, their own issues, Brexit, the financial crisis, migration crisis. But for the people in the region, it's actually much easier to go with their family and seek for a European way of life in Germany or Italy or another European country than stay in the region and try and fight and make their countries European. So with the war and the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the debate about enlargement is back. because of the moral case that the Ukrainians have. And because this is how it started. It started because they decided they want to become European against their current leader at the time, Yanukovych, right? So we need to convince the member states and Brussels that this unfinished job will bite us all. It will backfire. Imagine this building. We are all in this one area. But if this was the European Union, there is a room somewhere, maybe below here, maybe somewhere there, which is also part of the building, because geographically, North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, Serbia, Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina are here in the building. But they don't have the light. They are not plugged in the electricity system and the air conditioning. We, here in the heart of the house, will feel this, because cold will be coming from there. And, you know, so we need to fix this. Jens Plotner talked about what kind of a world this is, that this is no longer a unipolar world where the United States is the only leader, is the only leading nation. What Europe can do in Gaza, if it cannot fix its own territory, you know, how do we, where is our credibility? And to put things into perspective, remember, the accession process usually lasts between 3 to 5 years. Croatia negotiated the longest, 68 months. Serbia and Montenegro at the moment, both are in the process for more than a decade. And my country is a veteran candidate country. We know everything there is to know about being a candidate country. We know all the corners in the waiting room. We have counted all the tiles on the floor in the waiting room. We know everything. And we still cannot move on. Why? Because once we climbed the hill with Greece, which was very difficult, initially France, but then soon Bulgaria, officially challenges our identity and the Macedonian language, etc., etc. You know, so is this for real? And I cannot blame my fellow citizens who think that EU is not serious about this. Only 1/3 of the people think EU is serious about this. So I really think that we need to get our act together. We need, with Bulgaria, a relation alike, akin to two European countries in the 21st century. We need to be close. Now we are in this stage where they make their political careers on how bad they are with us, and the blame game and this and so. I think we need to grow up as a region, and we need to do it fast. And I sometimes tell to my friends from Ukraine and Moldova, they have the enthusiasm, and we have the experience. And we need a bit of their enthusiasm, and they need a bit of our experience to make this happen. But the European Union, if it wants to have a say in this world, if it wants to be seen as a credible mediator in a big dispute elsewhere, it has to deliver to this region, where the stakes are so high and where it has all the leverage in the world. And I think the champions for the European integration of the Western Balkans, which is also Southeast Europe, should be Greece, first of all, as the oldest member, our neighbor from this region, followed by other member states of the Union, Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania. Greece, and then should lead the way, and we finish this incomplete, unfinished business. Because when the dream of European future fades away, politicians in some countries are rewaking the ideas of ethnic borders. So we think when the nation, about the lost lands. So we think about greater Serbia, we think about greater Albania, we think about greater this or greater that. And those narratives are coming back because the sustainable long-term concept for peace in the Balkans was we reform, we move towards the European Union, borders don't matter much because you can pass them, we all become a bit richer, a bit more prosperous, and we are together in solidarity and togetherness. And when this dream is not achievable, then this and free media and the health of your democratic institutions, but we can do this together. Maybe we have to plan for you in the next 7 years multi-annual financial framework of the Union, and maybe we should change the way we vote on enlargement so that not on every single step we have to have a consensus, learning from the experience of one member state using a narrative of the 19th century, blocking our future generation to move on. Because that makes us all complicit. Qualified majority voting is also part of this current debate. But for us to become, and I'm finishing, you're giving me a look. For us to make a difference, our destiny is mostly in our hands. And if we move, and if Europe notices something is happening in the region, they're solving their problems, they're pushing on reforms, they will also wake up. So we need both the region and the European Union to wake up, to do this. We don't have much time.
The message was clear. The EU must wake up, the risks are there, and the potential of violence also is very present.
Someone asked me a few days ago, why you in the Balkans you never solve problems, you only create problems. You create more history, the Churchill quote, that you can swallow, digest. And I said, maybe that's true, but we solved one. After, 6 years ago. And what did you do?
Yeah.
Instead of embracing this and saying, look how it works. They solved it, we're going to now deliver on our promises. Motivate Belgrade and Pristina and all the, what did they do? No. They left us there, right? Not all of them, but it takes only one for the whole EU to fail. So I'm not a big fan of EU bashing, but this was a catastrophic strategic mistake. Instead of supporting leadership that rarely comes in the Balkans, they undermined it. And this was a mistake.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Greek, myself also. 2 χρόνια πριν, νομίζω, Νίκο, έβγαλες ένα βιβλίο.
2 years ago, Nikos, you published a book, The Logic of the Solution, a big book. It was about everything on the negotiation. What mostly impressed me was one chapter, the one where you discuss building trust, confidence building, and you talk about the focal position of trust in any negotiation whatsoever, especially in this particular negotiation. Would you like to elaborate on that? Yes. Shall I come back to the 2 questions you asked my interlocutors? Maybe some will be upset by what I'm going to say. People who live and feed on visions. It's about Russia. My experience shows that whenever there's a problem, Russia is always there by the side of Greece. When we solve a problem, they're always hostile. Russia wants to be there to help. They don't want us to resolve problems because eventually North Macedonia will be part of NATO and so on. It's about its strategic interests, and that's why Russia did not like the Prespa agreement. Time and again, I explained to Russians that I told the Russians that the Prespa agreement was about resolving an issue of our own. It had nothing to do with what they had decided to do with North Macedonia or what would happen. I mean, the North Macedonian people would decide which organization they would join, where they would go. That's what I told the Russians, and I can't help but wonder when we were faced with the name issue, the one we know about. There were commissions, friendship groups at the level of the European Parliament with FYROM back then, right? There were friendship groups and respective committees from the Council of Europe and so on and so forth. Once the name issue was resolved and what was needed on the part of North Macedonia, when North Macedonia needed help, all those committees actually disappeared. They dissolved into thin air. Maybe we should help re-establish those committees that were there prior to the solution to the problem. And Greece was, and I'm coming back to the new states, especially the ones that were created after the fall of socialism. Back in the 1990s, Greece entered the newly formed countries market. And eventually, when these countries also turned to the European Union, we were there. And we have to be careful with combining the two. I mean, it's about our art. We want to have the Balkans be independent. I mean, we want these countries to be able to stand on their own 2 feet, but then it's very important for us to be a cluster of countries, a cluster of votes, giving us leverage in terms of negotiating within the family of the EU. So we have to practice on that. Moreover, we have to show people that we have arguments, and I tried to show you there are arguments today. When it comes to the book, thank you. We did well, but then again, it was published at the time of the pandemic. So the logic of the solution, well, it's hundreds and hundred pages. Nicole actually told me we should have written a smaller book together, and he's right. The latest book I wrote and I gave my publisher a couple of months ago is only 600 pages. Well, he says, half in jest. You know what? When you write books, you're solving some of your own problems that way. So writing solves my problems. Having said that, well, listen, I discovered this. Until we had our negotiations under the leadership and the tutelage of the two prime ministers. Prior to that, if you will, the negotiations were happening always by means of a negotiator or intermediator, rather. I spoke to Zoran. I would speak to Zoran. I would give him my arguments, and I always thought, well, this is going to work. I've persuaded him. He went back to Skopje, then he came back and he called me. He was in Thessaloniki. Half of what I had offered was okay, but the rest of my arguments didn't work for his side. So they had turned everything into dust, if you will. It wouldn't work for that. And then I was worked up and I was thinking, but why? And yes, sometimes there's just this, I have a sudden enlightenment, and then I realize it's not a matter of the mediator. And it's a good thing that Matthew Nimitz was exceptional, because I've also seen other, even the current foreign minister in Norway, well, our negotiator, mediator was great. But whenever you have a mediator, a go-between, you don't have direct conversation with the other party, so there's a lack in trust. And you're trying to convince the mediator, and you're always overcharging with your arguments. By doing that, instantaneously, automatically, if you will, what happens? You won't budge. You're just stuck in your position and you won't budge. And when eventually we started conversing with Nicola, and occasionally Matthew would pitch in and he was helpful whenever he intervened. So once we had a straight connection, direct connection with Nicola, we realized that we didn't have to keep things like they were. We were being more straightforward. And I remember in September 2017, when we left going underground, we went through the garage, the parking lot, in order to avoid the photographers. I told Nicola, my friend, I told him, what is it you want from this negotiation? Remember when I said that? He said, I want these 3 things, right? And I told him, I want another 3 things, and we were very clear. All of a sudden, the negotiation was very, very clear. This is how we started trusting each other more, because there's a big risk there, and that's why I'm insisting on having confidence and trust. Once you are straightforward to the other party about what you want, then maybe they will play with you. But back then and there, we were sincere. We really meant to find a solution. There was proof of that in this conversation of ours. And when we met in Vienna at the UN headquarters, the first meeting, and I remember the last meeting, that was when there was a bank holiday. But during our first meeting, or rather then next we had lunch at the opera. And I told Nicola, you know what? One of my family is heavily sick and people are not giving me a good prognosis. Nicola was interested. He started asking me more questions about my family and the how and what. And then I started asking him questions about his own family, and we were sharing views. We were talking about our children. Back then, your children, unless I'm wrong, were living in the Netherlands, right? So they were a long way from home, so we shared things. And then we felt that we were waging or giving a battle, and we were faced with unjust accusations and attacks. We were being challenged by extreme right people. I think I received harsher threats. Even ammunition was sent to me inside envelopes. I mean, we had things in common, and nobody was standing up for us too. No representative of the press was actually there to defend us. Alexis and Zoran, respectively, were holding the ground, and they were also discussing, but not many people really believed this was an issue that was going to be resolved eventually, and not many were sympathetic. Nobody felt compelled to sympathize with us. We did the whole negotiation. We walked the path, but what was necessary was also political volition, responsibility, and a political green light, the okay. So Zoran and Alexis were the ones that had okayed that. And that's how we build trust between ourselves, and we were open to one another. We were not fooling one another. We were not trying to kid ourselves. I mean, we got to know each other. Eventually, we're friends. We are good friends now. I was invited somewhere in the south of Northern Macedonia, and I said I would like to have Nicola there as well. So you were there. There were 4 prime ministers, 4 foreign ministers, and there were people who were threatening the event. But no one from the press actually wrote a thing about it. Nobody wrote a single line about the fact that this didn't take place because there were threats by people wearing hoods. But you see, we shared this. We shared our agonies, our concerns. We talked to one another about our problems. This was also essential to building trust. And we had the last negotiation in New York City. Matthew was there. And we agreed then, and there were some issues that were still open and pending, and I had to go because we had a ministerial meeting in Brussels, and Nicola had to also attend the meeting. So we had to leave, and we agreed we would continue the negotiation. Where? At the abode of our ambassador. This is where we normally, well, I'm sharing a secret with you. Quite often, between conflicting states, if you will, we had meetings. Andreas was an excellent ambassador. His wife is an excellent host, and she's a good cook as well. I have to say that. They put up with us. We moved the negotiation there. They put up with us. That was a familiar ambience. We could trust one another. There was absolute trust because we wanted to achieve a solution. We were closer together compared to the ones who were trying to attack and threaten us. And I can't help but remember that, half in jest, I spoke at the parliament and I told Alexis, to my understanding, there are 2 agreements. One is in Skopje, the traitors in Skopje, and another agreement of traitors in Athens. I was saying that half in jest, but then Alexis also made a great speech. I believe that friendly ties, friendship and trust can help resolve issues once they are mature enough, and we didn't make them mature. The issue eventually through time grew maturer. Timing brought in power good prime ministers and ministers of foreign affairs, and diplomats were there. You had exceptional diplomats. I was always very happy to have my diplomats. I still owe them a lot. They were always there. They were supportive. They also ethically and morally, they were there for us. So our diplomats helped us as well. And eventually we had a meeting at Sunio, and I'm talking about everything. Remember Sunio, Nicola? I've written about it in the book, and Matthew Nimitz was there, and our teams were there, and I told Nikolai, you grab your chair, I'll grab mine, let's find a tree, let's sit underneath the shade of a tree, let's talk things through, and let's resolve this. We can't drag it on any longer, because when the thing is dragging on and on, this is bad, then you end up with a gangrena. So we agreed, we moved our chairs, we had this 4-hour-long talk underneath the tree, and we were looking at the sea, and we couldn't go there. And eventually, Sunio, New York, the permanent representatives in Brussels abode. We had the talks, and we still have great trust to one another. And I guess the prime ministers also are talking to one another. Me and Nicola, we converse quite often. We have this network that consists of 11 ministers from the region. We co-produced a book about the future, not the past, the shared future, everything that's positive about the future of the Balkans. Our common friend, Dietmar Busati, I think he's watching us now. We co-published that book that we co-penned, all of us, all 11 of us. So when you're agonizing over the future and the fate of your people, when you see people that share the same agony, and there are some words in Greek that are hard to translate, says Mr. Gonzias, but you know a few words, Galini included. So when you have kaimos and Galini, so when you're passionate about it and you have a sense of responsibility vis-a-vis your people, your peoples, your government, your prime minister shares that, then I think that minds become more creative, they come up with better solutions, and people understand that it's important to see the big picture, not stick to the details, and have an agreement. And the agreement, the Prespa agreement, was painful, indeed. It hurt, but then again, history eventually will be smiling at us, and history will tell us eventually that this was good, you did well, move forward. Please support this agreement, all of you. Let's not allow people to smother this baby. Let's have this baby grow up in order for you and the peoples in the region to enjoy that. Thank you very much.
So we are coming to the end of our discussion. I think we had a very honest and comprehensive discussion on all the aspects and friendly discussion on all the aspects of the agreement, and we also raised all the issues that present us with a new mission in the region, a mission, a European mission, and a mission to stop the violence and to stop the region from becoming again an area of crisis. Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όλους σας για την παρουσία σας εδώ.
Thank you all for being with us. Thank you.
Εμείς να ευχαριστήσουμε πάρα πολύ.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kopa, for the excellent moderation, and you have given us an extra 4 minutes. Thank you very much, Ms. Kopa. So we will just have a short break in order
Start. Λοιπόν, κυρίες και κύριοι, συνεχίζουμε με...
Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed with the next session, which is the great debate.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι.
Good afternoon. Let us proceed with the next session after this very interesting debate and discussion with the architects of this negotiating process. We will now have the stars. Before we invite them and the moderator, Ms. Liberaki, let's watch an interesting video.
Βρισκόμαστε εδώ κοιτώντας.
We are here looking. Sorry, there are subtitles.
Εδώ για να πράξουμε το πατριωτικό μας καθήκον. Πριν από λίγο καταλήξαμε σε συμφωνία για ένα θέμα που μας απασχολεί και μας ταλαιπωρεί πάρα πολύ.
Ψήφισαν συνολικά 300 βουλευτές. Ναι, ψήφισαν 153.
Ретки се генерациите кои имаат шанса да бидат запаметени од сите следни генерации. Тоа е моментот кога знаете дека треба да ја зграбчите со целата одговорност и да донесете одлука, историска одлука.
Η συμφωνία των Πρεσπών είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό βήμα προς τα μπρος για τη σταθερότητα, την ασφάλεια, τη συνανάπτυξη στην περιοχή.
Für einen entscheidenden Schritt, von dem nicht nur Griechenland und Nordmazedonien profitieren werden, sondern von dem auch ganz Europa.
Η συμφωνία αυτή λοιπόν είναι και ιστορική και εθνικά ωφέλιμη. Θα προσθέσω και έναν ακόμα όρο. Και πατριωτική.
Τους δύο πρωθυπουργούς του...
The two prime ministers, the former prime ministers, Alexis Tsipras and Zoran Zaev. And let us also call my colleague Niki Liberaki, who will moderate this discussion.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I'm very happy to be with you today, and I am very especially happy to be able to be discussing the two stars, as my colleague said, of that agreement. The there could be no better introduction than what we saw. We were looking at you while watching the video. I saw you smile. And let's ask a question to both of you. Now it's exactly 6 years after the Prespa agreement was signed. None of you is in power, so you are looking from things from a distance. There were elections in North Macedonia. I have a question to both of you. I'm starting by you, President. Looking back, would you say that the conditions were not mature? Because conditions are never mature for such agreements. And more importantly, could this have cost you your position? First of all, let me say that I'm very moved to be with Zoran today and to remember these moments with him. These were difficult days for us, but I listened to Nikos Kotzias earlier, and we saw the historic moments on the wall. We were very proud then, and we are proud today. I want to make a mention about the images from the Hellenic Parliament and the Parliament of North Macedonia. Let me say that the 153 members of parliament who voted for the agreement under very difficult circumstances are the people to whom we owe this fact. I would like to mention that and recognize them, all of them, 153. No. So, regarding your question, was it the right time? Not only was it the right time, but if we did not do it then things could have gone sour, not only mature, because 6 years later, things have changed a lot. And now, when looking at what is happening at our wider neighborhood, there is a conflict in the war being waged in the north and another one in Gaza. So I wonder if today, at a moment when even Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Finland, wish to join NATO, what would our pressure on this country, irrespective of the government in power, we would be receiving pressure for us to accept the name, the constitutional name of our neighboring country. I believe that the solution should have been given much earlier, but the conditions were mature, the time was right. Otherwise, they would never have been ripe. And this is something that is very important. The procrastination policy, the stagnation policy is very convenient for governments and leaderships when they have to deal with difficult issues. But this is not a policy that benefits the people, and much less is it to the benefit of stability. This is something that we see every day when the clouds of war are gathering. We have gone through a number of crises, the cost of life, the energy, the refugee crisis, the climate crisis. And the message that we need to send is that leaderships need to resolve or to attempt to resolve problems and not wait until they're ripe, because they will rot before they are resolved.
Want to repeat the question in English?
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
First of all, let me thank to everybody participating and accepting our invitation from Foundation ZAEF, One Society for All, and Alexis Tsipras Institute. It's a hall with 300 seats. People stand. You make great honor for us. Thank you very much. And you know that I love you, you progressive people, you fighter for peace, for friendship. Thank you for spending your time talking about achievements what was very rare in the region. I want to thank you especially to distinguished guests, our former prime ministers, ministers who are here, present prime ministers, ministers acting, I mean, a lot of leaders from the Balkan, from European Union, everybody who participate, and also special thanks to the team of Evan Kalpadakis and all these people who work in this conference, also to Dr. Venko Filipce from our sides and other participants. It's really a great honor to be present here after 6 years of PRESPA agreement. But first of all, let me tell you one story. I waited 6 years to speak about PRESPA agreement with Alexis together, and I want to share this story with you.
Please share as much as you can.
It's a short one. It's a short one. There is an old legend about the origin of Prespa Lake. I think even Alexis doesn't know the story. A long time ago, at the place of today's lake, according to the legend, there was a large valley, a beautiful, fertile field for which two tribes constantly fought. Not far from the field were 7 wells from which people filled water. Every evening, a beautiful girl named Prespa, the daughter of a prince of one of the 2 tribes, also filled water. Once, filling water from one of the 7 wells, she saw the handsome boy Labit, the son of a prince from another tribe. Prespa and Labit fell in love and began to meet secretly. One night, walking towards her boyfriend, Prespa purposely took out the crocks of the 7 wells. In love ecstasy, Prespa and Labit fell asleep that night on a nearby hill, and when they woke up the next day, they saw that the valley had turned into a beautiful lake. Labit embraced Prespa and told her, "Now there is nothing for our tribes to fight for." The young people got married, and the lake was named Prespa in honor of the beauty and the settlement Prespa. Dear friends, there is a lot of symbolism between this legend and the Treaty of Prespa signed 6 years ago today.
Is it a love story then, Mr. Zaev?
The conclusion would be love, reason, peace, and vision for a better tomorrow always win in life. The difference is that the legend is fictional and our agreement is a beautiful reality. Alexis and I, we received several international peace prizes, more than 10 together, and were nominated for the Nobel Prize too. But everyone should know that for both of us, the greatest peace prize is peace itself. Thank you.
But it was not so love story at that time where we suffered.
Yes. Only to add it what Alexis comment. I believe that me and Alexis achieved the substance of the agreement in our first meeting in Davos in January 2018. Agreement was signed 17 of June 2018. The substance. A lot of things we can thank very much really to Nikos Kotsias and Nikola Dimitrov, their teams, our teams from our cabinet, because there was a lot of details inside, especially legal aspects, because it's an international agreement. But one thing I will share, and I will leave it for further questions. When we sit together, Alexis asked me, Zoran, are you honestly ready to enter inside of finding solution? My answer was yes, I'm ready. And we concluded that probably we will be politically dead after the solution. Yes, we was aware of that. Let's enter it inside. Why? Because it's worthwhile. We will leave a legacy for young people, for children, for next generations, and we are with honest willingness to find solution for name dispute, what was 30 years, almost 30 years old problem between our both countries.
Let's land to today for your country. If you could please put on your headsets, or I will proceed in Greek in the next question. Ένα ερώτημα.
One question that is a burning, hot question is, where do you think this choice of the new leadership of your country go to? That is, to go against the letter and the spirit of the agreement. Do you believe, in other words, that indeed the new leadership in North Macedonia, can it risk the European perspective of the country, or is it just a communication strategy for domestic purposes, which, as time goes and we go away from the elections, will slow down? What do you believe?
No, I'm completely optimistic always, but I try to be optimistic also now. And I will use it really, this conference, with the presence of all these people, all these media, to send a clear message. For the future Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Christian Mickoski, he never threatened that will destroy the agreement. He confirmed that the agreement will stay in life. Also, he confirmed publicly that he will use writtenly North Macedonia, but he still don't want to confirm that he will use it our constitutional name, North Macedonia. And without using constitutional name of North Macedonia, that means that he will break the law, international agreement, and our constitution. What is the message for the rest of the citizens? If you break own constitution like a leader of the country, it's a really bad message. And I invite him to show leadership. He has huge support 1 month ago and few days extra. Huge support. There is a lot of challenges in front of him. He needs to be leader, and really, since he confirmed that Prespa agreement is not under threat, because he has even 2/3 majority for the parliament. Since he confirmed that he will use written North Macedonia, let's do this final step. Follow own constitution, international agreement, and laws in our country. Also the message for Prime Minister Mitsotakis. Since he supports North Macedonia in our European Union path, he was very visibly fighting for integration process of North Macedonia and whole Western Balkan. During his time, we increased our economic cooperation. And finally, really, the Greek airspace covered our space. That is the 3 memoranda. Practically, they do it, but they don't want to vote it. Why?
You mean the agreements in the parliament?
3 memoranda in the parliament is, first is memorandum that Greece accept the honor to cover Macedonian airspace from Greek air forces.
North Macedonia.
North Macedonia.
Right.
Secondly, that they will work to increase economic cooperation between North Macedonia and Greece. And they do it. because the trade grow, investment grow. And the third one is that they will help North Macedonia to be integrated in NATO and European Union. That is done.
Thank you.
So both of them need to fulfill practically things because of the good future of both nations.
Thank you. I'm cutting you a bit short because έχουμε σαφώς λιγότερο χρόνο από το προηγούμενο.
I am interrupting because we have much less time than the previous panel because we want to cover as much as possible. Mr. President, you are criticizing those who say that this is the insufficient control. There is Article 19, and I want to ask you, since you are talking about an issue of implementation of the agreement, do you believe that Greece should activate Article 19? If not, how do you think that we should handle the situation after the elections? Well, just one moment to say something, because I heard the myth of the Prespa lake. I didn't know it. I heard the legend, but I want to reveal how this idea came to me. It was my idea. I came to meet this area in an excursion as a student, and I was impressed by the natural environment, but mainly because Prespas is an area where, until our agreement, it was equivalent to civil strife, pain, and war. It was the lake through which the defeated Popular Army went through. The applause should be for what happened today, not what happened then. So it was a symbol and an equivalent for war and for hatred. The Popular Army went through, after its defeat, with boats. They went towards the then Yugoslavia, Albania, and so it was very heavily, there was a heavily connotation. So I had the inspiration and the vision, and I'm very happy and proud for this. And Prespas from now on will not symbolize war. They will symbolize peace and conciliation among people. Well, this is where the applause must come into play. Yes, that's right. So now let me come to the difficult part. First of all, I want to say that the wisdom of this agreement is that the true safety valves were introduced on a preliminary basis. No activation of Article 19 will save us if we do not have the existence of this country in the future, if they do not respect the agreement. I want to be very harsh on that. Why do I say that? The agreement stipulated constitutional change. This was extremely difficult for Zoran to implement. And I have to reveal something else. We had reached the point where we said, well, it doesn't go on, we stop. And I think we stopped the talks for 10 days, because he had told me I cannot change the constitution. And I said, well, I cannot retreat on that. Try it, we will still be friends, we will still have our friendship, but we will not go on in this historic event. So the first was the constitution. The first is the constitution. The second is that there is no European prospect. So there are no European funds on the table. The third is Stoltenberg was very, very clear in his statements regarding the prerequisite for respecting the agreement. And the fourth thing that very few people know, even the United States and President Biden signed a decree that was ratified by the Congress, which provides for sanctions, even individual sanctions, for those who do not respect and comply with the Prespa agreement. So there are very many safety valves, very strict safety valves. So to invoke Article 19, well, I hope that the new Prime Minister of North Macedonia will try to abide by the agreement, and at some point he will come to terms with the reality. And the reality is that this country's constitutional name is North Macedonia. It is recognized as North Macedonia in the world. I recall that before the agreement, 90 countries recognized it as Macedonia. Now it is recognized as North Macedonia. So he will come to terms with this reality. Otherwise, he will have extremely high difficulties of an existential character. If you read our article, we're not talking about the European prospect, but about the existence per se of the country. For Greece, the existence of North Macedonia should be something very, very important. We are the ones that want our northern neighbors to have stability, cohesion, to be a country that will be able to exist in the area. What do you mean that? You come back to that. You say existentially. What do you mean existentially? Is its existence threatened? Is it threatened by isolation? I mean that it is threatened with international isolation, and this was the perspicacity of Zoran, who undertook the responsibility to do very, very important and difficult steps. But at the same time, it's not just that. It's not just isolationism. The area of the Balkans, we all know, not just its history, we know its recent history. Not that in the past it was the powder keg of Europe, etc. Right now, it is a field where third countries want to have the possibility to interfere. And I want to be very, very clear on that. Our neighbors in the east want to interfere. They want to have, you mean Turkey? Yes. Turkey and Russia wants to have an interference in the Balkans. So an existential issue for North Macedonia, a strategical importance issue for Europe, whether it will let Western Balkans to be a toy in the wishes of third countries, whereas the European Union should proceed fast the accession of Western Balkans. I think this is a great way to ask Mr. Zaev, and I hope we will have time to talk about the role of Greece in the broader area. In view of the fermentation regarding the new Commission, Mr. Zaev, you write in your article that the European Union should undertake its responsibilities. I heard before Mr. Dimitrov say that it was not this prospect that was opened up was not embraced, this prospect with the Prespa agreement. Do you believe that this stance of the European Union has left a space for nationalists? Do you believe that it will be costly in the future for your country? What do you ask from Europe?
You know, European Union promises and they don't deliver. They show the example, they use it everywhere, thanks God. It's good to use it. Good agreement is useful, especially in the Balkans, but I believe widely in the world. They promise that when we achieve agreement and we change the constitution of the country because of the changing of the constitutional name, we will have immediately invitation for the European Union and we will start negotiation with the European Union. Invitation for NATO and start negotiation with the European Union. The first goal was fulfilled immediately. We are NATO members now. And the European Union doesn't invite us because at that time President Macron invented a new methodology, need to be changed. Greece is aware about that, we are aware about that because of some smaller countries have some problems inside, for France, Netherlands, Denmark mainly, and was postponed. I was pushed to go for election to check if our citizens still remain in our European path, because there was no deliver. People stay. They voted again, 2020. After that, it's appeared problem with Bulgaria, normally supported by most of the European Union countries, and we were stuck again. That demotivate our people and bring it back, most of them, to the nationalism and populism, what was not the case before, for example. So Europe needs to be stronger and more decisive and to make decisions, not only for North Macedonia, but for the whole Western Balkans. We hope lately, because of Ukraine, they have fast track now. We supported that, but also to not forget Western Balkans. You know, Western Balkans 20, 30 years ago have a lot of wars. Children of a lot of dead people are now grow up. They are intellectuals. Without motivation for a European future, they can easily take rifles and go in mountain.
Has it become more difficult now with the new leadership in your country?
Completely, they are right-oriented. They are nationalistic party, and it's really not easy. But I believe because of huge majority what the new government have, they will choose a new government next weekend, and the new Prime Minister, Christian Mickoski, will have expose, and I believe that he will not make mistake, because even if he make mistake, it will be even difficult for him after that. He will challenge the whole Western world with that, because for North Macedonia, there is no alternative than European Union and NATO. We doesn't have other option.
There is no alternative, you say?
No alternative. And that doesn't mean, yes, mean that we can not use European funds, but that means that there will be no foreign investment in the country, that there will be no even domestic investment in the country, that means that our young population will leave Western Europe, United States, everywhere. It's a complete existential danger of our country. And I invite him. He can blame me. There was one traitor, Zoran Zaev. He betrayed the country, changing the name. Yes, we lose our political position, okay, but let not make mistake for the future of North Macedonia.
Thank you, Mr. Zaev. Να ρωτήσω αν μπορούμε να έχουμε μία πίστοση χρόνου.
Could we have some time credit, if there is a possibility? Yes. Mr. President, the role of Greece in the broader Western Balkan area, let's not waste time. I think we all know how critical the broader area is. I want to ask you, how do you see, how should we move as a country? What are the steps? And since we are at a time of deliberations for the portfolios of the next Commission, do you think that our country should claim the enlargement portfolio? Why not? Instead of having the portfolio for the European way of life, that I have not understand what it stands for, maybe it would be more useful. For sure it is more useful. Well, very briefly, our country's role should be to be a pillar for peace and stability. Greece must be equivalent to a synonym for freedom, peace, and justice. And I think it is more important to be a bridge among continents and peoples and play this role, being a country, a member of NATO, a member of the EU, complying with the obligations, but it gives you a greater degree of autonomy and creativity than to be the advanced bastion of the West, where the degrees of autonomy have nothing to do with your decisions, but have a lot to do with other people's decisions. So I think that the country should invest in this identity and should move to a dialogue, to a debate, to resolve the problems. But the country should play a mediator role in the crisis. The previous thing, do you say that in relation to Albania, talking about the broader area? What do you mean? Whether we should try to resolve? Yes, of course. We should try, the country should try to resolve all problems with all our neighbors through dialogue. And I'm taking it a bit further, saying that Greece is a country that traditionally has a very good relationship with the Arab world and with Israel. It should be able to play a powerful role to resolve the crisis. So I think this is where we should invest in the future, not neglecting and disregarding the fact that we have difficulties with our neighbors much greater than we had with Turkey, but we should remain on the dialogue, of course, keeping and respecting our red lines as regards our sovereign rights. I think, however, that dialogue and the effort to resolve the differences is something that should be a main feature of our foreign policy. We should not be inactive, stagnating, and postponing. And I will come back to that. Nikos Kotzias said something very interesting. He said that it is like a baby, which requires care in order to be raised. And I want to underline that and stress that, because indeed, if we do not construct mutual trust with more acts than just signing an agreement, more acts and actions, I don't think that we will be able to reinforce the benefits that we can have from this agreement. We had the first intergovernmental conference in 2019. We did it together. And for 5 years, there has been nothing. 3 memoranda have not been ratified by the parliament, and they were to the benefit of the country. Do you believe that right now they should be ratified, although we have this in our neighboring country? This is just a justification. It's a pretext. They were not ratified in the previous time, and now we have this pretext. We are not doing it because the government is trying to violate the agreement on a rhetorical level. If you were Prime Minister, would you do it now? If I were Prime Minister, I would have done it a long time ago. And I would not depend my strategy as regards foreign policy from the domestic juxtapositions and oppositions and by internal opposition. I even took the cost vis-à-vis being re-elected with the Prespa agreement. I would not do it vis-à-vis domestic opposition. And I will conclude by saying the following. As Nikos Kotzias said, history for us should be a school, not a prison. I want to remind to those who read history that after the Lausanne Treaty, Eleftherios Venizelos took care to have a friendship agreement with Turkey, because the Lausanne Treaty at the time, it was a baby that should be protected, should be fed, should be helped to walk. Instead of doing the same with the Prespa agreement, the present government remained imprisoned in populism and the impossibility to serve the country's interest. We have already exceeded the time. Just one more question. I'm trying to use my connections. Where do you have Mr. Zaev's tie? I have it in my drawer. But you do have it. Yes, I do have it. Yes. Okay. Very briefly, I want to enhance this opportunity and ask you, 6 years on, how this started. I don't mean what we saw on the video. I don't mean your meeting in Davos in January 2018. I remember statements. I remember Johannes Hahn saying that it is the end of a course which started with the agreement of Przino, if I pronounce it correctly, in 2015. I remember articles, Mr. President, where you link the Prespa agreement with the bailout program. I want you to select and share with us something about the beginning of this course, which led to the Prespa agreement, something that we do not know, and something that gives us a view on a part of history. Well, things are very simple. It was a happy coincidence, the fact that we had a progressive government in Greece and a progressive government in North Macedonia. If this was not there, we would not have had an agreement. Yes, but how? I think Nikos Kotzias said that when he met Zoran, Zoran told him that I will be elected prime minister and we will solve the name issue. And Nikos came and told me, you know, there is a young person there who looks like you, actually, and who told me that he will become prime minister and we will solve the name issue. And I said, well, come on now. I mean, he won't be prime minister. Yes, he will. Why did you not believe him? Because it was Gruevski at the time. How many years ago was it? I mean, it was, yeah. I didn't believe that this change would take effect. I had seen the tensions. I had seen that Zoran was hit in the parliament. He was bleeding. He was outside. And Nikos came and told me, you know, things are changing there. And I said, well, Thank God. I wish that they change so as not to miss this opportunity, this great opportunity, because indeed, if we did not have progressive governments here and there, we would not have had this outcome. Whether any pressure is asked because North Macedonia wanted to access NATO, Mr. Kodzias is nodding, and I'm listening with respect, but I don't want to miss this question. Well, that was our vision. It was not pressure. It had nothing to do. I mean, NATO was a juncture that acted as a lever, as a boost for making this effort successful. It was to our benefit, for the benefit of Greece, North Macedonia, and the area as at large. It did not have anything to do with that. I mean, if it was just that, conservative governments would have solved it. Governments that are more respectful to NATO. We did it because we believed it, and we still believe it, that it is to the benefit of our peoples. Okay. Let's have your answer, Mr. President. What do you think? I hope. Well, you mentioned something about there was something very, very bad heard at that time. This agreement made this country, from Macedonia, it renamed it to North Macedonia. And it clarified issues regarding ancient culture and civilization, etc. And we were accused that we gave Macedonia in order to get the pensions. And I wonder whether now that they have an extreme right government in North Macedonia, whether they will take back the pensions and they will deduct them. A lot of extreme bad things were heard. Let me say that these things are in the political game, but I don't want to be just negative. Let me say that I am happy about the fact that these things are over once the elections took place and Mr. Mitsotakis won, and that he did not go on with that. The fact that he's following a policy, some people of his say that this is a kolotumba, a complete turnaround. I say that this is not so. It is the right policy. It is not a self-destructive policy by denouncing the agreement. I think that I had in mind just a publication by Politico. That's all. Yes. Mr. Zaev, shall we conclude with you? What can you tell us? Do you remember the first contact, the first phone call? Who did it? How did it all start, this whole process that brought you to Davos?
So the whole truth is connected to what Alexis shared with the people and public. You know, that time my country was under a regime, 11 years of Nikola Gruevski, who provoked not only Greece, but Bulgaria, Serbia, all our neighbors. You know, nationalism, populism a lot. He declared that he was for European Union and NATO, but he do completely opposite to never be part of NATO and European Union, because NATO and European Union mean that you need to participate in European manners, you know, transparency, budget responsibility, that kind of things. And that time, we have a really significant fight against the regime, very carefully, step by step. I have it in my possession, 1,040,000 non-legally war-type materials under more than 20,000 people. We was decided to fight the regime and to break down the regime. And I know it that I will take responsibility to be Prime Minister. And I know that if we want to be NATO member and someday member of European Union, we need to solve issue with Greece. The message was sent through Foreign Minister, Mr. Nikos Kotsias. And of course, the contact starts between both ministers and his teams. After that, Alexis contacted a few times by phone, but our first meeting was in Davos. Angelina is here. They take it leadership with us, managing together with Federica Mogherini that time. We invited Germany,
United
And the
States
rest is
and others,
history, as you
United
say.
States, Brittany, to help us with idea, with everything, but we have courage to solve this issue.
Αντιστέκομαι στην πρόκληση να
I will resist the temptation to ask you about center-left parties. I'm resisting this temptation. Thank you very much to both of you. It was an honor and a pleasure. I have to avow you were proceed with the next panel discussion. My dear friends, photo reporters, would you be so kind as to move out of the room? Would you be so kind as to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen? In order for us to stick to the time allocated to us.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, αν έχετε την...
Ladies and gentlemen, you can take the rest of your photos later, please.
Ωραία. Πάμε λοιπόν.
Let's get started without further ado. Ms. Tamouli, over to you.
Okay.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους και όλες. Σας καλωσορίζω. Λίγη υπομονή παρακαλώ. Εξάλλου είναι η τελευταία συζήτηση για απόψε. Σας καλωσορίζω σε αυτή την τελευταία συζήτηση για απόψε. Σήμερα, στην πρώτη μέρα της συναντήσεως, θα συζητήσουμε τη Δυτική Βαλκανική και θα ασχοληθούμε με το κατά πόσον βρισκόμαστε σε περίοδο στασιμότητας ή μήπως δημιουργείται νέο momentum. Και φαντάζομαι ελάχιστοι θα διαφωνούσαν σε αυτή τη φάση. Και θα έλεγαν οι περισσότεροι ότι όντως η όλη διαδικασία ήταν επώδυνα, βραδία και από όλες τις πλευρές οι βασικοί παίκτες αυτό έχουν κάνει. Θα περίμενα κυρίως να ασχοληθούμε με το πώς θα υπερβούμε αυτό το πρόσκομα ή πώς θα ξεπεράσουμε αυτή την στασιμότητα. Έχουμε μαζί μας κοινό ιδιαιτέρως αφοσιωμένο που παρέμεινε για το τελευταίο πάνελ και έχουμε εξαιρετικούς προσκεκλημένους μαζί μας. Ξεκινώ με τον Πρωθυπουργό της Σερβίας, τον κύριο Μίλος Βούτσεβιτς. Ευχαριστούμε που βρίσκεστε εδώ, κύριε. Ο πρώην Πρωθυπουργός της Ελλάδος, Γιώργος Παπανδρέου, σας ευχαριστούμε. Ο πρώην Πρωθυπουργός της Βορείου Μακεδονίας, Βλάντο Μπουκόφσκι, σας ευχαριστούμε και εσάς. Υπουργός Εξωτερικών της Αλβανίας, Ιγκλή Χασάνη. Και τελευταίος αλλά όχι έσχατος, ο ειδικός απεσταλμένος για τον διάλογο Βελιγραδίου, Πρίστινας και Δυτικής Βαλκανικής, ο Μύρος Αλοβλάιτσακ. Θα δώσω σε καθέναν από τους κυρίους λίγο χρόνο για τις πρώτες παρατηρήσεις τους πριν πάμε σε ερωταποκρίσεις. Κύριε Βούσεβιτς.
Good evening to all of you. I'm very honored to be tonight in Athens. Thank you for this invitation and having us. I think this meeting, this panel is very important, especially in terms that we have recently organized elections for European Parliament, new political circumstances, and of course it has direct influence on European path for Western Balkans countries, definitely. I think the name of this panel revoke or raise question, are we still talking about accession perspectives or should we talk about European future? That's the main question for all Western Balkans country, although I don't like to use this geographical term or definition for our states that it's Western Balkans. You know, when I was a student, we never heard about Western Balkans, we just learned about Balkans. This region always was Balkans, so I would like to say for this region, European Balkans, or European Balkan. Definitely the essence of the question or answer of this question lies in fact, is everyone fed up with empty dialogue, empty story from both sides, from Brussels or EU institutions, and at the same time from state candidates from WB. That's the main question for us. Because, you know, after 20, 25 years, people are fed up with this, you know, always expectations and something new is coming and now it's time to be
more encouraged or to believe that Europe is ready to encompass entire its territory, because I don't see that it's possible without Balkan states that Europe can be completed all around. So I'm fully aware that we have huge responsibility, speaking not just on behalf of Republic of Serbia, but regarding position of 4 Balkan states and or European Balkan states and nations. We have to conduct or to continue with reforms, but these reforms have to be supported, related with concrete measures from Brussels. So we have to get concrete signal from Brussels. Does Europe or European Union, sorry, need this region as a completely...
Do you get the signal?
Sorry?
Do you get the signal?
That's the question, you know. So we heard different opinions, different messages from different, of course, decision makers from European countries, but, you know, I really believe regarding Paris chapter from 1990, regarding Copenhagen's rules, regarding declaration from Porto Caras 2003, this part of Europe has to be directly included or to be part of European Union. Just with us, we have around European territory, or main part of European territory, the essence of Europe. We have, of course, many difficulties. We don't have the same situation when we're speaking about countries in Western Balkans. So we have one situation for the Republic of Serbia or Montenegro, a different situation for Bosnia or our neighbors in North Macedonia or Albania. But nevertheless, the Republic of Serbia fully supports European path towards EU for all countries in the region. And all nations, because we would like to see the entire region as a part of European Union. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that we are active on different levels when we are speaking of regional cooperation and cooperation, this region, Western Balkans region, with EU. We have established 6 years ago the European Union and Western Balkans Conference. We have, and Serbia active participates in Berlin process. We have also Brdo-Brijuni process. We have also project of Open Balkan. At least it showed us at one moment that we have capability to do something concrete in the region, and that we have awareness of cooperation on the regional level, and it is very significant for European Union that we have interest to making good jobs in this region. And Serbia fully support also RCC, Regional Council, or what is the full name for Cooperation Council for this region. So we are not just some simple participant, or we are not just a spectator. We have active role on all these projects that I counted, and that's for us very significant, because we on the concrete measures, or through concrete measures, showing that we are an active player on this route. And I don't want to avoid to mention the most difficult issue for us. It's issue or topic about province Kosovo and Metohija.
Yep.
Very difficult issue, not just for Serbs, but for Albanians as well. Nevertheless, I think that through European integrations, or with European partners and institutions from EU, using their tools, knowledge, experience, we can be closer to reach
the reconciliation on the ground. That's important. So I can give you another example. So we have our Cypriot brothers. Good example that European Union showed readiness to accept Cyprus with, let's say, open issue, and to help them to resolve this situation. Why we have this different situation or different point of view when we are speaking about WB or Western Balkans, especially about this open issue. So I don't want to bother you with more information. Serbia is ready to continue our European path. That's our national interest, strategic point. We clearly said that many times, and we will continue, and it is not just some of our formal statement. We are committed to continuing this project, and we are not speaking about emotions and, I don't know, some special relations based on sentiments. I'm speaking about interest of all nations and countries in this region. Serbia has national interest to become full member state of EU, and I believe that all Western Balkans countries have. That's the point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Papandreou.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Έχω καταλάβει ότι δεν υπάρχει...
Good afternoon, everyone.
Καταλάβει ότι...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm under the impression that there's no interpretation from Greek into English. Please inform Mr. Papandreou that there is interpretation, but I heard François Hollande is flying in, or maybe he's not, because there's an upcoming election and he's running for MP. So we'd like to wish him all the best and best of success. Not just him, but the whole of the progressive front. He's online, and apparently there is interpretation. Great, says Mr. Papandreou, and he proceeds by stating that the political front that's been created in France, that it's combating fascism and the fact that right-wing parties are gaining ground, and this is a good example, so let's wish best of success to them. And I think that this is a good example, or rather we have to learn a lesson ourselves. We have to assume our responsibilities too. Had François Hollande been here, we would have had a Hollandreu panel discussion, Alexis, says Mr. Papandreou, half in jest. So really now, on a more serious note, let me state that this initiative of yours, Alexis, is very important indeed. First and foremost, it's important with regard to the Tsipras agreement. The Tsipras agreement sets an example. It's a positive example. It's a very positive example for the region. Despite the fact that, and you were to the point when Zoran said that and Nicola said that, this was not something that people praised, and it created a very negative ambience, not just in North Macedonia, but in all of the Western Balkans countries. In essence, many alleged that, or still say easily that, if we should make sacrifices, if we try to resolve the Kosovo Metohiji issue, if we are to resolve the issue with Bosnia through sacrifices and compromises, will there be new prospects for us, or will we just again get a big no from the European Union? People are wondering about that, and I'm asking this question because back in 2003, when we were holding the presidency of the EU, back then we had the summit in Thessaloniki. Nikos remembers that. We were there working together on the occasion of the Thessaloniki EU summit. We were working together and we had made a decision. And our position, Greece had promoted this position. We were in favor of getting the Western Balkans countries to accede into the EU. It's been over 20 years and we're still here. And I know that there are difficulties, and we all understand that in the Western Balkans, but let me turn this question around, if I may. Had there been no Europe, no EU, had there been no Union, European Union, had there not been this entire discussion about acceding to a bigger family, a family of shared values, protecting peace and justice, human rights, democracy, the rule of law, then what would we have done? Would we have starting fighting each other? Would we have just endorsed new nationalist stances and killed off one another in the Balkans? Europe is responsible, the EU is responsible for not progressing, that's true, and for not having the Western Balkans join just yet. But quite often, even here, it's quite easy to start the blame game and blame others. People quite often tend to say Europe is not moving forward, so we're not moving forward, or maybe Europe is to blame, and that's why we got all our problems ourselves. They are to blame. It's high time, I think, that the Balkans people follow exactly what Rigas Fereos had suggested. We, the people of the Balkans, have to take our fate into our own two hands. We, the peoples of the Balkans, have to solve our own problems. Let's work together in the field of economy, trade, climate change, new technologies, infrastructure, transportation, and of course, let's work together here in the Balkans in order to make progress in terms of state of law, rule of law, and human rights. And if we do that, if we work together, if we take our fate into our two hands, then we will be the champions of the European Union. We will be the ones that will be taking the lead and having Europe embark on a better path. And we will be setting an example. And thus, the rest of Europe, because we're Europe too, will have to embrace us, and they will be waiting for us with open arms. And there's another reason why I'm referring to this. I tend to draw a line between patriotism and extreme nationalism. The former is about believing in your people, believing in your country. This is patriotism. It's about believing in your capabilities and the capabilities and abilities of other peoples too, and invest in them. It's about having self-confidence, believing in what your people is capable of and what your country can do. Extreme nationalism, on the other hand, is the exact opposite of everything I just said. It's lack of trust. It's you not trusting your people, not trusting your country, not feeling insecure, rather, being afraid and trying to hide behind national symbols. It's about being fearful of your next-door neighbor, not trusting your next-door neighbor, undermining trust, undercutting your neighbor, and allowing autocratic leaders to evolve. And such regimes, instead of fostering cooperation, tend to find enemies everywhere, and they are being paranoid about their policy making, and so they are ready at a flash to start a conflict and clash. And the result is quite simple. Because we are small countries, all of us, and we understand what that means. We're not big countries. And so, quite often, small countries, when they can't resolve their problems, they look for big powers who will be there to protect them. To protect them from where? Who? The neighbor. Unfortunately, this is part and parcel of the history of the Balkans, and there are more narratives and also other conclusions we can draw based on Rigas Verelstinis's writings. And then that also undercuts the prospects of the respective countries, because these autocratic regimes often tend to turn you into something you would depend on them forever. The European Union, what is it after all? It should be about the right of joining a wider family of principles and partnerships where we're not looking for someone to protect us, where we're all equals, where we always look out for the person next door. We are securing and protecting everybody's rights, the majority rights, the minority rights, in order for no one to feel afraid, in order for minorities not to be taken advantage of as a Trojan horse to exert pressure on this and that country. So this is about respecting our borders, respecting each and every one of us, regardless of their race, their culture, their religion, their origin. I believe that this is how we should be looking at things. And I also think that us, the Balkan peoples, we at long last need to work with one another. Miroslav has been working for many years in the Western Balkans, and of course he's working on Kosovo as well. He's trying to find a solution, but let's And that's also what Mr. Nimitz mentioned before, and other speakers before me, including Mr. Dimitrov. At long last, we, the peoples, have to take our fate into our own two hands. Thank you very much, says the moderator.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm proud to be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsipras. Thank you very much, Zoran, for your invitation to be here with my old friends, Yorgo Papandreou, with one of the best diplomat member of EU. Today, North Macedonia is the symbol of stagnation. We were starting our process, accession process, in the period of 2001. Minister Yorgo Papandreou was one of the most powerful supporters of our intention to prevent war crisis in North Macedonia, because destabilization of Macedonia after crisis in Kosovo was potential disaster for Europe, not only for Western Balkan. After that, you know our story. We are trying with Ohrid Framework Agreement to be positive example, not only for Western Balkan country, for all Europe, to promote 4 years after war conflict, leader in the Western Balkan country, to be with candidate membership status for EU at 2005. It's miracle. It's definitely miracle for the region. And our positive experience to build multi-ethnic society, multi-confessional society, was model and probably legendary Ahtisaari, promoting Macedonian model, disseminating our Macedonian model, how to build functional multi-ethnic society in the region. And what was the result of our efforts? In 2006, change of the government, new government provoked Greece, Gruevski government provoked Greece, and Macedonia, North Macedonia, was 11 years isolated. Zoran Zaev, like a prime minister, together with Alexis Tsipras, made a historical step forward, encourage all the other countries to lead example of North Macedonia and Greece. Especially for us was very important to encourage our neighbor Serbia to find finally solution for Kosovo. And now I am trying to be positive, but when I saw in your question building new momentum, it's too much for North Macedonia, new momentum. It's too much. New momentum for North Macedonia is the other problem with Bulgaria. You must help us to be part of European Union as soon as possible, because we were suffering too many years, more than 20 years. And we would like to help with our positive experience, to help our brothers from Serbia, our brothers from Kosovo, because huge minority in our country is part of stability of Macedonia, North Macedonia, like a future member of EU. And will be very important, it's very important to see what means new momentum for Western Balkan. Serbia problem with Kosovo. Without normalization, said US ambassador in Belgrade, legendary ambassador in the region, US ambassador Christopher Hill, no step forward for Serbia. From the other side, from Pristina, German ambassador Rote sent different message. Without recognition of independent Kosovo, no step forward for Serbia. What means? What is the real situation with Serbia? Because, to be honest, Serbia, there is capacity to be a locomotive of the Western Balkan through European Union. What kind of experiment will be Ukraine and Moldova to be locomotive in composition from Western Balkan? It's not serious approach by my understanding of real politics. I understand geopolitical momentum. Geopolitics now is momentum, but by the book, to be precise, by the book, to be member of EU, to be a member of EU, we know that accession process is based of merit system. What is now predominant system? Political criteria, geopolitical criteria. Okay, in those system of new momentum, only our friends of Albania will be part of EU together with Ukraine and Moldova, and maybe in Georgia. The other, we will wait. What will we wait?
I'm sure Mr. Lajczak will have to comment a lot on that.
Okay, we will speak on the next round. What will we wait? Thank you.
Before that, Mr. Hassani, the floor is yours.
Well, it's too late to be pessimistic, and I don't want to put this whole room into the depression of enlargement, but I'm very happy, Prime Ministers Tsipras and Zaev, for the invitation. I'm delighted to be part of this audience, this amazing setup of friends of Southeast Europe. I would repeat Southeast Europe, because I was also struggling, and I have asked my Bulgarian counterpart in a moment, but unfortunately they changed a little bit too frequently recently, to send me to this mountain Balkans. I don't know exactly where it is, but we are always branded by this name, the Western Balkans, the Balkans. And in the 90s there was this terrible branding, the Balkanization that was coming as a wave into the entire Europe. But it's important, and I'd like to share also my perspective, to see it from a different view. We are 6 countries in this region. We are 6 Super Marios. For those, I'm not sure in this panel if you understand it, we have to fulfill some tasks and achievements, and we have to run. And we have to fulfill, and we have to accomplish. And when it comes to the dichotomy between stagnation and momentum, I don't want to enter into the philosophical explanations of the words, but I think it depends on where we see our region. If we see our region 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, we see how much our entire region has moved forward, has developed, has changed, has become a much better place for the people that live. Who would have thought? And I remember Minister Buczkowski, I was a young diplomat 22 years ago. Who would have thought in 2000 or in 2001 that the Albanians would have had the right to use their national language in the institutions, and then to have even a prime minister as they are currently now? I'm using it only as an example. Who would have thought that a country that had so many difficulties like Albania would have been moving so fast forward and become the source of many good and possible ways forward? I'm not an optimist by spirits, but I see lots of very positive dynamics. We are trying hard to make the lives of our people better. And it is because what our people are expecting that we should not put the ifs and buts into this process. For me, it's very difficult to point the finger to Brussels. It's not the Commission. There are these small things that we have with one another that are interfering into the big project. The Commission has been clear with all our countries and is willing to put the entire region into the European perspective. But then the members, instead of staying to the foundations of the creation of the European community, to leave behind all the difficulties of the wars and of the past, try to see issues and try to solve bilateral issues by by putting them into the process. But all the mechanisms that are being created, and now I'm going into the momentum, because it's not only the war in Ukraine that has created the momentum. It's also the work of our 6 societies to develop further that have brought this momentum. It is the work of the European Commission that has brought this momentum. It is the new growth plan. There are so many mechanisms that they've put us together in order to continue delivering. And look at my country. Who would have thought that we could have gone through a justice reform that has wiped out 75% of the elite of the judges and prosecutors in my country, and now there is a completely new establishment. Who would have thought 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that the most corrupt group of people, the judges and prosecutors of Albania, now are the most accepted ones by the society. There is so much trust that is being built thanks to the attention and to the efforts of the European Union and its member states towards us. Now, how difficult it is to be in this. The 90s in Southeastern Europe showed that, but not only Southeastern Europe, but the entire Eastern Europe showed that there are centrifugal forces, and it's very difficult now to see separated momentums. But it's one centripetal force that is the dream to become members of the European Union. That is the strongest willingness of our societies. In Albania, there are no representatives into the Albanian parliament that think that the European Union is not the right path. Not a single one. With all the differences, we fight with one another, somebody puts the fire to the parliament, but nobody touches the European Union path of the country and the NATO membership. And this is sacrosanct, and I'm pretty sure it will continue to be like that. Minister Kocias, I enjoyed your line that history shouldn't be our prison, should be our school. And we have to look forward. And we have to look forward all together, because only by putting the perspective, the only perspective of belonging where we should be is the right track. Evropi, you know better than me, for the ancient people of this land, used to be exactly the area where we live. It used to be the continent. But we are so different, and I'll end up with a word. It's a word that, humbly speaking, for me signifies exactly our region. For some, the word ne means yes. For some others, the word no means no. For us Albanians, the word ne means us. And us, we. And I think in all these differences, we can find the right way to move forward. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Lajczak.
Good evening, and I'm very pleased to be able to have this discussion here in Athens. You know, it's becoming more and more difficult to represent the European Union in these discussions about the Western Balkans.
If the question remains the same, it becomes more and more difficult.
But I have some good news to deliver here, so I hope it will be way more pleasant. Yes, so the summit in Thessaloniki was mentioned here, and it was really a historical moment when the European leaders made this solemn commitment to the Western Balkans that they will join the European Union. I'm sure none of the leaders who were present in Thessaloniki in 2003 would agree with the vision that 20 years later only one country from the region will make it, Croatia, to become the member, and the remaining 6 are not close to membership yet. So that means something went wrong. And what was it and why? I mean, geographically, the Balkans are not even the front yard or backyard, they are the inner yard of the European Union. Demographically, it's the population less than Romania. Economically, the overall GDP is half of the Czech Republic. So that means by all indicators, they are easy to integrate. Moreover, European Union is by far the biggest trade partner, investor, and provider of assistance. So that means this integration is already happening. Why not the political integration then? Well, I would say the responsibility lies on both sides. European Union had to deal with many issues and crises that were not foreseen, but became the priority, like the financial crisis or the migration crisis or Brexit that objectively push the issue of enlargement lower on the list of priorities. And to be honest, the region, the Balkans, were still keeping themselves busy trying to overcome the legacy of the past, fighting the legacy of Yugoslav wars. And this dealing with history prevented them from focusing fully on the future, on European reforms. And this lasted for too long, but fortunately, we are in a new game. We definitely have a new momentum. This new momentum started some 3-4 years ago, but the dramatic change came with Russia's aggression against Ukraine, because that was a wake-up call for many. European Union rediscovered its geopolitical momentum. You could see European Union acting as one vis-à-vis Russia, vis-à-vis Ukraine, but also with the Western Balkans. The understanding that we might lose the region and we may no longer afford to keep the region in a gray zone is clearly there. And the understanding that the job will be done when they will join the European Union is clearly there. So we have a new momentum on the side of the European Union. You see the new commitment, you see annual summits, you see the candidate status to Bosnia-Herzegovina, invitation for Bosnia-Herzegovina to start accession negotiations, candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova. European Union is undertaking practical steps to be able to function in wider context. The growth plan was mentioned as a concrete instrument. We speak about 6 billion euro, which are meant to bring the Western Balkans closer to the common market, but they are dependent on European reforms. And we have also the new approach, which is called gradual integration, which means that you don't have to wait until the very end to benefit from the membership, but you are gradually brought in the room as depending on the progress in different chapters. So that means you see that you are there in the room. This is very important. We also have a new momentum in the member states. According to Eurobarometer survey, 53% of European Union citizens are in favor of enlargement. And in 24 out of 27 member states, there is a majority of population in favor of an enlargement. So this is also very important. I'm not saying everything will be easy and rosy. There are serious issues and questions that need to be addressed. Of course, to make sure that European values will be equally respected as they are respected now. Our ability to deliver decisions, with 27 is not easy. With 30 plus, how to make sure that this decision will be there. Where do we find, of course, the budget to cover all the needs and cohesion funds? And of course, how to address the issue of bilateralization of accession negotiation process. But once you have a political commitment, then all these issues are much easier to resolve. Mm-hmm. However, I have to say that this wake-up call that happened on the side of the European Union is not yet happening in the Western Balkans. And I have been dealing with the region for more than 25 years now, and this is probably the first time I see European Union more enthusiastic about enlargement than the Western Balkans, more ready for the Balkans than Balkans for the European Union. So there is still a lot of skepticism, criticism, and what we hear from the region is that, yeah, we have been there before and there was nothing out of it. Honestly, the understanding in Brussels is that the next European Commission will have two priorities, security and enlargement. So it is there. If you ask me what do I see as this wake-up call for the Western Balkans, I would say we need to have one country from the Western Balkans making a visible progress towards membership. And then the rest will see that it's actually happening and no one will want to be left behind. And I believe this would be the best way. What we need now is a credible enlargement process, transparent, which is not necessarily the case right now. We need focus on reforms because it will not happen. Geopolitics will not deliver the membership. It's the reforms. Geopolitics has opened the door, but to get into it's only the hard work and reforms. And of course, very honest public communication. That's also very important. But I am very optimistic because the momentum is clearly there, and I think we are all responsible for transforming this momentum into new quality, which is the Western Balkans as close to the membership as possible and as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move to the Q&A session. I will ask you if you could be quite brief, so we have time for as many questions as possible. I will start with you, Mr. Vucevic. We know that Serbia is probably the country most ready to join the European Union, but on the other hand, as the EU constantly repeats, it needs to align with the EU foreign policy. But we see that China holds very close ties with China. We saw President Xi visit last month in Belgrade, and the constant criticism is obviously that it's not adopting Western sanctions against Russia. So how do you respond to this criticism?
If you allow me, I would just like to underline, with any intention to argue with other interlocutors, when we speak about WB, we can only speak about 5 states and 1 province in terms of international law. If we are allowed to speak about 6 states, we are precluding final agreement or solution. So, in terms of United Nations chapter, I have to underline this fact. Regarding your question about our relations, Serbian relations with People's Republic of China, you know, I would like to remind all of us that one day before, President Xi visited Belgrade. And we are very proud of that. I don't have any problem with that.
No,
President Xi went to Paris and met with Macron, President of France, and Madame Ursula von der Leyen. And nobody complained about this. Day after his visit in Belgrade, President Xi went to Budapest. Hungary is a member of EU and NATO.
There was a lot of complaint about that.
Oh,
reason.
Really? But I cannot accept that for, let's say, for example, for Germans it's okay to make business for China, but it's forbidden for Serbia. I don't like to see these double approaches or standards. So we take care about our national interest, we take care about, Serbia takes care about our economy, and we will continue with our cooperation with People's Republic of China. Of course, we are ready through European path to harmonize our foreign policy and security. And just to underline also this fact, obviously, that Chapter 35, or matter of foreign policy and security, is now a new political credo of EU. It's the most important issue. Now it's the most important issue, more than other parts of reforms, which I don't want to underestimate it, nevertheless. So I think if it is good for France or for European Union to cooperate with China, I assume it is good also for the Republic of Serbia.
What about Russia?
But regarding, you mentioned also sanctions against Russian Federation. We don't believe in Serbia in politics or policy of sanctions, because we survived sanctions during the 90s, just to remind you. We were exposed to sanctions during the 90s, and I can witness that only common people suffered, not regimes. And I don't want to go further what are the results of sanctions against Russian Federation, because we don't see concrete results on the battlefield. We don't see concrete results on the battlefield. At this moment, Serbia depends on Russian national gas and oil. So if we impose sanctions against Russia, we will hit just our economy, not their economy. And don't forget, our specific position, all interlocutors mentioned that, about Kosovo issue, Kosovo Metohija issue. We have specific position, and we have to carried out our relations with Russian Federation and People's Republic of China regarding their votes in Security Council, United Nations, regarding Kosovo issue. So don't forget that. Don't forget that. And to repeat and remind all of us, Serbia votes for all the resolutions that supported and underline recognition of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We don't have any problem with Ukraine. They're our friends. They didn't recognize so-called Kosovo. So we don't have any problem with Ukraine. We just ask, if all of you speaking about territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, what is the problem when we from Serbia say the same question or issue? How it is possible that when we are speaking about one country, our matter of territorial integrity is the most important question? When you mention Serbia and Kosovo, oh no, don't mention this, look in the future, this is another, it's sui case, it's sui generis case, you know, it's something different. You know, that is Pandora box. Because listen what Putin said a few days ago. Now Putin used Kosovo as argument, as his adjunct. And we are speaking about rule of law. And we are speaking about international cooperation and, I don't know, good neighborly relations. And we show that good, excellent showcase is Open Balkan. It has been excellent case. And we are ready. I spoke with Mr. Lajčák tonight, before this meeting, and thank you to him for his time. Now we have ahead of us, speaking about entire WB, we have growth plan. We have now something which brings concrete measures and instruments to measuring forward, or how to say, our progress in upcoming period, related with new methodology of accession since 2021. That's a good example to show who is ready to become full member state of EU, and allow us to have the at least same approach or equal approach as other countries have. I think it's fair for us, from our side, to request that. And I mentioned the example of Cyprus, our brothers. It's a good example. It is possible. And we have now information, and Mr. Lajčák repeated that, about Ukraine. We can extend to Georgia, to Moldova. All these countries have some disputed issues, allow me to say on this way. But only for Serbia, oh, you have a problem with this or that. You know, without Serbia, you cannot encompass
North Macedonia and Albania will say the same.
Entire Balkan. That's true. And I think it's national interest of North Macedonia, it is national interest of Greece, I think it is national interest of Albania as well, Bosnia, Montenegro, all countries. And we have a national interest to see progress of North Macedonia or Albania. We don't have any problem with that. And I would like also to express our thankful to statement of that part of his speech, Mr. Papandreou, what he said, and it was always forbidden, unfortunately, that Balkans should belong to Balkans people. I'm pretty sure that we will arrange better results, or to launch better results, if you have a chance to speak directly.
Thank you very much.
It may be not something what is nice to hear Mr. Lajčák, but it's true. Thank you for that, Mr. Papandreou.
Thank you. Now moving to you, Mr. Papandreou. I mean, everybody is waiting for me to ask this question. Healthy stability in the Balkans means a healthy political system. And in Greece, we have this paradox of the government being pretty strong, even with, despite the recent EU election results. and the opposition parties being in disarray. So I would like your comment about developments in the center-left, whether you think that a broader cooperation is needed, and if I may, about your party, do you think that a change in leadership should be discussed?
Well, allow me to say a few things about China before embarking upon the other issues. There shouldn't be any problem for all countries, even for Greece, to have contacts with other powers, such as China. I just believe that we should have a more unified European policy. This is what we need, whether this is China, Gaza, or other major issues of foreign policy. Because we need to have contacts, and I believe that Europe has an important role to play. There is international competition. We see the tension between US and China. My friend Mats Nimitz is here, and he knows it very well. We have problems with China. When we talk about China, we talk about the issue of human rights, we talk about the issue of copyright, we talk about the problem of trade terms and state aid, which undermines our own competitiveness. But at the same time, there are issues where we can collaborate, we can work together, and I think we should put the weight on that. The issue of climate change. Humanity will go nowhere if we don't tackle this climate change issue. The issue of technology and AI. If there is competition between US and China, mostly, because Europe has not advanced that much, too bad, but anyway, if we do not have this collaboration, we will embark upon a very catastrophic period with unforeseen consequences, because we don't know where AI will reach, especially when related to military expenditure and military technology. The issue of nuclear weapons. We have had this threat again with Mr. Putin. China, the US, and the European powers that have nuclear weapons, they should find a field for collaboration. Humanitarian issues, China and Europe could play a role there, and Europe could play a role if it were active on this project, Belt and Road project, the modern Belt and Road project, by setting its priorities, etc. I'm saying this because Europe, and I'm very happy that Mr. Lajcak is more positive about the Western Balkans prospect. And I believe that this is related to the geopolitical developments, especially Ukraine, where the Europeans see that if we do not work together, if we don't unite ourselves, not just the integrity of our countries, but our ideas and our values, our democracy might be undermined. I'm saying this to answer to the question you raised. Indeed, stability in the Balkans and in Europe is based on these values. It is based on the rule of law, which unfortunately is being undermined even in Greece by the government. It is based on democratic values and human rights, on the protection of minorities. If these principles are consolidated and respected, we will avoid conflicts. It is based on trust and respect of borders. I will reach this point about the left. What are the powers that can protect these values in Europe? I think here there is a dilemma. We have seen the rise of extreme right, and also the failure of more moderate right to tackle the major problems. What are the powers that will take Europe's unity forward, the solidarity among peoples? What are the powers that will face the major issues of climate change? A transition that is fair and just, not the interests of major oligopolies, as we have in Greece. What are the powers that will tackle the concentration of wealth and power? People that come and buy media, football clubs, energy, and pharma companies, they buy banks, and at the very end, they undermine democracy. What are the powers that will be able, indeed, to work on the solidarity among peoples? I believe that it is the progressive powers that have this historical duty vis-à-vis the rise of Nazism, fascism, and extreme right policy that will dismantle Europe, which will dissolve all these values. All powers, democratic, socialist, green, liberal, all these powers should find a way to collaborate for a progressive Europe, progressive Balkans, and a progressive Greece. I mean, here it's not the area to talk about the issues among parties, but this should be the direction. How it will be done, this is another discussion, but I believe this should be our direction, our path.
A new government, the VMRO-led government in North Macedonia, is formed these days. So is there, I mean, they had quite an adventurous start, especially with the relationships with Greece. What is your message to them and the EU?
Message to our new Prime Minister. I will repeat part of message who sent former Prime Minister Zaev. Very friendly and very honest message to our Prime Minister. To be very careful, very, very careful, because we are now in the middle of confidence-building measures with Greece. Greece is very important for our future. In our short history like an independent country, lack of strategic partner was one of the biggest problems. United States, yes, is strategic partner, but in neighborhood, without support, it's very difficult in the period when North Macedonia would like to be, repeat once again, model for multi-ethnic, multicultural society. To help our neighbors from Serbia as soon as possible to normalize relations with Pristina. To help us, to help whole region to be before Moldova and Ukraine. Our common goal must be to be one composition, locomotive Serbia or Albania, all together Western Balkan before Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. Secondly, for our Prime Minister, I think it's clever, but without political experience like your Prime Minister Mitsotakis. He's not favored with Ohrid, with a Prespa agreement. First statement was, I respect pacta sunt servanda, like a basic principle in international relation. I sent message to Skopje, to North Macedonia, to our new Prime Minister, to repeat same sentence and continue to build the new bridges. It's very easy to destroy, but Alexis, Zoran, Nikola, Nikos, you are MPs in the previous parliament. Our MPs in our parliament are our modern hero, a hero in Western Balkans, because it's very easy to be populist, to be popular per day. For our future, it's very important to celebrate Prespa agreement, to celebrate Zoran and Alexis, to celebrate modern politicians in the Western Balkans. And finally, for our Prime Minister. Open possibility for new Greek investors in our country, because now Greek business community is one of the strongest supporters of our close relation. Hellenic Petroleum, National Bank of Greece, Titan, Veropoulos, etc., etc. Now continue negotiation with Mytilianos and the other companies from Greece to be investors in our country. It's very important, not only for daily politics, it's very important the future of North Macedonia and Western Balkan. Thank you.
Mr. Hassani, sorry, I'm moving.
I agree very much with Mr. Buskovsky, because when I was Prime Minister, I met 10 times, and during the crisis with Mr. Gruevski, and nothing was moving. So I also have to say that we need to support what both Zoran and Alexis did, very important for Greece, and it's an historic, and of course, Matt, you too, and it is a strategic relationship. And I'm very sorry that this government today, even though they have not the rhetoric against North Macedonia and so on, it's very bad that they left things to just be passive. And when you don't nurture and when you don't build this relationship, it can go wrong. And that's what this government and also our national interest, we have to tell all the people that are fighting against this agreement that our national interest is to keep this agreement alive.
Thank you. Mr. Hassani, I mean, the rights I'm moving very fast because I have very little time. The rights of the Greek minority in Albania have always been a point of rift, and the main point of rift now is the Baleri case. How do you plan to proceed now that he's an elected MEP? And if you think this issue is going to affect the Albanian succession process?
I'm sorry that I have to disagree with you. The rights of the Greek minority in Albania has never been a point of thrift. Certain politicians have used it. And the relationship between Albania and Greece will not be dependent on one name. Never. And I'm not using the gadget for any simple reason, but I'm enjoying to listen all the speeches in Greek. And the relationship between our two countries are so intense and so interconnected that nobody with an Ottoman name will block us on anything. Saying that, there is one major element that I was talking about, and it is the set of reforms that my country has been taking and going through, and the most important is the justice reform. It's the most important reform that we have had since our independence from the Ottoman Empire. It's the most important reform that we have had from 1912 up until today. And we will continue to support all the initiatives that will make Albania more progressive into that direction. Now I'd like to mention something about the elections. There are several elections that we people in the WB6 are waiting for, and we have started to create our own scenarios. There were elections in the European Union, and everybody is waiting for the configuration of the new commission, including the successor of my dear friend Miro Lajčák, the US elections in November, and who's going to be the new president, but also elections in our countries. We went through many elections, including those in North Macedonia a few weeks ago. There is a stall, a stagnation. Everybody is waiting, but we are losing 1 year. We are losing the whole 2024 by waiting because somebody else will come and will solve our issues. No, we have to solve our own issues ourselves. We have to look at our perspectives ourselves, and we have to develop our future ourselves without ifs and buts, as I said at the beginning, without ifs and buts, because it is only through the European Union that we will not go back into history, because we are also enjoying the relativization of what is happening, the revisionism of what has been going on into our region, and we see how much malign influence is the Russian Federation or China bringing also to our region, because we are fragile democracies, we are countries with our best guess, 33 years of developing democracies based on the rule of law and free market economies. But this is still a concept. And without a clear path on reforms and without pulling out names, individual names of persons, we will not succeed. Good luck to those that were elected into the parliament. I would guess if you know all the names of the members of the European Parliament one by one. But I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lajčák, I would like to ask you, we see that crisis, we are talking about enlargement, but we see that crises in the region multiply, and we have two wars raging nearby. So I was wondering, do you think that the EU, that the big bank enlargement in 2004, did it actually make Europe stronger, or did it make it move even slower? Because we see that it moves very, very slow now on critical foreign policy issues.
I don't think these two things are related. Yes, the 2004 European Union expanded by adopting 10 new members, but they were representing a rather homogeneous group. They were invited to start accession negotiations in 1997, first group, 1999, the second group. So the process at that time was called regatta, because we were all more or less on the same level, and it was very transparent, and you could see how well you are progressing compared to the others. And the second group made up for these lost 2 years, and we all joined in 2004. So it was a fantastic opportunity that we were really competing among ourselves, who will do the reforms better and faster, and that was really a union for the enlargement, and this enlargement, big bang enlargement, is seen as a big success. The Balkans are in different situations. There are 6 Balkan partners, but the difference between Montenegro, who has been negotiating for 12 years, and Kosovo, who is not a candidate, is really huge. So therefore, speaking about big bang in case of the Balkans is not realistic. Plus, let's not forget that it's the merit-based process. That means you have to deliver. And these 10 countries were delivering. But here, it's not the geopolitics will put you into one group, and then you will enter no matter whether you are ready or not. So that means, as I said, geopolitics has created this new window of opportunity, this new momentum, but it's the hard work, it's the reforms that will decide who will make it and become a member. The issue of decision-making is a separate, very complex issue, because the fact is that, yes, European Union delivers most of the decisions in foreign policy and security policy based on consensus. The philosophy is to make sure that once we agree, every member state can subscribe to this decision and can support it. But in these difficult times, it's clear that sometimes it takes too long for us, and also sometimes it's easy to have only one member state who will not be part of the consensus, and we are paralyzed. So the issue of decision-making is a legitimate issue, and the issue of the qualified majority vote is as sensitive and difficult as it is on the table. Yes, and when it comes to the Balkans, of course, there is a legitimate question that with the Balkans in the EU, will it make it easier or more difficult for us to make decisions as the European Union? So therefore, of course, the region needs to prove that with them it will not be more difficult. And of course, the best way how to prove it would be through regional cooperation. We would like to see the 6 working closely together, being able to agree on things, because that would really show that if you can function among the 6, then you can also function among the 30 plus.
Thank you. I don't have time for another round of questions, but I will ask you all for a very brief answer to one question. I mean, the organizers plan to turn it into an annual event. So if we meet this time next year, do you think that there will be any progress regarding Western Balkans enlargement? And I will start the other way around. Mr. Lajčák?
What do you mean by progress? I do believe that a year from now we will see significant progress. We will not have a new member, but I do see that it will be a lot of difference compared to this year in the region.
Mr. Hassani?
As I said, this year is particular, and everybody's stalling. I'm trying to be optimistic and confident that if we continue to deliver, all of us, without finding excuses, everything will be better and better. And we have to prepare ourselves for changes that are not related to us. Therefore, by delivering all together, by using the tools that we have at our disposal, by making the best use of the growth plan, by working into the regional initiatives that we have, and there are plenty of them, we can only prepare ourselves for a better integration, first between us and then with the European Union.
Thank you. Mr. Buczkowski?
I would like to believe that the next Commission, European Commission, will be Commission for enlargement, but be careful about that, to see what will happen in France in the end of June, and we will speak about that next year in the next occasion with our Zoran and Alexis. Thank you.
Mr. Papandreou?
I will say it in English. I believe there is a momentum because of geopolitical reasons, as has been said. Maybe that's not the best reason, but it is there. There is a momentum, an understanding that we need to bring in the Western Balkans, plus the other three that have been promised the prospect of becoming part of this European family. It will, of course, depend a lot on what the Commission will be looking like. And unluckily there, we do have political forces that are very inward-looking, even anti-European, and I don't know if they will be so happy to see a stronger Europe and a wider Europe and a deeper Europe. So we have to work for that. And that just comes to my final conclusion, what I said in the beginning. Let us build trust amongst ourselves. We know the problems. We've talked about the problems again and again and again. And I think Greece should play this role, but we should all work together to see how we can solve these problems and show that we in the Balkans have the maturity to make changes for the benefit of our people and for the benefit of our region. Then I think the doors of Europe cannot be closed. So I think that is the message we need to take after this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Vucevic?
Above everything, we have to preserve, keep peace and stability and good neighborly relations that are preconditions for any success. So if you're ready for this and aware of that importance, I believe that we can reach this main goal together, and all interlocutors use this word momentum, and now it's momentum or time to speak less and for more work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A big thanks to our panelists, and thank you for following the discussion. And the conference continues tomorrow at 12:30 with another round of very interesting discussions. Thank you.
Ladies and
gentlemen, thank you very much for attending this event.